jobless claims numbers, both the continuing claims and U.S. initial jobless claims, a little bit delayed here. There we go. 261,000 versus 235,000. So higher than expected there. Once again, 261 versus 235. Continued claims, 1.7.5 versus 1.8 million expected there. That's really the bigger economic reports here this morning. We'll get U.S. wholesale inventory data coming out at 10 o'clock this morning, but typically not really a market mover. However, a ton of things to talk about once again this morning, including Carvana. Wow, CVNA just absolutely skyrocketing right now after releasing a new forecast. We'll touch on that coming up for their current quarter. Also, a few individual earnings names, including GameStop, downside in a big way, obviously, CEO out after the close yesterday. GME getting absolutely crushed. Tesla thinking about setting up shop in Spain this time, Valencia to be exact. A great city, by the way, if anyone has not been there. We'll touch on Tesla, obviously a little bit relatively strong yesterday, looking to gap back to the upside today as well. It's Thursday, June 8th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. All for the market back to the upside. 1.7 on the continued claims versus 1.8 on the continued claims. So that number in the wrong direction a little bit, but overall the initial claims back to the upside here. So maybe helping the market here. Just went positive once again here for the Qs, trying to get back to the upside after what happened yesterday. Huge reversal for tech. I mean, initially strong out of the gate yesterday, and then we come all the way back to 348, bottom end of the range. It was just a downward trend all day long. We'll see if we can't catch a bid here.
Is bad news good news again? Well, we saw last week that we got the non-farm payrolls stronger than expected. We got a higher than expected unemployment rate, but that was later attributed to participants leaving the market altogether, usually from the baby boomer generation. So good to see a little bit of slack coming in to the jobs market as we look to the Fed next week.
Yeah, something to consider definitely as we head into a busy week next week. I was just hearing in my ear here, guys, this print here, 261,000 versus 235, the highest individual weekly print on initial jobless claims since 2021. So definitely indicating that maybe we're finally seeing a little bit of a slowdown here as far as the employment market is concerned. So futures like this so far, guys.
I mean, bad news, good news?
Yeah, that's what we were just saying. It's finally, maybe there's less jobs available.
Yeah, but I think we were looking at it and welcome everybody that it was already priced that the Fed was not going to.
The thing is, it's jobless claims, right? Like, the people maybe don't want the jobs that are out there.
Exactly.
That's the point. That's the whole point that we've been getting at. Now it seems like for 6 or 8 months, there's so many jobs out there, but nobody can fill them because people don't want the available jobs.
And that's the problem. I want to shout out Bob W. in the chat for pointing out something. Bob Dubs, 14.25, holds again on the NASDAQ. You're darn right it has, but it's early. So let's not do our celebrations just yet, because while it held, just very quickly come to my chart because I want to see this is what Bob was talking about. It's a good point. Last week, this was a nice bottom, and really as bad as yesterday was, all we did is get back to yesterday's bottom and are holding a channel on the NASDAQ. But yeah, that's your 14.25 that we're bouncing off of. Maybe this is something that can get us a bit of a relief rally. The number, I mean, could get us a bit of a relief rally. It didn't look good for a lot of the big tech names. At the end of the day yesterday. Not much of anything was showing any spunk. Carvana is rallying and GameStop is falling, so those two are going to be in play today. A host of names that we're going to be watching, obviously. Some news on Meta, that's moving around a bit. And, of course, we'll look at some of the EV names. Tesla didn't have a great day. Lucid's got news. Rivian is teetering on the precipice of a big level. And we might look at MGOL. Because of the messy news, I don't know. That MGOL stock is still, it's still good, making moves.
$3?
Yeah, it's a 250. Not that there's anything in particular. Obviously, the messy deal is the messy deal. It doesn't necessarily mean anything for the stock in particular.
Well, they're selling the clothing line.
But they're selling the line. It is brand getting improved. There's the implicit bounce here, but it's a small cap going with. It's got a catalyst, but
I mean,
it's
he's
worth a
now,
watch today.
I think it's a good catalyst because he's now playing in the largest consumption nation in the world, the United States, right? So
Fair.
people will buy jerseys, people will go into the clothing line store, so on and so forth, and support it. I mean, when he's playing for PSG, I mean, are there little kids running around with PSG jerseys? I mean, there are.
There are.
But now you're in the United States with, you know how they treat stars.
But it's up 3x
I mean,
already.
The guy's getting the Michael Jordan treatment. The guy's getting a percentage of subscriptions in MLS. He's going to give ownership after this.
He's huge.
It's going to be monstrous. But Carvana today, 50 million in EBITDA, adjusted EBITDA. They just came out with this at 8 o'clock. Improved Q2 outlook for Carvana and just absolutely huge. Per unit profit, 6,000. So if every car or unit they sell is going to provide some profit for them of $6,000 per unit, was pretty nice right there. And then, just going back to the daily chart on Carvana, obviously all eyes on me here at $20, says Tupac. You're going to have to watch out for that. I mean, we had $20 back in October, $20 again back in February. And wow, $20 here again today. And I still never going to forget this day right here back, you can't see it, back in December when they came with a $0 or $1 price target right here on Carvana. Right? Morgan Stanley came out with a $1 price target, and it went down from $8 to like $2 or $3, and then since then found a bottom, and obviously has been off to the races. So congratulations to Carvana traders. I mean, they're not making. I was gonna say they're not making money, but then they came out and said that hopefully they do have EBITDA over $50 million. So.
I don't know. Anytime it's like all adjusted stuff, it's like they're not really making money. But I mean, it can still squeeze them.
Oh, by the way, it's 58% short float. So.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, over to you guys over there. Let's see if we can. Did you pay for shorts yet? I'm sure we'd have to. So.
I think I just make sure that I actually hit accept. I did.
You know what? Can we get? Hey, Brad, can we get it? Let's get a poll up, just like bear or bull today, because I'm on the side of I don't know. I don't know what. Oh, they're bears? I don't know.
Oh, no, at the end of the day yesterday, I changed the bull. It didn't feel right that one of them was a bull yesterday.
I get a feeling like this is going to be another bearish day, but I
think there's going to be some kernels of strength
This number helped so much. The market is really rallying off this number. So.
And we're at support in the NASDAQ?
Yeah, and we got that support. Maybe. Some of these ideas, we have Amazon short, we have Tesla long, but the sticky note's getting worked on. So let's go back to the board here and figure out what we want to talk about here today.
Let's talk about the overall market here, just to get a lay of the land as we head towards the open here. Just under an hour to go, obviously. But you and I, Sharif, were just discussing the fact that yesterday we sit down and there was a Bank of Canada interest rate decision right out of the gate, and they raised a quarter of a point. That's coming off 2 meetings in a row where they had paused. So back in the increase game ahead of what's to come next week. We talked to Frank earlier in the week. He mentioned Bank of Australia doing the same thing, raising a quarter point as well. So maybe a preview of what's to come.
Yeah, in his defense, Tiff Macklem did leave it on the table that he would raise rates given the pause that they had. But Brendo, Canada was observed by the general market yesterday as we had a downtrend in overall equities, especially in the S&P and the NQ. The Dow pulled off a bit of a gain yesterday, but yeah, tech got beat down on the anticipation that the Fed will follow the Canadian bank, the Australian bank, etc.
Yeah, it's an interesting look. 4.75 now here in this country. It was the highest interest rate, the highest benchmark rate in 20 plus years for Canada. So we're not done yet, apparently, as far as these increases are concerned. A few names of note. Meta, there's a couple of minor stories to touch on back to the downside this morning. We'll have a look at that. And then you saw Lucid at the bottom there and GameStop, obviously. But nice look for Lucid here, announcing late last night, in fact, that they're going to move into the Chinese market. So move over Tesla. You can now buy a Lucid in China.
Can you buy it though, or do they have to make it first?
They're going to have a plant, and they're going to have a plant in China. I don't remember where in China this is going to be. So they're making their move. They're making a move, and there's a lot of competition in there. There's a lot of competition in there for Chinese EVs. And when you think about the big three, we talk about the three that we trade in China, and they're not even the biggest ones. I'm talking about I'm talking about Li and XPeng and NIO. BYD is going to be big. Tesla does a great job over there. So yeah, there'll be stiff competition, but they're just dipping their toes in. Actually, something that Sharif and I were talking about a little bit was I mean, the Saudis are diversifying their bonds, let's put it that way. They're diversifying all their bets, as everybody is well aware of, and just spreading it around, so investments everywhere. And Lucid, I guess, stepping into China would kind of fit that bit of a theme. It's not really moving that much if you judge it on the scale of regular stock to Carvana right now, but we have seen Lucid make some power moves before. I think it has to get through $7 for this to get interesting. It's not even that much volume, which is surprising. I kind of would have thought bouncing off this 6 low again and with some positive news after what we saw yesterday, you'd be over 1 million by now, but unfortunately not. So on the daily chart, $6. I think it's like 606 or 609. That's the actual low. About $6 is the one that we care about here. If it gets to 6, that's the Alamo. A $7 break, I would have thought maybe you could gap into that on this news, but it doesn't seem like it has any interest in it. So I might put that breakout on the back burner for something that sets up later in the day or maybe tomorrow. You're sitting right in the middle of 2 major levels, like the 52-week low and then your big resistance at 7. I don't see much to do here at the 650, but it's certainly an interesting play. I don't think it yields too much in terms of profits in the short term. It's more about sort of diversifying in the long run, which is all this is about. They have some money behind them that allows them to play out the string and see if they can actually get that demand up in the long run, and then be able to somehow compete in an increasingly crowded space. Because a lot of these EV companies, some of them are going to go under. That's just the reality of it. Lucid better capitalized than most, so they do have a chance.
Yeah, I don't really like all the talk here about like they're going to be opening up more plants. They got to spend a whole ton of money to do that in China. So I don't think that's happening anytime soon. These guys can't make money. They can't even build enough cars to support some of the demand here in the United States and North America. And yet now we start talking about possibly supporting this in China. I don't know, man. There's so much competition there in China. BYD, Tesla's eating everybody's lunch, as we know. NIO, XPeng, Li Auto. Sharif's talked about Li Auto before and liking that name. And now Lucid's going to just enter into honestly, like this pit of despair for EVs into China right now. It's going to cost, how many billions of dollars to build a plant? Like that kind of talk, I think, is all BS. But we'll wait to hear what happens to Lucid. It's up 3%. I think look, trade it how you want to. I still think that if you're going to be long in EV space, you want to stick with probably Ford. That's just because of where their valuation is, and then Tesla. So for me, I don't know. We had a nice bump yesterday in Fisker. We saw that. That might continue as well. But for right now, I just think this is a little bit of just talk about Lucid getting bumped up here because it's just so beat down. So I think but again, like anybody who thought long Carvana $3 or $4, now that's at 20. Lucid could easily pop again. We saw them pop on Saudi news before. So here we go. More news for Lucid and potential for a run to $7, I'd say.
100,000 will be a little bit better absorbed in China than everywhere else. But yeah, they said they're going to sell imported vehicles in China and then look to set up a manufacturing facility. So we shall see how that plays out. You heard Sean mention there, here's Li Auto. Nice move initially yesterday. We come all the way back and then some. These were all gapping up in the pre-market here, Li, XPeng, and NIO on this China Passenger Vehicle Association data that came out overnight suggesting that May sales were much higher than expected on a year-over-year basis once again.
Conflicting numbers daily, Brendo. Yesterday we got an exports year-over-year decline of over 7%, blowing away what estimates had been looking for. We also got a net imports decrease of 4.5%. Today, EV sales are up. It's not surprising. They had that tax incentive extended last week to spur demand. So we'll see if they continue to be the robust EV nation that they are.
All right, I mentioned this Uber right out of the gate there. A few people were mentioning it in the pre-market as well. Not doing a heck of a lot. There was a bit of a move at the close yesterday when this came out, but sitting here at 39 for Uber, you're going to be able to see what your carbon footprint is from a Uber ride coming up here. And they're also going to expand this data specifically when it comes to ride sharing versus individual rides, apparently. So interesting move for Uber. But we did see a little bit of volume come into that after the close yesterday.
I don't want to be like, it's not a tinfoil hat thing, but it'll probably improve their ESG score, which then will maybe help them get some more institutional money with them. Because one of the, so I'm going to go a little bit beef with, because like ESG, when everyone thinks about like ESG investing, they think about the environment, but then you look at the way they actually construct those scores, and a lot of it ends up having to do with, okay, corporate culture and diversity and a whole lot of other things that aren't the first thing that you think about, right? Like that's why Tesla doesn't score really good, but ExxonMobil or some energy company can actually do pretty well by sort of glossing over other issues by confronting others. So I think this will probably help them in that regard. I don't know how much of a big a deal it is for users. Is anyone taking an Uber more likely here because now they can see that benefit? Maybe they're more likely to choose the EV. I don't know. I don't think it moves the needle all that much, except in the long term, it might be able to give them more access to some institutional money. It doesn't really matter when you look at what the trend is. The trend is been to the upside, and you're in the flag part here where you got the dip. I mean, everything dipped yesterday, so get that out of the way. Everything was weak. But if you can hold 37, I think this is that one of those classic, you get your parabolic move up, you hold the flag. Now it all has to do is hold on to the 37 area to try to make another leg up. If I zoom further out, it obviously doesn't look as good, but quite frankly, this is a name. If there is another Huadunk today in the market, it already gave you $1.50 yesterday to the downside. If we get any kind of a free fall, another $1.50 move puts you right into that 37 level. So that's, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but that's one of those, like when NEO got to $7, if this one gets to 37 today or tomorrow, maybe if there's some kind of free fall Friday, I like that level on Uber. I feel like it's dancing in the middle, so I wouldn't really trade it unless I see yesterday's low start holding and there's a scalp bottom off of that. That's something you would open up at like 9:45, 10 o'clock, as opposed to just saying, oh, I'm just going to sit on the bid at 38.60. 37 I know I like.
Like for me, the big story about Uber is that they've committed to an all-electric fleet by 2040.
Yeah.
And I think that that's really the reason why you want to own Uber is because of autonomous driving. And I mean, let's just call it what it is. All-electric fleet by 2040 will probably be all rolling around in Model 3s.
Mobileye. Some
kind of Tesla. Yeah, it's good. It's good. There's so many other companies. Mobileye, so many other companies that have a good advantage to this, whether or not it is Teslas or something else. But what this does is it gives them sort of the algorithm now for fuel efficiency, to see if people are actually choosing that option. Will they pay more for it? You know, is that something that they can implement into their system? Plus the ESG score, I think, is important. But ultimately, it's Uber changing the game, going to all electric, and unfortunately, it's unfortunate, I think, for the Uber drivers, obviously. But there's other things that are going to happen. This is still 2040, so we have a ways away to this. But yeah, the all electric, all autonomous fleet for Uber, I think, is going to be absolutely huge, and that's the game changer for them. We heard Kathy Wood talk about that.
That's what it's all about.
With Tesla and things like that. So if she's going to get Tesla somehow to $5,000 or $5 trillion market cap, it's good.
It was $2,000, I thought.
Yeah, but $5 trillion was the market cap. Yeah, so the $2,000 price doesn't matter. But the idea behind all of that is that, you know, this is going to change the game. And wow, the NASDAQ, I mean, look at
NASDAQ's running now.
Look at the NASDAQ right now.
At least one of these has to change.
This number came out, man, the jobless claims higher. Like, jobless claims higher than expected, right? So, like, normally you would think that may go the other way, but it's finally a data point that maybe does give some justification to, you know, CPI data coming out next week, to the Fed and their pause. And, I mean, we're not going to say Fed pivot, but, I mean, the Fed's not really, at this point, is it even a Fed pivot? I mean, they've sort of priced in the fact that there may be one more increase at some point, and that may be it. So, yeah, the market up 0.22 right now. I'm surprised. I'm going to be trying to fade some of these plays, but yeah, let's be patient today. Got a little carried away in the afternoon yesterday. We're going to try to be more patient today with some of these plays. I'm still looking at Carvana bouncing around $19 here. This is funny how it can just move up like $5. Like, it moves up 25%, no problem. And then right now, it's just like, okay, now that we're up here, we're not really sure what we want to do. VWAP at 19 flat, 50 period at 1850. This is where I think there's some kind of support, because on that move up, You come back in. This is like the first dip buy opportunity down here at 18. Made that rally to 2050. Another dip buy here at VWAP, but this VWAP seems to be sketchy to me because such a dramatic move. So if you are going to anchor it, I guess that's where you do it anyways. So watch out for 19 to break down, and then I think 18 is, you know, the sort of the line in the sand there for Carvana. So if you're trading this one, just be careful. It's done so much volume, you can trade it as if it's open. But Carvana today, wow, 24% on updated guidance, 50 million EBITDA, sending this name apps. Can't believe that that's the case, but sending this name absolutely flying. Carvana. Get your used cars now. All right, back over to the desk there with Brendo and a very special guest.
Right? Crazy. Completely unexpected. Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Group, is back with us for a quick chat on the Canadian landscape, as we normally do.
Yeah.
We were just mentioning before we came on there, this Live PGA thing is just completely out of left field, first of all.
Yeah.
And I think catching a lot of people, including the players, off guard.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. We were just again joking around about that, and I'm sure a lot of us here watching are all golf fans. And to hear what happened yesterday, and the fact that the Open is here this weekend, so there's going to be a lot of hoo-ha around what's going on there. And just, I mean, Rory spouted off yesterday, so I might pop down this weekend just to hear what the scuttlebutt is, or if the Saudi fund just comes in on private jets to like make sure everybody's okay. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what happens. But I mean, you turn down $1 billion by, you know, certain people turn down $1 billion to not go there, and then all of a sudden you're now part of the tour. It's like a really bad merger that didn't happen, then did happen, and now is happening.
And all these players can just walk back in, you know, with
hey guys,
with
it's gonna take my a couple $100 million
wallets and anyways, crazy story.
So what the moral of the story is, we should have been golfers.
Clearly,
Yeah.
clearly. We're going to give everyone a little bit of a rundown as far as the tech-specific sector and tech-specific group here in Canada goes, what we can look at as far as opportunities on this side of the border versus what we can look at as far as opportunities on the U.S. side of the border. It's been a crazy couple of weeks, obviously, crazy couple of months, let's be honest, for the NASDAQ. All things AI driving the ship here. On this side of the border, not as many options to choose from, but there are a few.
Yeah, there definitely are a few, and again, like when I watch every day, I get very excited about what's happening in the U.S. because Sean and Neil are always spouting off about all the different AI stocks that they've got that you guys look at. And the Canadian landscape is much smaller from the large cap AI players. We don't have the Planeteers of the world that are doing what they're doing, but we do have a few that are above sort of that, you know, small cap threshold that are of levels of interest and have done exceedingly well in this past 52 weeks because of all things AI. And
catching, you know, the same headwind, or
exactly.
tailwind, I should say, to the upside. Let's go. KXS here, Kinaxis. Tell us about this one.
Yeah, they are. Their focus is obviously with the AI. They focus on supply chain and being able to predict what you're going to need when you're going to need it. They recently announced a deal with a company called Excel out of the Netherlands with respect to e-bikes, scooter parts, things like that. So being able to predict what you're going to need when you're going to need it. They've caught the great tailwind, like you just noted, and trading at about $180. Yesterday, they had an incredible day. They hit their 52-week high of $191. Traded back down into the 177, 180 range. So ended up being down 6% on the day after hitting their 52-week high on volume that was essentially almost double what they normally do. So for a trader's play, it might be interesting to look at.
Yeah, I mean, cut in half coming off COVID down to, or more than in half to 115. But nice move so far this year along with everything else in the space. There's a few other ones here. Covio, which is going to trade on the NEO exchange. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, and there's another one. Yesterday it was down 4% with volume that was triple what its normal volume is. Covio is traded between 480 and 940 for the year, and what they do is help you with your smart recommendations. So if you're looking on particular sites, they're going to be able to, with their AI technology, be able to sort of better recommend things that you're going to need and want. And most interestingly, they just partnered up with SAP. So if SAP has done their homework on them, likes them, should be a good sign for what they've developed so far.
Technically holding up pretty well. Got down to $6, as you said, back to 9 here, back to recent highs anyways for that's CVO, if anyone's looking for the ticker there.
Yeah, another thing just to add that we've talked about before, they have announced a normal course issuer bid. So it is always interesting for companies, and they're sitting on 200 million of cash. So they will have money to deploy what they're doing, as well as go back and rebuy their stock.
And another one here that's impressive, to say the least, as far as the daily chart is concerned. Former guest on this show, we've had Versus, the team from Versus on. So shout out to them.
Yeah, and again, yesterday ended up being down 15%. Volume was almost triple what they normally do, but they've rebounded nicely again. They were down to 39 cents, up to 372, sitting at around 290 right now. So, and again, this is a pure play AI focus trading on the NEO. And so they've been able, as they get news going, as they get things going, they will be able to demonstrate what they are creating in the world of AI. They have a new report coming out with Dentons as well, to talk about the state of AI, and they are sort of the tech validator on that report.
Yeah, I think we actually spoke to them around the IPO.
Okay.
And that was obviously before all of this craziness took off on the AI front. So great to see them doing very well here.
Yeah.
SYZ, tell me about that.
Yeah, that's one that we talked about a little while back. They are in the cloud service space for nonprofits, for education, for governments. We talked about them a little while back at about $5.50. So happy to see that it's gone up. It's sitting at about $6.65 right now. Traded between $6 and $6.80. Again, is a nice intraday trade potentially if you're looking for that. But they are making the right moves. They did cut their dividend. Again, most tech companies don't have a dividend. They did cut their dividend. So the stock did fall when we were on here last, but it seems to have rebounded from then. And they continue to put out news, starting to put out numbers for their quarters and years going forward. So as long as we start to see that and more contracts into the government and nonprofit space.
Silogist, good look. Yeah, SYZ on the TSX here in Toronto, guys, if you're looking. We've touched on this in the past, but I want to get your thoughts on kind of tying in mining here, if we can make a full circle. The Canadian economy, very heavily based in metals, mining, gold, all things precious metals as well. Obviously, you know, Tesla's leading the way as far as the EV side of things is concerned, but they're also going to be dabbling in AI with their robot in the next coming years. So opportunities possibly, maybe not immediately, but down the road a little bit on the mining side.
You know, it was interesting. I was listening to a podcast yesterday. I was actually at the American Chamber's AI event, and they were talking about some of the things that are happening in AI. And one of the things that is interesting is sort of what Tesla is doing with respect to robots and what they are doing and developing and how smart these robots are getting and what they are developing. And then with that, Tesla's going to need to do all their things with their electric vehicles. Sean just mentioned the number of Uber vehicles that are going by 2040. I missed the exact number Sean said, but by 2040, they're going to have a huge fleet of electric vehicles. So Tesla's going to be at the forefront of those things. So Tesla is at the forefront of all things EV and potentially getting into AI. And what they are, like you said, dabbling into is getting into the critical metal space, because they are going to be looking at lithium. And then for all things that you need, you're going to need copper, you're going to need zinc, and you're going to need tin. So the critical metal space is starting to catch a tailwind to the AI and electrification space.
We've touched on that in the past in the sense of, or from the battery angle for EVs, but this may be a whole nother.
Maybe we'll talk about that another time.
A whole nother opportunity and a whole nother segment. Great stuff. Rahim Alani, Managing Director here in Toronto at OCI Groups. Great to see you.
Guys, in Belmont weekend this weekend, so don't forget to watch.
Let me just throw that in there. I know, we know you love your racing there. Thanks a lot there. As always, we love to have Rahim on there. And that's the sort of the thing. Like, you look at, everyone talks about AI in sort of terms of, like ChatGPT and the language model is the only thing. But I'm good to see a couple of names out there. He's able to show there. I didn't even realize that Versus was making a double up in the last little bit. So that's a good one, and we did have them on the show. And everything pulled back yesterday, but it's a stock worth watching. And you start thinking about supply chain, and you start thinking about what you can really do in terms of logistics. I know somebody in the trucking industry, and it is a game changer for them in terms of being able to manage freight, and the efficiencies are throughout the entire economy. That's why we're in like the inning one of this AI mess. I need to come right back to Carvana. Let's be frank about this. Sometimes there's a stock out there that makes a big move, and then this is what you're going to be watching a little bit, just a little more attention to it, when it wouldn't have been on our radars at 6 o'clock. When you woke up this morning, or maybe last night, when you're going over, hey, what am I going to watch tomorrow? I don't know if Carvana was at the top of your list, but it just broke that 19 down. So that's that $20 level on the daily chart. It came and went. Would be nice if it got there at the open, but starting to pull back in here. If it can't hang on to 19, I think it's going to go gap filling, and that 17 double top would be an interesting place for it to bounce. 17 to 17.50. It's kind of looking at the breakout price. So Carvana, that short interest does keep it spicy and keep it interesting, but it's starting to give up support. It hasn't done so just yet, but there's a big gap that can be filled here.
Yeah, I just want to bring up what Raheem was sort of talking about there, is that you do have like the picks and shovels, right? So it's like, although we could talk all about EVs and AI and all this kind of stuff, if you're going to do EVs, you're going to have to get that, like he was talking about, the tin, the copper, all that's lithium, everything needs to be taken out of the ground, which kind of does suck. We build all these cars to save the environment and then destroy them and destroy the environment in doing so. But unfortunately, unfortunately, I mean, there's pushes and pulls on all these, but I still think that the more we talk about all of this stuff, man, the more I just keep going back to Tesla. And I know there's a lot of, I'm not even like a huge fanboy or anything like that. I don't even know if I would get a Tesla if I chose an EV space right now. But I don't drive one, but I just feel that, I don't know. I think just in the way this chart is looking, I feel like we need to be buying this name. Just every single dip buy opportunity. And now that we're above 220, I think we use 220 as some support. I wrote it down on the sticky note, which is now out. I wrote down 220 when we were at 223, but since then it's just bumped up about $2 and just continues to make the move higher. So yeah, the story that I had was that, this is from Uber, they're trying to go all. There's not even a number. Raheem was asking for the number. There's not even a number. They're full fleet,
everything
electric by 2040. Right now, apparently, I don't know how many cars worldwide they have, Uber, but right now it's 60,000 vehicles roughly are already EVs. So, and they're looking to go, obviously, a Hyundai on that one. So we'll wait to see what happens with that. But I just think Tesla leads the way, and all this autonomous talk, all this EV talk, I think you just stay with the big guys there. And if you're uncertain, there are ETFs and things like that you can hop into. But for me, it's Uber and it's Tesla. And I think if you just stay in those two plays and it plays out the way we've been talking about it, they're going to be the winners. They may not be the biggest ones, but I think Uber and Tesla are very, very solid names to get into if you want to play the autonomous and the EV space all together. So buy both of them, check them in a couple years.
Let's get a few analyst moves here, upgrades and downgrades for a Thursday morning. Amazon, Uber, and Zscaler notable on the upside. Etsy, Airbnb, Wynn, and Fisker. We'll touch on Fisker a little bit. Big week so far for FSR. The first segment of the show is always brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Simple rules, no time limits. Bottom of the screen right now. TTV, the promo code, gets you 10% off. Use that QR code, bottom right corner there. Shout out to our friends over at Surge Trader. Let's check out futures here.
Yeah, let's get to the screen, guys. 40.75, the magic level. Let's check the future, guys. 42.75, the magic level on the ES. It's the level that we bottomed out with on June 6th. It's the level that we moved down to in the aftermarket yesterday, and it's the level that we're at right now. So if we can continue to hold 42.75, I'd be looking for a pinch back into 4,300. Otherwise, you're really only looking at 42.50, the next level of support below there, Brenda.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know here heading towards the open on a Thursday morning. Use that QR code now and go to watchlist.tradertv. There's so many QR codes now. It gets confusing, but anyways, watchlist.tradertv.live. Enter your email address. That shows up every day for you from us for free. Amazon 1.5% here to the upside, helped obviously by this overall move in the market. We touched on it. Was it yesterday? I feel like it was yesterday. We touched on it with Netflix and the ad-supported tier. Still more positivity to come. It was $70 billion in possible ad revenue as a whole, TV ad revenue that they want to get a chunk of. Amazon Prime then coming out saying, hey, guess what? So are we.
Yeah, they want a piece of the pie, and why not? More revenue added. We heard yesterday that Netflix stands to add between $6 to $6.5 billion in added revenue per year on between the years of 2024 and 2025. Yes, Amazon Prime has much less of an offering of a video catalog than Netflix. I don't know about you, Brendo, but I have it for the delivery time.
There was also, there was also Warner Brothers and HBO and Paramount also coming out saying that they're going to do this as well. So get ready for ad-supported tiers right across the board here. 1.5%, though, as we mentioned, for Amazon back to the upside, trying to hold yesterday's low.
Something in the calendar.
Just talking to Raheem over here. We got
This man has the baddest cane in the business. I mean, that's the thing.
You guys don't see the cane when
We're talking about like matching your cane with your watch, with your socks, with your belt. Like this man is single-handedly changing the game.
It's actually true. The cane does match the watch, which is that's I was saying a few months ago that he's the most stylish person I know.
I might just fall off this stage, twist my ankle just to have a cane.
I wouldn't go that far.
Or
as you were saying a second ago, I'm just gonna out you a bit here. When you had your knee,
yeah,
you had the old school 1984 crutches.
The wood crutches.
Like the wood crutches that literally nobody uses anymore because they have a million other options that are lighter, more durable, and more comfortable. But
oh no, when I went to see the surgeon, they were like, "What the hell are you doing? Like these are the most gangster, like you know." You have insurance that will cover new crutches, and they're nice fiberglass.
It's amazing what they have now. I'm just saying.
If I can go home and find these crutches, I'm gonna take a picture of them because honestly,
no, I hope you can find them because why would you still have those?
They were so gangster that like the part that you put your hands on, you know, I had to like wrap them with like towels or something.
He's duct taping and
yes,
wrapping
duct
his
taping.
old...
Yes.
Oh, what are we? Okay, so Amazon.
I don't know. What are we supposed to do here? Amazon. You could buy crutches on Amazon, I'm sure.
You could. Okay, never mind. Or you could just get.
I'm about saving the environment. I'm using the same crutches from 30 years ago, Neil. Why do you have to chop down trees to make new crutches?
They don't use wood
anymore. We're burning millions of hectares of forest as we speak, Neil. Did you want me to get
Did you know
crutches?
that actually there is more forest in the last 20 years in North America than there used to be? It's one of those weird myths out there. That,
the wife and I were sitting there thinking about like all the destruction.
There's more forest, especially in North America, to be sure. But
yeah, but like imagine you're a bird or something. It's like you know, or any animal that lives in a forest. It's like
okay, we're gonna get back on topic because we're supposed to be talking about Amazon and ad-supported tier. It obviously makes sense for them if there's any success, and to the extent that there's any success for Netflix, that you're going to see this start to come through to the ability for their ability to do it. Now, Amazon had everything that the market did yesterday to the downside, ending on the lows, quadrunking through 125. It just failed that top end break. It's still a strong move. It's up almost 2% actually. I would have told you 119 is in play today, but now we're $4 away from it. So these consolidations off the gap ups have been pretty solid. I would have thought we had a chance to test underneath 120 to get us to that level. Now I just have to think about that previous floor at 125.5 on Amazon. And if we get up there, I do feel there was enough of a top pullback that there should be some selling in there. I also look at all the big tech at the close that had those huge buy imbalances that immediately paired off. I just feel like there's some sellers out there, especially in big tech, taking some profits off the board. So if we get back up to 125.5, we start getting into that territory, I think there's a fade to be had. Like there was some huge selling coming in at those prices. So if we can see a rally up to there, we're just closer to the 25, 26 now than we are to 119. Not what I thought when I left the office last night that would be the case.
Yo, what's up to C. Morgan? C. Morgan a bit. I appreciate Shawnee. He is the man. Enough said. Okay, well, I appreciate you, C. Morgan a bit. Shawnee. What are you, my wife or my mother or something like that? What's up, Morgan? All right, so I wrote down. Yeah, well, there's nicknames about all that kind of crap. Everybody has nicknames, I guess, but I don't know if Shawnee's not. I don't. Anyways, okay. We'll move off that. That just seems so like I don't know, like I'm 43, but
you're never too old.
Never too old. Nope. So I wrote down Amazon as a short here today because I didn't think that this news was that important. Ad-supported tier for Prime. I feel like that's Like, why is that not even existed yet? But again, we've seen Netflix talk about that. And then they actually make more money off their ad-supported tier members than they do their monthly members. So if Prime's going to do that, my whole thing about it is, if you're going to, tout your video service, you should probably have things on there that people want to watch. And so that for me is the thing about Prime. But at the same time, that's such a small bucket here for Amazon that I didn't think it was enough to rally it, but obviously up 1.8% here on that jobless number has really helped it out. We are down here at 122. It's really, this is just a 1 minute chart. It's rifled it up. Like when we wrote the sticky note, we were 122. Now you're 123.50. And now I have to agree with, we had a monster short yesterday here off of this consolidation early, then the break. So we actually took this 126 short and had it. So we'll see if we can do that again today. Wait for it to sort of base out a little bit. Wouldn't be surprised if this bump is not held. And be quite frank, I'm changing it now from 123 to 124 because yesterday we had some consolidation there. We bumped up, we hit it, then we fell down to 120.50. Let's see if Amazon holds 124. My bet is it doesn't, but we're up 1.8%, which I was not expecting at all there for Amazon. So, hey, it's an upside move. Let's not get caught offside. Let's wait for some support to develop, or in this case, some resistance on the upside. Then we'll hit the short on Amazon. I still think there's some downside in this name. It should not be up 2% here, in my opinion. So downside coming for Amazon today. We haven't looked at Coinbase or anything, but we'll have a look at all these names. As Carvana took 19, right? So
it's still there though.
Yeah, so it's still around 19. So watch out for that 1850 level that we talked about here. Which wow, it actually just bounced again off 1850. So that's twice now you've had that bump. Watch out for Carvana down here at 1850.
All right, let's go on to Lucid, as we were mentioning earlier. I mean, pretty weak, to say the least, yesterday with the overall NASDAQ trying to bounce here. I was kind of expecting this to be a little bit more. We're just back above 2-3 days ago support levels for Lucid. If you missed it again, they're going to sell imported cars in China, and they're also considering setting up shop as far as manufacturing as well. So as we were saying, it's already full of competition in China, but here comes Lucid.
Yeah, I don't see this really as a money-making opportunity here for Lucid. I see it more of as an overture from the Saudis to the Chinese. You know, the Saudis have been investing heavily in the West. We haven't heard too much in terms of investment in China. So I think this is just more symbolic than actual money-making, Brendan.
Everyone else is doing it. Why don't we do it too? Is there a trade here, guys, for Lucid today?
All right,
Lucid.
see you, dude.
So is it bad that like there's Lucid news and we want to trade Tesla and Rivian? Oh my goodness, Randy, you're the man.
Hello, it's reloaded. See you, Raheem.
Hey, the thumb's getting better.
Is your thumb getting better or worse there? I feel like
It's
that
better.
nail is coming directly
No,
off.
it's
Oh, it's getting better.
getting better.
Okay.
It's getting better.
All right,
So-
cheers. He's still loving. I told you he's loving Ford.
Randy's saying Ford. This is the thing. Like, I know Lucid has the news today, and it's up to 3%. But it's in no man's land between 7 and 6, and I just don't want to trade it in no man's land. So look, it gets up to $7. Probably, I don't know. You can probably go both directions here because the short off 7's been pretty decent. To say it was pretty decent yesterday would be an understatement. And if it wants to make a move to the downside, $6 is the 52-week low, 606 or 609. It's one of those two numbers. So 6 would be the obvious level on Lucid. We talked about this. You know, probably the Saudis making some good vibes, I suppose, with China, with the whole plant talk. Whether it actually happens down the line, who knows? But they have a long string that they got to run out here for some competition. When we talk about the EV names, you already went over Tesla, so I'm not going to double down on that one. But I mentioned Rivian. I was in this one in the afternoon for the flat bottom break on Rivian at 14. It took a while to roll over, and then eventually made that break to the downside. 1380, where it bounced. Coincidentally enough, it's probably not a coincidence, is the 50 period on the daily. So you've already had it break that little flat bottom on an uptrend. Can it hold on to the 50 period? So 1380, obviously a pretty big level here for Rivian. That's when you're looking at a day trade off of like a 50 period moving average, it has to hold volume underneath for you to want to be short underneath that number. Simply breaking a level like that, like ticking to 79 on an entry is a bit of a trap. because you need to see sellers beneath there indicating that there's people that are anchored to this or that they're stopping out underneath that want to get out of the stock, take some profit or maybe just cover or maybe get into short, whatever it might be. You want to see that come in first. So I don't want to take this at 9:30, and there is a chance it can just simply bounce above, and we could have a long off that 14 if it ends up holding the morning above 1380. So Rivian's probably more of a focus for me than Lucid.
Yeah, I think Lucid could get going, but it's only 1.3 million shares. So we've talked about this. It's not a big move here for Lucid at all. And I think what Brennan and Sharif were talking about, new plant in China. No, I don't think that's going to happen. And then you want to enter into one of the most competitive markets in the world, and not be able to produce cars and just I don't. For me, I think it's a nothing burger, but you're still up 3% and you want to trade price action. So I feel like that's the best thing to do. We can sit here and talk all we want about what our opinions are of these car companies. But yesterday, this is what the opinion of the market was. $7 all the way down to $6.40. The 52-week on this it's 9.15 right now, a couple stocks moving around. The 52-week low on Lucid, if I can even find it, I think it's 609. There it is right there. I just found it on the daily chart. That's the minute chart. So 609, we bounced off 638 yesterday. I still think if you want to go long, you wait for it to get back down into that $6 mark. But if we're going to talk about yesterday's levels, I don't know. If this is going to be a story, to me, you got to take out this. So you got to get back up to 7. I still think it's a fade around there. So for me, I'm short Lucid if we get up to that $7 mark. I just don't think it's really much of a story there. Fiskars had a big move and then followed by not much. So this is another one of those names where big move off that bottom of $4 up to 7 again. Like this is to me, these are the plays. Like you got to wait till it's so super depressed that no one likes it anymore. Then you can get sort of a relief rally on any kind of good news, right? And so again, like it's just Tesla's eating all these guys' lunches. And I mean, Fiskars talked about now opening up reservations and filling them for the Ocean and being into delivery into the fall for some of these cars. So I think once that starts happening, they're actually out on the road, then you could get a bump. That didn't necessarily work at all for Rivian. But again, look, now down 3.5%. What is Rivian? You looked at Rivian. What was it down today? 3 or... Fiskars down 3 with news. Okay, so Rivian's flat. So you get Rivian up a little bit, Lucid up 3, Fiskar down 3, and then Tesla, of course, bouncing off 120 or 220. The best trade for me is Tesla down here at 220. So we're going to wait for that to come through. It's on the sticky note. I really like a 220 level here on Tesla. Why? Because unlike, first of all, that's the split. So we obviously know where Tesla's been and where it's going. But right there, right here's 220. So we actually have some data points there. That's actually 218. So we have some reference of where we like Tesla. The 200 period, although it's not going to be right on this one, so I'm not even going to look at it, but the 50 period is 190 down there. Nice loop up here. So we'll take this into consideration for Tesla down here at 220. So that's a better trade for me. That's what we're loaded up to do. Is AMD on there? No. AMD to me is a better trade than all of these. If we can get this around the 120 mark for AMD, this is a short that I really, really like. We bumped up there yesterday into the 200 period. Before tanking into the close, we actually had some of this. So I like that trade there, 120 short. We get anywhere near there on AMD. That's going to be my #1 trade to look for here this morning.
All right, let's go on to GameStop here, grinding its way back to pre-market lows, down 22.8% right now, $20. I mean, if that doesn't hold, we're in a bit of trouble. Maybe 18, I guess, next stop for GME. Earnings not good. They report a loss. CEO's gone. 5th CEO exit in 5 years.
I know. He did his best. Matt Furlong, he actually reduced expenses, but the net loss continued to grow. I mean, what is the pitch here? What is the business model? Are they going to go to the cloud, or are we just going to remain at retail? So Ryan Cohen, the executive chair now, let's see what kind of changes he brings.
Here comes lows right now, guys, for GME.
I guess like the bull case for GME today would, I suppose, be you're at that $20 level now. You're already down 23%. You still have some short interest. So if it doesn't break 20 at the open, or I suppose if it does the old under over, like it breaks 20 even, doesn't get through that post-market low, it's like 1980 something, and then makes a rally past 20, you could get some short covering, kind of like what Coinbase was doing. But the difference between those bounces and what's happening right now in GameStop is usually when that's going to happen, you're already bouncing off that level in the pre-market. Like a lot of times when that's the case, you've made the move down and into the open, it's starting to bounce or show you signs of strength. Coinbase was at that time, like it showed you that it was coming back up. All the big flush had already happened. So this is not the case. It's still gliding to the downside. The open's going to be the tell here. Outside of 20, I don't think there's a level to look at. I sat down thinking if it was a pop into 22.5, 23, I like the short. At this point, it's just going to be about the 20 level at the open. I'm open to the idea of a wipeout bottom at the open where it can recover and then turn into like a breakout squeeze play. But for now, I want to be thinking about the short side of GameStop. And quite frankly, Carvana as a trade is looking a little bit more appealing if you're looking for some kind of a bounce.
Yeah, I think it's just respected this VWAP all the way down here on GameStop. I mean, obviously we talked about, fourth straight quarter of revenue decline. I mean, this is not great. I talked about it yesterday. I was kind of like poking fun at NFTs and sort of, not poking fun at them, but like no one's talking about them anymore. And these guys are gonna be selling collectibles and NFTs and all that kind of stuff in their marketplace. Doesn't seem like it's very hard to enter this business, and the barriers to entry here for GameStop, I mean, they're trying, and like they said, gone through many different management changes. You have basically filled this gap all the way back down into 1850. I feel like that's going to be a level. If you're going to try to play the long, right down there on the daily chart, goes all the way back to late April. Try to see if there's a bounce off there. Obviously, we've done it before. We'll see if we could do it again. Some of that wick to 29. I mean, that's in the we were actually watching it live yesterday when that came through. I guess on the Ryan Cohen news, we'll see if the meme master himself can somehow rally this name. But no one's even talking about memes anymore. You're trading off, like we just saw, Carvana actually releasing good news, right? And so I don't think that little rallies of chicken tendies and all that kind of stuff is going to rally anything. Little apes going to the moon and diamonds bigger than your head and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I tweeted out. I mean, me and my boy we were like in front of GameStop, to be like, yeah, GameStop, But like now, no one's about that, and that was what was rallying the stock. So now, if you're going to actually look at fundamentals, is there anything there for GameStop? Well, I think there could be. I think they could merge with somebody at some point I don't know if that's going to create shareholder value though. If they do that, probably at lower prices or some kind of a deal. They do have retail locations out there, so I could see something happening in that space. I mean, I don't know who that would be. I don't know if it would be an Amazon. You talk about selling collectibles and things like that, but that's not really in Amazon's forefront to like merge with another company like this. But and plus the retail spots that they have are really small, right? They're just little small nooks and stuff like that, at least around here. So I don't know. I'm not in love with the business model. I can't, like Sharif said, what's the path here? I'm not sure. But I know one path is UiPath. Has been doing pretty good lately as well. True. So we'll look at some of that. I mean, maybe GameStop, maybe they did talk a little bit about AI. I don't know, but I'm nervous for this stock. We'll see about 1850. And what I was going to say about the daily chart, this is VWAP. Look at it. It's been pretty good all morning where we've been respecting it. This dotted line is the 21. You got the 50, then you got VWAP. So right now, VWAP sitting at 2050. So I'd say you'd go short into 2050. If it breaks it, you get out. Just follow the lines today. Watch the technicals. You're down 23%. Remember, it's going to be SSR, so you're not going to be able to short this thing right off the open. You're going to have to wait for a tick higher.
All right, let's go on to CBNA. If you're just joining or missed it early on, this was a note that lifts Carvana 20+% here, forecasting second quarter core profit above 50 million. They also, as Sean was mentioning there, 6,000 for the quarter per unit, which seems really high. You and I were just talking about that. It's impressive, to say the least, if they can actually do that.
Yeah, the thing about the used car business as opposed to selling new is that you're not restricted by the MSRP given to you by the manufacturer. You can sell the used car at whatever profit you want. So their hands are a little bit less tied. But anyway, price action wise, let's go to the chart. It looks fantastic so far. I think Neil was mentioning this. Bull flag forming here with an 1850 bottom. So we'll continue to watch to see if this one holds, Brendo, but right now looking pretty good.
Depends on who you ask, but still 21, 22, 25% short side as well for CBNA.
We saw a higher number than that. I mean, Trade Ideas had 50, what was it? 59%.
I thought it was 58.
Let me
yeah,
just
58.
do
It's 58.
Let me just go to. I'm just gonna go to Flow Checker here and check out Carvana.
Go to that because I don't think that 20 number is accurate.
Oh, I have to do the thing where I have to refresh the page.
no.
Goodness. See, I don't know.
Well, we have it at 57 on Trade Ideas,
Which
but
is a big
we'll
number.
let Flow Checker load up for you. If you come over here, I can call it up. I mean, there it is again, bouncing off 1850 a couple times. So we'll have to watch out for that level. It looks like it wants to take it out right now. Adjusted EBITDA of $50 million for Q2. Let's just see that number. Let's see what's under the hood here. They don't report until August 3rd now, so they're just kind of getting ahead of that number, which is a ways away. So yeah. $6,000 per unit number seems pretty good, up 20+%. Obviously, with that number being in the 50s again for the shortable amount, that's huge, right? 50, 60%. That's what's sparking this. People that have their bets on the short have to cover because of this move to the high side. Let's see what happens off open right now for Carvana. I wrote down 20 long, like just with a question mark on the sticky note. That already happened and it rejected it. So right now, I'd say you're probably going to look shorting around 20 with that wick high on good volume. So whenever you make these wick highs, and of course this is going to be at, this is kind of right when it started going there. It's 821. So I don't think there is a dark pool dump there. But again, on the high of the day is when you get the most volume on the buy, right? So someone busted that through 20. Now they're trying to get out of it, I guess, as it comes back to the downside. Let's see if that 20 buyer comes back and hits it one more time. So for me, you're still bouncing off 1850 right now. Looks good. Liquidity getting a little sparse right now as the spread can open up here as we get close to the open. And then Neil's going to talk about the in float in a minute. Let's just look to see what's on here. We don't know. TDOC is one big order. We sort of talked, Neil and I were mentioning that. We'll look at that in a minute, though. Palantir there as a sell, continuing off of what it was a disastrous day yesterday, hitting 17, then down to 1450 at close. I don't even see Carvana on here. I mean, it's here, but 90,000 into 7.5 million, not much. So right now, Ford's on there, and really no NASDAQ names at all. We saw some big NASDAQ names at the close yesterday. Nothing following through here off the open. So imbalances, there's GameStop as well for anybody interested. Imbalances relatively light as GameStop bounces off 20.
Yeah, completely light. So the numbers I see at Flow Checker, anywhere from 50 to 70 are the estimates. 50, 50, 57, 69. So just a little bit on the higher side in the short interest. To me, that's the case. So adjusted gross profit, I don't actually... Someone tell me what adjusted gross profit means for Carvana, because, again, fundamentally, this is probably not about the fundamentals anyway. So that short interest is what's going to be driving it to the upside to the extent that it goes up today. That $20 level on the daily, that's where I thought the 17 break was going to from a technical standpoint, but you're not going to get the 17 break because it's already happened. I am looking first off that 20 level for a potential short trade. If it does the old break 20 at the open and then Hwadunk it, I'd go for the short. I do not want to be long that breakout. I'd rather take it. If it holds above that break price, I think it's probably going to make a bigger move. So, 20 for me is going to be an early short trade. I think we're going to go to Netflix and then come back.
On the ad-supported tier for Amazon Prime, we were talking about the same thing for Netflix going back a couple days ago. $70 billion in potential ad revenue as far as what is available for all of these now to kind of sink their teeth into. So more upside, according to analysts over the past couple of days, with positive notes for not only Netflix, but here's Amazon today as well.
Yeah, and it's funny how we get the number from Netflix with respect to what to expect with respect to this ad-supported tier. And I mentioned earlier with respect to 2024, 2025, they're looking about $6 to $6.5 billion of excess revenue in addition off those ad-supported tiers. So Amazon, I guess, liking what they see and joining the boat there.
Yeah, Netflix held up better than the overall market. I was just, anyone who has a flight plan today to Newark, you're not going. They just paused flights in and out of Newark again because of this smoke. That's just insane. Brought to you by, the rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas. Real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show. See what's moving in the moment. Shout out to everyone over at Trade Ideas. Remember, $11.11 gets you 2 weeks right now. Everything included. Live, real-time data as well. Trader TV 20, bottom right corner, gets you 20% off also.
And as far as Netflix goes, I like $3.95. I mean, if we can get any kind of even if it bounces off that level, if it breaks that one to the downside, I think it's got a lot of room to go. If there is a pop, 408 to 410 is sort of the zone for me to short. Someone just put in the chat there. NIO, I knew I forgot something when we were talking about the EV names because NIO gapped above $8. Okay, so it broke $8 in the pre-market. I don't know. You can gap above $8. You're not really holding it either. And so the $8 short has been a good one. The breakout, I don't think I want to look breakout at 8 now that it's failed the pre-market. I think 805 probably sets up a little bit better. So NIO still available for that $8 break. I just think it's got to be something like an 05. And the short in front probably comes in there pretty quick. We got 40 seconds to go till the open. One other name out there, and thank you very much for pointing that one out in the chat. I totally forgot about you, Affirm. Affirm, much like everything, Palantir, all those other names that were high flying, it went up on the Amazon news. It came right back down on the Amazon news, bouncing off 16 even. Broke from 16, settled at 16. 16 is the price to watch today.
Only 10 seconds.
We're going to say I'm going to get the countdown on right now. If it can't hold 16, I think Affirm does a bit of a huadunk, but that could get tested right away at the open. So watch the Carvana. GME already at $20.
Here we go.
Prad's on the bell in
It's
3,
Prad. It's Prad. It's
2,
Prad. That's Prad.
And bring it.
If anyone was wondering who Prad is,
That is
that's
Prad.
Prad. If anyone wondering who Prad is, that is Prad. So shout out to Prad. Again, shout out to my wife who's in the chat who also just said that the kids right now are just being ushered inside. There's like no outside play at all today.
They canceled, yeah.
Yeah, due to all that fun stuff happening in the world with the fires.
Not that fun.
No, I just hope that can get resolved, man.
Hopefully.
That's
Get
just
some rain, man. We need
that's
some
a
rain.
nightmare for sure. And we were talking about it yesterday about all those tragedies, honestly, in the forest and whatnot. But okay.
GameStop bouncing.
Yeah, GameStop bouncing. AMD up here. AMD ripping right now to the upside. We've seen this happen in the market many times before where it starts to get going early and then we wait. And we wait for this move to the upside. I'm still sitting at 1980 right now on AMD. And again, just looking for this short against 120. We talked about that yesterday, right into there, that 120 level. So let's see if we can get to that. We maybe will take a fill at 119.50 right now. Just, again, not getting too early on this play. Oh, there it is. Does it break down? All right, let's take a fill now just for very light. If we can get that, we should probably try it right there on AMD. What else is moving around? NASDAQ up, down, and kind of just flat right now. So that's all that I'm looking at is AMD. We just take a first position short right now ahead of 119. But honestly, man, we're waiting for that 120. Let's not get carried away. Let's make sure we wait. And the patience is a virtue that we're trying to have here today.
Exactly. No, we're going to have to be patient with GameStop. It
Look at the
bounced off
market.
that 20 as the market's going up again. So 21.50, we just saw 21.40 on GameStop. It's getting into that zone where you look for a rally off 20 when it holds, but I still think there's going to be a fade in here. So it's getting pretty close to that 22. Carvana's starting to bounce. Neo's making its churn up to $8 as well. Want to wait for it to get close to that 8 for a bit of a short trade. And we mentioned Amazon as well. That was the other one we were watching at the open. No movement really on Amazon. Thought maybe it would push up and give us that short opportunity. I don't want to rush in just yet, but Amazon not doing much of anything.
There we go.
Another one.
Bang right there. How about AMD? How you like that right now? $1.20 in the money on AMD off that one. This is the trade of the damn day already for me here. We talked about being patient, wait for that move to the upside. We wrote down 120, came to 119. We liked it. Here's the pushback down for Advanced Micro Devices. It's a #1 name here on the sticky note, and now it's $1.50 in the money off the open. Let's go right here. We're trying to get something out, though. We're bidding 40s. That was the bottom there. Let's see if we can crack just a little bit more right now. Okay, all right. Let's bid something in the 50s. Boom, right there. Spin the money to start off the day early right now with some big boy trades. And also, we are now short on Amazon. Shit, Sean, use a little more shares next time. But there it is, nice little downside move. Let's get it out, get some out of the 90s, get some more out right here in the 90s again on Amazon right now. So back-to-back jacks here. Let's see if we can't have this continuation now to the downside. Look at that cover, 117.50 on AMD. Let's see if we get lower. Yesterday's close, 117 flat, putting a bid there now.
Oh my goodness, 15 on Palantir right now. Pop and fade, 15 Palantir. Also, GME just made a pullback off of that high. I just got the short off of that. We said we'd short a pop on that. Oh, no, I got Palantir. I did not get filled on GameStop. Oh yeah, GameStop's SSR.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, of course. So I actually need an uptick to get the fill on GameStop. It is what it is. You know with SSR, you're going to have to get filled the other way. So here's that 15 level on Palantir. Just got GameStop as well. I want to look for a curl here, but it's starting to show a little bit of strength here in PLTR. NEO, not much happening in NIO. And Carvana is actually not moving, oddly enough. Carvana is still at 1870. That's a little bit surprising.
All right. Yeah, that is surprising. We talked about Carvana. Okay, so there it is. I'm just trying to take a little bit out. It just broke back above 118 there, so we took some more out. But I think we want to stay on these shorts and then just make sure that they're still printing. And they are printing right now, but the problem is the NASDAQ is still relatively high. So I still feel like we do have a dramatic, oh shit, here goes Amazon right now to the downside. So we get another one from DJ Colin early on AMD. But there's another one coming, and that's Amazon right now. If you want to talk about this, this is the one thing that I'm doing so much better. Check sticky note notes. Amazon short, AMD short, ding, ding. And right now, there it is right here. We are really done well here on this. By the way, AMD, remember we told you we put a 117 fill? What's up, Brendo?
Suggesting the SEC has filed a motion to freeze Binance assets. So again, the SEC looking to freeze some of Binance assets. So just keep an eye on BTC.
Remember, like the commingling of funds was something said for Binance. It was not for Coinbase. Right? Like the very big difference between what they're doing with Binance and Coinbase. Obviously, we can't trade Binance. So let's get that one out of the way. Going to try and ring the register here on the first out in Palantir. So it does the over/under thing at that 15 level. There's the pop. Here's the fade. Now, can it follow through? It's already come down and given a fill at 90, looking 80s, 70s, 60s, all that good stuff in there. Did you get into Amazon? Because
oh yeah,
Amazon. It didn't break the high. Okay, I liked 125 on Amazon. That's maybe not far enough there on Amazon. Oh, Palantir got that first level.
Amazon's tricky.
There's a wick out there on Palantir. Yeah, Palantir's starting to go. I was able to get 1480. This is where you got to wait and be more patient for it. I got the first move in. It was able to come back and pull back 20 cents. Now it wants to break back out. After this level, you're probably looking at 15.50 and 16 bucks. So if it's not going to curl there, those are the next two levels to the upside. GameStop's holding for. Carvana's now starting to break down a little bit. So 17 to 17 and a half, it broke out from 17. That is a level that I think you could find an obvious bid, but it's just falling to the downside now. So I am in GameStop still. That one's starting to settle down. You needed to wait for an uptick. I was wondering, why didn't I get the short? Because I was hitting the bid and not hitting the bid because you can't actually hit the bid on GameStop. You just got to be able to wait for an uptick. That's why it was really tricky to get the other side of this trade on GameStop, which is coming to the downside. Tesla, not a heck of a lot happening over there. In EV land. Tesla's barcoding off 225, although now catching a bit of a bid on Tesla. If that gets up to 230, I think yesterday's high is a reasonable place for the short.
All right, so we're still we're holding on to AMD. We're very, very light on that. We've already gotten our fill on that, but there's the reload there on Amazon against 124. We wrote down 123 for the short on Amazon, but the Amazon news has sort of changed the game a little bit for the stock. Obviously, that Prime subscription tier, we talked about that. We were trying to wait out for this 124, maybe 124.50 in order to be severely wrong on that one. It's too bad. Well, it's not too bad. I mean, we absolutely destroyed Amazon, AMD, as we got pretty sweet fill down there at 117 flat. We are almost out. 20, 40, 60, 80. 20% left on this one. And then we're going to watch out for Amazon up there, up against that 124.50. So I'm going to try to get more short if we can get back up into, like I just said up there, 124. We'll try that against that 124.50. But for right now, it's kind of doing its own thing. Shopify was a big mover yesterday. We can have a quick look at that again as it's bouncing around here again. Oh, we're trying to get this through 60 bucks. Apple is a big one. There's the move for Shopify. So we're looking for short. They're off of $60. So that's the key there. Like, look at this. Barcoded at 60, all pre-market before falling down pretty dramatically there off the open. $2 straight to the downside on Shopify. Brendo's got something?
Earnings mover, guys. DBI, designer brands, to the upside to the tune of about 15% so far today. Just broke 8 on a huge volume alert there. So DBI beating expectations.
So we're flat on Palantir because we got some profit. I just got out of GameStop. It takes a couple of seconds, I guess, to update the position board, but we shorted it on the curl. We gave it to the high of the day. We get out when our stop triggers. Going to be pretty binary. If it makes a continued push to the upside, I don't want to be long the stock. I understand it can absolutely squeeze, but everything about this just says there is going to be some selling come into it. And at that point, whether it's at 22, I doubt it. Maybe that 23 level, maybe that 23 level comes into play. Rivian is still holding fort. I mean, I'm watching Amazon. It's still not quite where I want it short, but Rivian's underneath that 14 level. It did try to break. You got up to 1403. It's back on it underneath that. 1380 is the 50 period. Wanted this to settle down at the open, and looks like it is trying to settle. So I'm going to try and get some shorts into that 14 level. As far as Netflix goes, that was another one that was possibly setting up. Yeah, it did punch down 395. Didn't quite get there. It got to 396. So good bounce on Netflix. If you happen to be sitting out in front of that 95 level by $1.50, $2, I think you pick this one up. But it's going to have to come back down and pick me in.
What else you guys want to look at? I mean, it's still very, very early. We can look at lots of stuff here. Yeah, I think you're right there. Stink hands there, that AMD is doing its normal dance here off the open, which is why we took it pretty light at 119. We were waiting for 120, but then when it came in, it was hell to pay there on the downside for AMD. So I still think that everything's going to be coming in right now. I don't even want to touch this Amazon trade. I mean, we will put something at O's here just because, and then let's leave it alone. Amazon, I still think that we got a good fill up there. We're waiting for that 124. We'll take a little bit more if it comes up there. But for right now, we're pretty short Amazon, and we're liking the way this one's looking out for sure. Let's check out Disney, man. Go woke, go broke. Let's see if people are going broke on Disney today. 92 and change. We've been looking at this one off the 90 bottom. But yeah, okay, so this is starting to move down. This is actually looking pretty good. What's up with this today on Disney? Like, I never see anything like that. All right, so still not, like 92.70? Is there just like a crazy seller there? This could be something to watch out for. Let's see if Disney comes back to 92.70 because I haven't seen anything like that in a long time on any stock in the pre-market. So we'll wait to see.
That's a break, man.
Yeah. So now Disney's coming to the downside. Let's watch out for this 91.90 or so down there for that bottom on Disney. As Amazon, I guess, is not going down. And again, this is not something that we're going to get completely railroaded on. We do have our 124.50 if we're going to be wrong on this. 124.50. I guess the Tesla didn't go down to 220, did it?
It did not. That's the thing. Like, I mean, Tesla didn't. It dipped to 223. Kind of missed out on Netflix by $1, which is frustrating because it did do that move. But Tesla now starting to get up, like 227. I know because I just got into Rivian, so sometimes it drags it to the upside. But we're underneath 14 still on Rivian, so that's pretty solid. 230 on Tesla was the high-ish yesterday. The longs into that were, I mean, they were good until it got to that price. That's the way to think about it. So you got to wait for a couple of dollars before you get into any resistance. I see a poll up there, but I don't really have time to answer it.
It's just red or green or flat. It's
yeah, okay. NVIDIA, another chip name up here. This is starting to break out a bit. This was one of the weakest names in the market. You can see it actually closed on those lows. Bit of a relief rally happening. 385 to 386, I think, is resistance. I'm still looking to short some of these pops. I just don't want to rush into it. The NASDAQ is starting to rip here. And the dip buy that I wanted, which was Netflix, did not come into play. It was not able to grab it. Affirm as well, 16, never really bounced off 16, held 1650, gliding to the upside. This has to go a ways before I think about fading this one. This is a squeezable name, 5% up today, but $2.50 away from its high yesterday. Got to be patient with that short.
Right. Yeah, we're trying to be a little patient here too.
But
yeah, Amazon's getting real close, man. We were just at 96 there, as if we didn't get any fills there at 96. Okay, we'll wait for it'll probably come through now. All right, I'm just gonna put a fill at 93 then, because why not? We'll take that and then see what happens there as it blasts through. 124. Remember on this one, so we've just been averaging into the short. We like the short there, but again, I guess this prime news is getting taken a little better than we thought it would, as of now it's up 2.29%. Watching out for this little 124.50. Unfortunately, if we take that, I think we got to get out, because the next level is 126, and then we just got to just take the L on this and understand that that's just what happened to us on Amazon. So 124.50, we're going to give that a go again on AMZN. Not again, but we're already in it. So 124.50 is going to be the line in the sand for me on that one. It looks like it's going to be a disaster if we get up to there, but that's what we have to do. And then AMD making the move which is fine. This is kind of what we want, up to 120 here for AMD, but the market is kind of screaming now. So be very, very careful with what we're doing. Trying to go short into all these names may not work right now as the market continues to make a move up. What's up, Brendo?
Much of a reaction to this, but Bernstein analyst, guys, just out with a note suggesting GM could be a potential suitor for this one, Lyft.
I thought we had that report before. Anyways, okay.
Whether we did or not. Okay, so good move on Lyft. Uber, by the way, got very close to $40. I'm just in Rivian right now. I'm going to look to add if it starts to fail 14, but Alibaba is on a tear. It's up 1%, but there hasn't even been a red candle on the 3-minute just yet. Remember, it rejected 87. This is getting a bit parabolic. So if it continues parabolic into 87, I think that's where the fade is. I'm going to look at Netflix and tell you that it's still breaking out above that 400. It's not really clearing anywhere near the 410. Amazon, it didn't quite get to 125 there. It just did a wick top at 124. I do want to pop and fade into this name. I still believe that I'm unresolved that this is automatically a long day after yesterday. So while I'm in just Rivian now, you just did a bit of a pop above 124. If you retest that high and don't make a new one, I can see the sell side being right here. I really thought Carvana would be something, but now it's turning into very similar to what Coinbase was, which is a bit of a distraction. I might move that level 2 to something else because it's still at $18.70. Every time I look over, it's like between $18 and $19, which is not a fly zone.
There was a big bump down to 18 flat there, I think, off open, right, on Carvana?
Yeah, there was one move underneath, and now it's just holding in the dollar range that I don't want to be trading it. So you want to be trading, to me, I wanted to be trading around $20 or around $19 or around $17. So here comes a bit of a fail in Amazon. This is me trying to grab that bit of a curl here. If we hold this level, VWAP 22s, if we break back out, sit it out until we get to 125. But waited for this move to come in here and now taking it. Rivian, that last pop-up didn't get to 14. My entry was, I got some in the 80s, and then I got back in, and I got some more in here at 94. I just want to be net short in the 1380 to 14 range. And if 1380 breaks, that's a 50 period on the daily, and I'm not worried about taking the level break. I'm already short into that level break here on Rivian.
All right. So finally, we just got a nice little dump down there on AMD. Again, trying to represent that 120 short. I'm only in 2 positions. It's AMD short, it's Amazon short, which has not been great. The market hasn't really helped us out. So we started building the short, then we went up. So now we have to see what the market does. And again, we're looking at 14,400. We just bounced off that right there. So that's going to be a pretty key level we're thinking here on the market. At least I am anyways at 14,400. This is a little bit of a longer time frame here on the NASDAQ. So 14.4, we bounced off there a couple of times, including this morning as well, and yesterday. So let's just see what happens with 14.400. Nice move down. The real bounce spot is 14.300, which we did already today. So let's see if that can hold. We talked about that in the pre-market. It was a shout out to Bob, I think, or somebody there in the pre-market that
Bob W.
Yeah, Bob Dub that brought that up to us right now. But Brendan's got something.
Mobileye, guys, just popping up on a relative volume scanner. Here's why. Intel pricing that $1.6 billion stake sale that we spoke about a couple of days ago. So down 6.4% here for MBLY.
No, it's hilarious because yesterday I had a conversation with Sharif about don't turn long-term trades. You don't turn swing trades into long-term.
I thought you liked mobile long-term.
And you don't turn long-term trades into swing trades. I was like, man, I got that dip buy and I could have taken a quick 30% on it. But I'm like, no, I wanted to have a long-term investment in the stock. So I did not do that. And I stink bid the stupid thing, and then it went up to $45, $46. It's like I could have swung out of it. But it's actually at the 50 period looking pretty good. Amazon's starting to come back in. Rivian just broke the low of the day. Those are the 2 that I'm in. Rivian broke that low. I did take something when it took out that low of the day, and I'm going to be scalping it down. I think, if you hold beneath 1380, I start thinking about numbers like $13.50, $12 on a longer time frame, but that's the daily break. It has to still hold underneath here. That's the structure we want. The market's starting to roll over pretty nicely here as well.
Yeah, I don't want to ring the registers yet, but we are taking some out of Amazon, of AMD. We did take a little bit out of Amazon. I mean, here comes AMD right back down. Unfortunately, we didn't get as many shares as we wanted to up there. Still a chance to do that, of course, as the market just fading off that 14,400. So we're just going to start to cover again. Like we're covering lower, like we're covering lower than where we bought these shares. Obviously, nicely in the money now for everything. There goes Amazon. Let's go Amazon. Let's get into the 30s now, where we have a couple bids, just to make sure. No, we have one out in the 20s right now. Okay, that just stopped at 40. Let's put something here. Again, I'm not trying to take crazy quick decisions here. I want this to work. Like, I feel that if this market fades out, we had a disastrous day yesterday. We had a monster short in Amazon yesterday, man. We let it build out, and then it just tanked the rest of the day. So we let this sort of build, and then this happened. So right now, I'm kind of, and again, I have too many outs. Like, we took $1 or not, something like that on Amazon, and I was like, yeah, $1. But like, you know, maybe we can get more than this on this today. We're already 40, 50 cents in the money here on AMD, as that's having a little bit of a problem here. We do have 1850, so let's put some more bids here in the 80s, and then even lower than that if we can get it. But for right now, yeah, the market doesn't seem to be going too crazy to the downside. Brendan with another one.
Here, guys, GE Healthcare, GEHC, a recent one we've been discussing as well. Just seen coming across, they're priced a secondary offering this morning. So GE Healthcare down big time. This one, fuel cell, wider Q2 loss reported for F-Cell, but nice move back to the upside here. Double bottom there around 225, 230, right back up.
They reported F-Cell? Okay. Good look there. By the way, Uber is very close to the $40 level. That's a big one. But also now, look at this at 17. This, I mean, a firm, I thought it was like a wait for the short situation.
Amazon.
But this is multiple wicks above 17 with a rejection. Yeah, exactly. Amazon needs to get down.
Get down!
But a firm at that 17 level, if it breaks the top, fair enough. I'll respect it. But I almost need to be short this, and this range of risk reward is just going to favor it. As Sean was just mentioning, Amazon is starting to come back in. You just saw 123.5, which it happens to be VWAP, but I don't know that that matters this early. If it continues to the downside, you got to look at this 122.5 that wick down into the open. So a firm, I guess, another short here. Don't really have any longs in this market currently, but if you're looking for something strong, I was just mentioning Uber is very close to a 40 breakout, so a bit of a bull flag there on Uber.
Yes.
This had a huge gap to be filled from yesterday. So it could be back in that 40-70 range as well. But the short's starting to pay off here. Rivian, Amazon, firm for me to the south side.
Oh man, I was just relief because honestly, man, like we make all these calls and sometimes we don't sit there and we get out a little bit too early. But look what the hell we're doing on Amazon right now. This is just one of these kind of trades, man, and we're happy because it was right off of the sticky note. Both these trades again today, off the sticky. Let's go Amazon. I was just bidding 04s there. We just stopped at 06s. Whatever. We'll take an 08 right there. We'll put another 08 out right here. This is 70 cents now in the money on Amazon. And this was a trade that we talked about it. We're trying to get you guys to stay in it. I'm trying to get myself to stay in it here. But when it drops down like this and we have the shares that we have, we definitely start to get some out. So this is a good trade for me here on Amazon. Wow. We you know, again, I mean, the DJ Khaled thing is getting old, so let's just do this. You know, I mean, now we're starting to bank out on Amazon. And again, like we talked about this on the sticky note, we talked about it all morning, so that's why I'm happy that this is actually working out now for us, because sometimes we don't follow our plans to a T, and today looks like we are, and we are definitely being rewarded with this here again today. AMD still, man, a big profit center for me again today is Advanced Micro Devices. However, this name's not moving as rapidly as I sort of thought it would back down to the downside. Sure, we get some great fills early. And I mean, that was one, like, I'm talking about being disappointed. That's a 119 fill. That's a 117 out. So the very first trade we took today was a $2 winner. Right? So the Dollar Bandit is here on AMD as well. And we're going to try to get that going on Amazon as we just take another out in the 20s. Hopefully we can get this down to 122.50, which is where the 200 period is. But first things first, we need a rejection of VWAP. But it's hitting it and rejecting it back up to the upside. I want it to stay underneath this. We got to stay underneath 123.50. Can't let VWAP hold, which it's doing. So this, no more reloads at all until we get back up to 124. If it's going to work, we got to let it go here and see what it does. Unfortunately, Carvana really hasn't been on our minds too much here.
I just moved my level 2 in chart from Carvana to Affirm because Carvana has been a disappointment.
Yeah, it's just sitting here at 19 right now, so trying to see what happens with that.
I think you want to get paid. You have to start ringing register on some of these shorts because, like, a couple of things. Like the market That's stair step up any way you want to look at it. You know, obviously making some higher lows. Chance that we could roll over big from
Bring it,
here.
Amazon.
So I don't want to complain about the fact the shorts are working. Firm just broke its little upward trend, so that's now heading back into the downside. I think I want to look for underneath VWAP, underneath 1680 for some reloads, work it to the $16. I think that's where the bottom could be. Amazon's trying to break trend as well, so this would be a higher low if it made it, but it hasn't necessarily made that higher low right now. Rivian is continuing to push down. I haven't taken it out yet on Rivian. Remember, it's 1380 that was that level on the 50 period on the daily. So I wanted to really clear out underneath, give some low 70s before I start taking this one out on Rivian. Short into that 14 level and then actually adding on the way down. Like instead of getting out here and here, we're adding on the way in for this continued flush into the downside. So a little bit more patience, because this isn't one of those opens where, quite frankly, like you had some whipsaw action. If something was set up, just allow yourself to maybe sit in it and let it work. I thought NEO $8 was going to be something. That's Rivian. NEO, I guess you could have the same trade if you shorted NEO at like 790. I was waiting for a little bit closer to 8 even, but that's a distinction without a difference. Either one of those would have worked out pretty nicely.
All right, we're going to put one more bid. We're sitting down here on, okay, Amazon. Man, this feels good sometimes. Like, you know, when you get those good trades and you have them and they're working exactly as you thought they would, man. Bye-bye, Amazon. We just talked about this coming down to that 122.50 marker, and there it is right there. So, hey, man, we'll Barry Horowitz ourselves, pat ourselves on the back and go like this one more time because he ain't lying. It's another one right there for that. Yeah, Amazon puts whatever you want. Make sure, though, that you are following me on Twitter at TraderTV, Sean. We got some good trades going on here. This is the sticky note from today. It talks all about the only two trades I'm in. AMD short, Amazon short. Me and Neil looked at Carvana. We've talked about that, and we got to go look over at Tesla as well. But for me, I'm looking Tesla.
Just turned a little bit.
Yeah, I'm looking Tesla long. So being in these shorts, which right now, bangers, we don't need to do anything else. So I'm just going to wait. There goes AMD right now to the downside. We just get an 80 fill right there. So that's going to be a big trade for us. There goes Amazon right down to that level that we said we'd be looking at here. We want this 122.50 first. I'm going to put another bid. This is what happens when you take in more shares, right? And this is why I'm happy with what's been happening is that I know that I scalp out too much, but that's fine. That's the way I'm trading. I'm fine with that. Would love to be able to hold a little bit longer for more shares. But just like we get out there at 87, now look, now it's back through O's again, right? So you got to sort of take the good with the bad on your trading style, and just right there on AMD as well. Look what's happening to AMD right now. Wow, huge move to the upside. So if you don't scalp some out, now you're in trouble. What exactly is happening right now with AMD?
NVIDIA broke the top just now.
Okay, so this is okay, there we go. So we're out. Okay, AMD just got us out there on that top break. Let's give it one more shot there through that. As we do get stopped out on AMD, we're going to give it one more shot. There it is. We should be out soon. So there it is. So AMD takes out 120 on that crazy move out of nowhere there. That happened to us yesterday on AMD as well. Maybe we stay away from this one and just focus on Amazon. But AMD, huge upside move right there out of nowhere. That's okay. That was the short that we liked. That's a monster move. Up to 121 maybe, AMD. Where are we going on that? I almost feel like there was something that hit there.
I don't know if something just hit, but I can tell you at the same moment you just said that, I immediately flipped over. Well, I had a chart up on NVIDIA, but it broke 380. It's at 382.5.
Wow.
Like it's screaming to the upside. However, flip side, my three shorts are in the money, and I'm sort of just working the same three. At this point, there's not a heck of a lot going on in those names except a slow slide to the downside.
Wow.
But I went over to Marvell to see what was happening with that name. Low of the day. I went to Intel, bouncing off the low of the day. So this is whatever is going on in chipland. I feel like AMD and NVIDIA are kind of churning on their own here. NVIDIA, we did say we liked a fade on this one if it were to get up to this lower high. So 387, I think that's a good level for NVIDIA here, but this is on an absolute warpath, and it looks like it's just those two names. Rivian, like I said, was looking pretty good. Amazon, it's holding on to 123. I didn't get any more shares up at 124. I still have an offer up there. I can actually cancel that now. So I'm still looking to play off the 124 level there, and Tesla's breaking the high. So a bit of a concern for the Rivian short, the fact that Tesla looks like it wants to take out that high. Rivian got down to 1365. My fills were at 72 and 65. I don't want to add back into this till I see it rolling over off VWAP or rolling over off 14 even. Patience worked on the way in. I want to make sure I'm just as patient on the way out. And yes, Cool. That's a good name. Cool is a good name.
Yes.
I forgot all about MVIS. Apologies. That was a great breakout yesterday. I didn't have 7. I had it actually at 750, but it just wick bottomed off 7. Guess what could be the top break? Ye old 750. So let's let the volume come into this one, looking like it's kind of starting to pick itself up after a lackluster morning. Oh, and yeah, Carvana did make a move. I'm not saying it was a great one. It did not break $20, but it got up to 1950. Bit of a lower high double top. 1950 looking like a decent level for Carvana. It held 18 pretty nicely there. So if you're watching this on the bull case, I wanted 17. The term was at 1760. That's been the case for the dip buys for me. Nothing actually got to the price I wanted. Hence, I have no longs because I didn't find a single long that was at the price I wanted to get. And that's okay. You don't have to rush things at that open.
Checking out Lucid. Lucid's not actually doing anything right now, so that's kind of. And people are saying that TD Ameritrade, something's going on with it, so watch out for that. If that platform, well, obviously we don't.
The issue with the platform.
Yeah, we don't support. That, but definitely. I mean, like we keep saying all the time, man, your broker works for you, so let them know. Obviously, you guys are. I mean, I've been screaming.
Complain to your broker. That's
we don't have to tell our traders that, I don't think.
Yeah.
If there is a problem with the platform, throw keyboards and stuff
You know, I
like
knew
that,
this was going to happen.
What was
I said this like 2 days in a row. Coinbase was a distraction, looking to make a big short off the open. And the day that you don't look at it, or the day that it was trash, both those times, it wicks up there. This is 54. This is yesterday's high. It basically gives you the run over yesterday's high at 54. There's your classic over-under, literally my favorite setup for short. And there's your $1.50. I knew it. That's going to be the case. There is something to be said about, hey, man, if it didn't work 2 days in a row, you shouldn't try it the third day. So I can't get too mad at myself. But, yeah, Coinbase made a big move there. Rivian not really doing anything. Affirm is starting to kick back up. Didn't really get that low. I was sitting down at yesterday's low. Cancel that. If Affirm rolls over at VWAP, great. If it rolls over back in front of 17, I'm going to be reloading that short as well. So Rivian, Amazon, Affirm, not really trading anything different at this point. You guys let us know what you're watching here. I took the early L on GME. That's GameStop. My short was on this curl to the high of the day. It's right back where it was before. I guess the 22 level a little bit better than 21, but it has to settle down. If it resolves itself lower, I can always jump back into it. At this point, I don't want to rush into it. NVIDIA's still making some moves up there, but as I said, this is not, it's not at levels that I'd feel comfortable rolling into the short just yet, but it could still get there as we go to Brendo for happening now. What happened on the chips?
Wholesale inventories number out there at 10 o'clock, guys, negative 0.1% versus negative 0.2% expected on the month over month. So not a huge miss, a little bit downside though. Wholesale sales, meanwhile, 0.2 versus 0.9 expected, but that wholesale inventory is negative 0.1 versus negative 0.2 for that. The happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They just unveiled cutting-edge trading suite optimized with newly upgraded algorithms for unmatched market signal and pattern detection. Use a QR code on screen right now for 35% discount, guys. Shout out to our friends over at Chart Prime. Here's how the board is shaping up right now. S&P dead flat, 0.0. Well, there's a 1. How about that? It's positive. The Dow 0.05 to the upside. The Russell 123 all red on the day. 0.18, 0.38 there for the composite and the 100. If you're looking at the NASDAQ, a few things we touched on. If you're with us pre-market this morning, Lucid moving into China, going to sell imported cars in China, maybe set up their own manufacturing shop there as well. We had GME on watch off earnings and Tesla as well. Looking at Spain maybe for their next manufacturing facility. NVIDIA along with AMD, guys, showing all kinds of strength back to that last kind of pivot low on the way down yesterday.
And oh man.
So here comes
this AMD is.
Here comes Amazon.
Why not
However, I don't know what's going on in Meta right now, but 261, and it's not a gigantic bid, so I'm not going to show you a level on the level 2 that's doing anything, but it's VWAP, it's 261, it's the pre-market low, and it is just bouncing off of this level. The market's at the high, and this is trying to get going. So if we bounce off here, I think you're looking for longs. but I'm giving it a chance. I'm not completely convinced about this alongside. So I am looking for a short if it starts holding beneath it. I was just mentioning Amazon there. It did just claw back up to 124. Went for the reload, did get some up there in the 70s. I was also at the same time trying to grab something. It doesn't really matter. I wasn't able to get the fill over there in Carvana, so it doesn't really matter. Got the refill there in Amazon. If it cannot get past and hold beneath 123, got to cover in front of that level. Like it's still showing support at 123, the same way Meta was there. The shorts still feel pretty valid in the names that are weak. All three of these are holding the resistance levels. Tesla is inching closer and closer to 230. I wish I could tell you the long was in, or that I had the long, or that we were able to sniff out the long. But at least we're going to wait until 229, 230 to attempt the short on this one. You really have to pick and choose your battles this morning when it comes to sell side. The good thing now is Tesla going up, high of the day. Rivian, which we are still holding short, was unable to get a reload. We still have half of it here, right back at the low of the day. So I'd still like this one breaking down and continuing to look weak. Lucid, we said this would be a nothing burger at these prices. I guess if you shorted the pop and got in early, congratulations to you. I was waiting for $7. Lucid back on lows as well. So Lucid, Rivian weak, Tesla strong. Amazon, I guess it wants to test this 124 again here.
We're still in the money on Amazon, and we've done actually quite well on it. But yeah, we're in the same kind of boat as you right now, trying to. It's funny because we're both trying to go short here on Amazon. So let's see if this can eventually. Well, I mean, we've already been short, so I'm already short this name. Obviously, looking to get more short, so we did take that out. If we come into the 50s, we'll take a piece. We're still short at 80, right? And so, like I said, a little bit more shares here than normal for me on this name. AMD, Amazon. What I'm doing now is I'm just looking. I have a couple bids here out. I just want to make sure that if we do come back in, I don't have too many, because sometimes it's like I put too many out and it's just like boom, it comes down in and we don't have enough left. So there's a 50 out. Now let's wait to see. AMD has been the one that's. We actually did okay a little bit. Not okay. I mean, it's now, here we go. It's going to take us out. But AMD right now, breaking back through 121. We just got a couple outs there in the 50s. Like I was like saying, why am I short this name? And then all of a sudden it tanked 50 cents. So we're able to get something out. But right now we are at that pressure point here on AMD where it looks like, pressure bust pipes. And this looks like it's going to get busted out right now too. But there's a little bit of a dip down. And we may just have to, I'm going to put another bid at 70. I don't think we're going to get anything down there. It's so strong on the high side right now, AMD. Once it broke through that 120, which was the level that we had written down, I'm still, out of the corner of my eye, I'm watching Amazon. I mean, I'm short everything. There it goes. So now through there. So we will flush ourselves down the toilet on that AMD short idea. That did not print. So nothing to do there, man. The trend is your friend. You're right, Mr. Obe, right there. And today, I mean, what are you supposed to do? We were playing off that 14,400. It just broke. I mean, nothing to do. The trend is your friend. I mean, yesterday the NASDAQ got killed, right? So we tried to go short again here today. Looks like AMD just had that blowout top. Hopefully that didn't blow us out, but we'll try one more time. We don't necessarily want to do this over and over again, but let's just wait to see. That top was 121.10. We can hold this against us back there. So let's see if it does fall now. 121.10. Newest out position for us here on AMD. If it takes us out, and we'll be like, okay, you win. Take our lunch one more time. I do like the Amazon short. We're still in that one, but that again is pushing some highs here too.
Yeah, Amazon, I did the same thing, so there's no point showing. I got some out as it got to the 50s. It's retesting the highs. I want to try to reload. I just took it out in Rivian as well. It bounced right off the bottom and then came right back into like our first out, which was in the low 1370s. So I took a little more out there. The trend on the market has been to the upside. I do not need this turning off the bottom on me. It's been a good short, but I was pretty aggressively into it. I just want to make sure that we're taking some profit if this market wants to turn on us. Amazon, as you mentioned, really wants to test that high. Got some at 50s. VWAP didn't even come in here. If it blows the top, just got to get out. It was MVIS. I might have said I missed a fill in Carvana. That was a slip of the tongue. It was actually MVIS that I did not get filled on when it took out the pre-market high. However, it's kind of dipping back in here, so there's always a chance that it can consolidate and give me a more clean entry. It went all the way to 770 and then sort of came back in here. So there was a chance I've already scalped it, but it's on the way back in. If I'm taking it on the way back after that run, I got to wait for a little bit of a dip here. So it was MVIS that I missed the fill on.
Oh, my God.
Alongside.
Are you kidding me, AMD?
What happened?
How many times? Now we're 50 cents in the money and we're making it back. But like, how often does this have to happen? Right there where we get stopped out of the bigger position. We actually put on the same shares, but it's just we got stopped out for a bigger loss than what we can even make right now because our average price on AMD was like 70 something. So now we should have 30 cents, but we already lost. See, so this is why I'm mad, because what we lose the 30 cents, even though we're making it back right now, it's just a flat trade. So that sucks. Like, to be right and to not be able to do that, oh man, where's that stupid face slap thing right there? I'm fine with it because it's a win, and here it comes pulling back pretty nicely here on AMD, but at the same time, man, not good execution for me to get out there at 121. Serenity now. Oh no, now he's going down even more. Okay, well, this is the life of a trader. I always say that. That's how I get through my day, you know, just telling myself that this is what has to happen. But there it is, man, all the way to the downside. Hey, we'll spin it again. It's a bang for 2023 right now, and it's going to be a good trade. Sirens up for getting out at 121 like a chump right there. It goes to 121. The thing is like if I don't get out at 120 there on the break, you know, then it's all the way up to 121. So sure, I basically have the high of the day right there, 121.07. I don't get out at 121. Like I give it to 121.05, things like that. But it broke it. So there it is. What am I gonna do? Give it 10 cents? And then, you know, it's like this is life of a trader. Nice move to the downside. Thank you, AMD, for at least giving us some money back. But yeah, that sucked. Meanwhile, of course, here goes Amazon. Watch out for 124.50.
Yeah, I mean, Amazon breaks up, and I found something weaker, which was Meta. Meta broke that support level we were just looking at there. It was a refresher. I'm now out of Amazon, so I'll slap the fail on that one. It was good for a scalp trade early, but it just took out the top. There was that support on Meta. It broke. I shorted underneath. I just got 261 half, or 260 half into 260. But let's go over to Amazon here. I want to fade Meta now at that VWAP, or maybe even a little bit above. But look at the break on Amazon. It was a good short early. The reload was on the front, maybe not enough back end there, waiting for it to show some weakness. But it's now going to the upside pretty strong here on Amazon. If it reestablishes underneath, fine. But when it was started going up and at 9:30, I was like, hey, man, wait for it to get up here. That's me, by the way. Hey, man, I'm talking to myself. Wait for it to get back up to like 125 or 125 and a half. It started a curl. I jumped at that trade. Now I want to be a little bit more patient with that short. Rivian bouncing, so that was a pretty good out, I think, to have taken some more Rivian out, but it doesn't get to VWAP, still holding the bottom end of the channel. I think this one looks pretty solid. And I just picked up that MVIS. Starting to come back in here to VWAP. The question just becomes, can it hold on to the pre-market low down here at 720? I want to work into the long on the way back on MVIS after missing the breakout here. So it's been a while to get into a long, and it's a small cap long, oddly enough. What about Intel, says Renata. What about them? So Intel tried to break the top. It's still inside the pocket. Yeah, inside range today on Intel. I don't really see anything, except when you zoom out, I see an obvious short, which if you're not already in this one, then I don't know what you're doing with it. Because look at that. I mean, that's just 31.50 for how many days in a row? Yeah, that's what happens when you're looking at other names on your list that aren't one of your go-tos. You have to have this 30 cents ago or 20 cents ago. That short's come and gone. Otherwise, you're waiting for a break of 31 even. It's now trading in the middle. That's no dice for me.
That's just funny that like these two trades that were both so big at one point have sort of come back in a little bit there. I mean, AMD was such a monster short. We took $2 early on this name, and now we're taking $1 again here on there it goes. Break lower, man. Wow. And again, you know, I keep saying it over and over again when I talk about this, like, ye of little faith. Like, you know, why didn't we just hold everything for this move back down? Oh, yeah, because it told us it was a long and then pulled the rug on ourselves right there to the upside. So, you know, I'm like a magician there. I set the table, then pull it on myself right there. So here we go, 119.86. We just took a bid down there, so that's a good bid for us on this name. And then, by the way, Amazon is back in the building as well right now as we're short in the money money on this trade. We have not lost on Amazon today. We didn't. We told you where our out was. Of course, was 124.50. So let's go Amazon. Bring it back in, man. We can. This day can be saved. Well, be saved. We're positive on the day. So, but let's just keep on. We just saving the money that we had early. We gave it back on that AMD rip, which was sucky. But it's all coming back to me now as this is coming back into the downside here for Amazon. We're bidding 88s. Why are we doing that? I don't know. So let's just bid some 93s there and get it out. Oh yeah, because I always put 88, 66s, Lindros, Lemieux. I don't really know why.
It's
but that's
easier to hit a double number. I put 22s.
Yeah, that's probably why. That is probably
I think
why.
a
It's
lot
not
of
even like a
traders-
favorite.
A lot of traders do that. I don't think it's that abnormal. Oh, we got to go to Brendan. He's got some news for us.
Streaming related story so far today in movement. Anyways, just double checking on Warner Brothers here. WBD back to the upside so far. Day highs 4.29%, guys, for Warner Brothers.
All right. That
Warner
literally,
Brothers.
go ahead. That literally stopped at 88. So I don't know. That's
Well,
no, like I was
sometimes it'd be like that. That's my new favorite thing. Because
literally stopped there. As my
I don't
kids say.
remember who I
That,
stole it. I
literally.
definitely stole that from someone. There's another trader that would say that all the time. I love taking lines that I hear on the floor over and over
No.
again. Me? No, never.
No.
It really just, it is what it is. It be like that. You put your order out there at a random price. You don't put it at the O's because that's a stupid area to put it. So you go 88 instead of evens or like 92 or just some random number.
like
And then
that? We like that.
the algos decides that I understand what's going on. So MVIS is trying to bounce here. I'm still seeing it slow down, but I'm not really seeing, I'm zooming out so you guys can see what it did at these prices yesterday. Like
What
this
it
was,
do-
in the afternoon, this is where the long was before I got in. I got in the 50, and then it consolidated at 740. So that's what I'm looking for here on MBIS, but it hasn't shown me that strength just yet to get that back in. Meta's now breaking out. You're going to have to give this one up. I like that short. Now it wants to take out the high. Don't really want to give it all the way to that top. I still think it's a weak name, but the strength has just come back into the NASDAQ taking out the top,
Yep,
unfortunately. So the only things, like the original, like, Rivian and Affirm stay in the pocket, but Meta doesn't seem to want to break down. I scalped a little bit, but I was looking for $1.50 before I took the next out there. If it can hold a high, fair enough. That's about the only place to jump back into it. And Tesla, $1 away from the inevitable 229 to 230 short, which I've been waiting for. Just never got along there. Tesla is straight up. At least we have gotten away from shorting it until it gets to the key level. But I don't want to jump into this till it's back into the trade on Meta. I'm not going to pull up Tesla because I got my hands full waiting for an entry on Meta back into the downside.
Yeah, this market seems like it's gone, man. Isn't that so crazy that it literally it stopped at 88 there on Amazon? Like we were waiting for that fill and it stopped on a dime at 88. So I don't know. We didn't get the fill, but now it's back up to the upside. Still probably looking for that short, but I mean, the reason why we're in it, just to try to justify it to myself and everybody else out there as well. We're up on Amazon, so I don't have to really justify anything, but to myself, 124.50 is where we just went short, and that's a little bit of an area right there to work off of. It's just been a big climb here for Amazon, so I don't necessarily think that this move is the be all end all. It's up 2.5%. It's way higher than the market. If the market does fall down, we've seen Amazon come back in, but we're done with this now. We just tried to get that fill lower. We took a lot of that trade out for that, so now it looks like it does want to go higher here and break some of these tops. So we'll put a little bit more short here, but our top is right here. So this is the break. We're short at 32. If it breaks 50, we're out. So that's the trade. It looks like it wants to do that. I mean, if this market continues to climb here today, then yeah, we're going to get busted out. It just tried to take 14.4 again and missed it. So, nice downside move there. Happened off 14.4, but now we've taken it and hovered around there with the bottom only being 13.9. So whether or not we go back to VWAP here, look at the VWAP bounce early, the VWAP bounce again there at 10. So, now feels like it wants to go higher, and we have to take advantage of that move to the downside next time it happens again as well. So we've definitely cleaned up on AMD. That's $1 in the money right now, so bang if you had that short. But again, we got taken out for the L at the high side at 121 before reloading it. So, Neil and I are honest with our trades, and that's why we post them here. Literally too many trades here on Amazon, but we're still in the short, trying to see if this wants to go back to the downside, and my out's at 124.50. So if we break it, which is pennies away right now. We're short at 35, so that will be a 20-cent hit or so on Amazon, and it looks like we're about to do that. AMD, of course, gave us the money back, so Amazon doesn't look like it wants to do that.
Yeah, so I'm going to do this. I got out of Meta. It tried to break down. Here we go. Thank you guys for putting on the chart there. Yeah, so it did the breakdown. I worked into the short. It got to that 60. I started getting out at 60. It ended up bouncing. You see it take out the high. There was never a curl or, you know what I mean? Like, it didn't really stop at 263 to give any kind of a shot at getting short on the way back in. So I just stopped out at the high of the day. So Meta's going to obviously suck. Rivian. So we've talked about this before. My average price on Rivian is obviously going to have been in the 80s, but my last entry, I was shorting it and adding on the way down, right? So I wasn't getting out on the way down, I was adding on the way down. My last entry was at 78, so it's going to show me as I've covered all of the 95s and as I've covered the ones I had in the 80s, it'll show you only in the 78. In my mind, and I know the trade, how it works is you're really just short at the 80s. If we roll over at 14, this is still valid. I'll look for re-entry on the back end there if we can get it. MVIS, I just got into again. Back over to the 3-minute chart. Bounced off VWAP, so I add back in, looking for that, hold of VWAP. If it gets back underneath like 725, I'm out. Work it into $8 is going to be the game plan. And my goodness, okay, so Carvana just did the same thing at 18 bucks again.
Oh my God.
So it wicked down, held 18, and is now making another churn back to the upside here. So strong move over there in Carvana. Still yet to challenge the $20 level. Maybe this is the time it bounces and actually gets to 20, where I'm looking for a fail break at 20, a hold above can set you up into a long trade as well. And there goes Tesla. Tesla refused to break 229 because I wanted the short from 229 to 230. This is what it did at 229. Went to 229.00 and pulls back $1 because I want the fills above.
Oh man, this could have been like a completely. I only have 2 trades all day. It's 10:20 right now. We only have 2 trades. Well, we have multiple trades, but 2 names: AMD and Amazon. And AMD right there. We just got to fill that VWAP. Like what a moneymaker that's been here. If you just rolled that short and did not get out at 121. Let's look at something else. Google maybe. We're gonna go to the small cap recap in a second. Let me just see what's happening with Google right now. As it's okay. Well, maybe this is why we're not doing anything with Google right now. Nothing. I hear some whooshing and wooing in the background. I think it's Carvana. Carvana, nice little move
it's gotta
back
be
up.
Carvana.
Although not doing much. It just keeps bouncing off that 18, right? Now it's taking, I say not doing much. It's going nicely right now. There goes Carvana up to 19.22 and trying to go. We got honestly, man, we got so saved. You have no idea. You might have heard it under my breath. I was like, oh, thank God. This just came back in, and we actually took profit on Amazon there when it came back to the downside. So I told you we were short 30, 35, something like that. And so all these outs, nothing's even at 35. 28s, 30s. We actually got a 22 fill right there as well. What fill is this? 22s. So really saved there by Amazon at 124.50. But I don't really want to add to this. If it comes back in, it comes back in. We have some of our bids a little bit lower on this. But Amazon right now in trouble to the upside. Just very, very thankful that we're able to save a little bit on that one. So Amazon downside right now, or upside right now, AMD downside. And look at that cover on AMD. 119.50. So that was a good one. We only have 10% left of this name as we go over to the big desk with Brendo.
Huh?
Hey, look, it's Brad. He's running. Let's go. Small cap recap brought to you by Huiz. The stock ticker HUIZ added 300,000 new customers in Q1, bringing their total to approximately 8.7 million, with 66.2% of long-term insurance customers from higher tier cities, and strong persistency and consistency. Check out their 23 Q1 results. QR code, bottom of the screen right now. HUIZ, shout out to them. A few little ones moving around here so far today. BAOS, little tiny marketing agency from China. 450,000 share float I saw on this one. Unbelievable move out of the gate back to, yeah, there's Neil and Sean. There we go.
How are you in the market with that many shares? What's going on? There you go.
1,000 share float, unbelievably tiny. Wasn't much in the way of news on that one today for BAOS. MGRX, meanwhile, up on a deal with Barstool Sports here this morning. So MGRX $2.20, not a huge one either, but just made a day high, trying to pull back. Currently a Clarion getting a bit of a boost this morning as well. After their back pain detection system results from a trial came back better than expected. And yeah, everybody watching this one in the back right now, CVNA, day highs, guys.
Here's 20 bucks on Carvana. So that thing, it did it 18. It did it twice. It did it 3 times. Okay, no, it bounced twice. But it finally broke 19.5. Here comes that $20 level. The last time it was here was at about 8 o'clock this morning, and it did a bit of a reversal. That's a big level in the daily. The shorts are in trouble if this holds volume above 20 even, if they're not already in trouble as well. I did get a reload on Rivian, and I have some MVIS in there, but this one breaks 20. I do not want to get away from it here. I'm looking for that over-under trade where you can get a quick little fail break trade and a scalp back into like 1950. I didn't see volume above 20. I'm not chasing this move. The intention was to take a hopeful fail break on Carvana here at that 20 level. Pure squeeze play, 60% short depending on your source.
All right, the AMD short is working. Obviously, Amazon, we are flat on that stock today because we just got taken out on Amazon right there to the upside. So bunch of good shorts, taken out right there at the end for that move. And there it goes right up to the upside. So there goes Amazon. Obviously, that one was not right. This AMD short's been pretty cash all day, but we got to start flipping over to some longs because this market is I'm just thinking it doesn't hold 14.4, and it does. It's not like it's holding right now. It's just hovering a little bit higher. So I still actually favoring the short. I mean, I don't know. It's amazing that we can still be alive. I mean, this has been a huge market move up today on that jobless claims number. And then Apple, same kind of ways right there, gave us this short early, and we just weren't looking at it at 178.70 right there. A bunch of back and forth, and now it's trying to get right back up to those levels again. So watch out for Apple. Google's kind of barcoding right now as well. We could check out GameStop was a name that we haven't looked at today, really. 2021, so again, a big move off the open. We've seen this happen before where names get squashed and then big moves off the open. So we were talking about 20 up to 22. That's 10%, right? $2 on 20, now fading back in and hovering near view up, looking to go short, it looks like there off view up. I think we got to pay for shorts on that one. So you have to watch out for GameStop. AMC, I don't think is doing anything. Alibaba is a name that we like, but I still think we want to go short now. I just got to find the right levels to do that on what stock. Alibaba, probably 86 and change is a good one up there. Google, we already talked about that not doing anything. If anything, Google might be setting up for a short, but this has been one of those names that, once it goes, you kind of, it's just doing nothing. Once it goes is when we want to short it. I don't know if we want to short it in here right now, though we have that 122.20. That's been the high, and we are trying to go under VWAP right now, but the market's well above. So if anything, it's probably the longs that we're looking for now, not the shorts. So, yeah. Let's just try to find some more. Palantir, you were in Palantir earlier, weren't you?
That didn't last very long. But
no, 15
so
right now.
Carvana did break 20. It got to 20 and change. I want to say like 8 or 9 or something like that. And now back in. I did grab the short. I don't have a great price. A lot of times here it'd be ideal to have 85 to 90. I ended up getting a 78 as an average. So I'll give it to the high. Looking for the VWAP retracement here. It did do that over under, but if that's going to work, it's already starting to do so now. But my stop is at the high of the day. It's not 2 cents higher. There you go. It immediately triggered out. I'm looking for that play. I want my R&R to be ideally 20 to 25 cents. I end up losing about 30 there, so a little bit on the higher end. But it's risk reward into 19. It could still be valid. But the volume's starting to pick back up here. Not shorting it anywhere else except for that 20 level. Looks like a strong one here. I do have one long, but I don't think it counts when the NASDAQ's going up. I do have MVIS, but that's not something that cares about the market overall. So Microvision, it is bouncing off VWAP. It made that nice bounce there. I added to it at 40s. I will take some out above 50, although I don't know why I put 2 orders there. And then look for 70s and then $8 to the upside. Tesla still doesn't seem to want 230. It just keeps turning at 229. So this is, it's always frustrating when you're like, I'm being patient, but I'm being a little bit too patient with Tesla. I'll go for 229. That probably means it runs it over.
Shit.
220. Now it's, of course, it's flushing. I have Rivian, but I wanted Tesla 229 to 230 for the turn, and now the market wants to make that reversal. I'll keep checking back in on Carvana, but that one could just be gonzo at this point. Oh, no, it isn't. I got wicked out. Now it's back at 1970.
All right. Yeah, I was just like, okay, of course, now when I finally go long a name that's going to follow the market, I think Apple, the market wants to come back down right now. But there it is right here, Apple. Of course, AMD does fall on this market move, but here goes Apple. We'll take something out at 50. There it is. So we're long at 39. Just a quick little scalp up there as we try to get back to the day's high. Let's put some orders up in the 70s here, just in case we get to that level again. And then we'll watch to see if it wants to go from there. But we are above VWAP on this. We flipped up our script here a little bit. The momentum's definitely to the high side, I would say right now, but we are, again, this just looks like Apple. Like, as long as we can stay above VWAP and start to go back up to the upside, we could take this out, 14,420. We've looked at the NASDAQ on a longer time frame. Here's the 30-minute chart is what I like to look at it for. 2030, it doesn't really make a difference where exactly, but there it is, a nice dip down. There's 14,300 just held. So now if we can get through this, where, you know, this is the 200 period on the NASDAQ, is actually right here, right now. So that's 14,390. So we're trying to hold all these levels and keep going. Don't know why VWAP is not filling out right there. We'll have to find out what the setting is for that. But whether or not we get back up to 14.5, that would be really nice. And here goes Apple a little bit now. Finally, see, we switch up the game and we get 20 cents the other way here for Apple. So into the 50s, nice trade here. Here's 20 cents exactly, so we'll take it right there at 60. Here goes a nice move up to 66. So yeah, making that money back now on the Apple long. You know, sometimes you just got to flip it up a little bit. We were looking for the shorts. We did have the shorts early, but then they stopped printing and we flipped them over. So there's a little bit of a long there on Apple into the day's high again, making sure we take some out. If it breaks, it breaks, and that'll be even a better trade. So right now, Apple, 20 cents. We'll see if we can go a little bit, well, 15 cents now, but 20 cents out for that top spot. And then we have another out right here at 66. So maybe we can get up there, fill it, and then we'll wait for a high break of 179. And then we'll go from there. So right now, Apple pulling back a little bit, but we've already taken out 20%. That's it. So 10 each time, and that is Apple as well. Amazon. I mean, this is why.
Apparently,
you know, keeps on going. Yeah.
Apparently, Boeing's having a good day because I see Comp SRX in the chat talking about BA Baracus.
He's liking
and
that.
I'm sure you're not really meaning to talk. You're not really actually meaning to talk about the A team. You knew I would get that reference, so congratulations. I guess Boeing's having a good day. I just took my 20 cents on MVIS first out there. It's continuing to leg higher. I am now in the Tesla short in front of that 229. The high of the day is just above it. So about 50 points of risk, 50 cents of risk, not points, that's the futures. 50 cents of risk on Tesla as I have a 75 short and the highs at the quarter. My first out's at about that 1-to-1. It is time for the crypto update with Brendo. It's 10:30 already.
Wow.
Hey guys, yeah, busy day. Let's get. We are dealing with a number of headlines as far as crypto is concerned so far. The latest that we mentioned when it came out there, the SEC filing a motion essentially to request the freezing of Binance's assets ahead of this court case and their day in court. So that was the big headline today. CEO Armstrong from Coinbase, meanwhile, saying there's no risk to a run at Coinbase, similar to what happened to FTX. Consensus is that Congress is more supportive of crypto. Not sure where he's getting that idea from, but hey, we'll see. BTC, meanwhile, back to the upside as we speak right now. Nice move here underway. 26,500 just being taken back to the upside. So we are finally back to positive on the session. This looks like 24 hours. So 0.2 still downside, 26,522. But on the 12-hour period, now positive on the day. Trying to break out of this multi-day consolidation, but you can see nice green numbers coming into play here, guys, for crypto today.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button, or that doesn't go long Boeing, because apparently Boeing is actually up 2%. Good for you, Boeing.
Well, they had that move yesterday, and
they did. So yeah, but Boeing, Boeing's having a great day today. But this is where I rag on the stock. Look at the range on the daily chart. Like, really, could you just break 220 already? You know you want to. You know you want to break 220. Like, look at this. It's just been hanging out in a $25 range for like about a million years. It's ridiculous. Maybe it breaks 220 today. I don't know. I want to be there for it if it happens. I got to go over there and deal with one of these. And by one of these, I mean a firm. So we got the firm short. I haven't actually rolled back into the short just yet. Oh, come on. We were just talking about that. I was just offering 92s for a while, and now it's stopping. There we go. I just got my fill in a firm there. So it ticked up, got to 92 once. hit 91s, didn't fill me. Goes all the way down to VWAP. Now it does fill me up there at that 92, so I'm rolling back into the firm. I might add to this as the market's getting a bit top heavy. The wicks over 17 were, like every time it got above 17, it rejected it. So to me, the stop is at 17.10. I have this, I have Tesla. Tesla's still doing a dance at 229, no breakdown, no break of the high of the day. I want to stay patient and hold on to this one. Rivian as well. I got a bit of a curl here on Rivian above VWAP, took some out when it gave me 10 cents, didn't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. It's still making lower highs as it tries to channel into the downside. And what was oh yeah, Uber. About 30 minutes ago, I was like, yeah, Uber's getting close to $40. It's still grinding off this 40 level. I think it's setting up for a potential break. Just a reminder, this was above $40 literally yesterday and for the 2 days before that. So it's got overhead resistance, but big level there for Uber. MVIS, the one long, is starting to continuing to work. I'm offering in front of 770s. We'll take that out, and if it gets to $8, I think I want to be out in front of 8, and then let's see if it can hold a bit above 8. It kind of rejected that big time yesterday. I know because I was in it last night.
All right. Amazon's trying to break 125. It actually just did break 125. We're going to go a little bit short here. Again, too bad. We don't have enough shares on this. And then there's a reason why. I mean, Amazon's been so strong right now that we'll hold a little piece. We're going to try to get some more in the 90s here just in case. But right now, Amazon just took 125 and finally took a level and then retraced back a little bit here. So whether or not it's just picking up steam to break again here, Amazon up 3%. You know, if
what?
Okay, here we go. Now it's starting to go to the downside, but I'm not convinced that this is a downside move at all on Amazon. So let's just wait. But it's up 3%. It's a nice move. Obviously, if the market comes back down, this is going to be a name that's going to get some, steam taken out of it a little bit. We did notice Apple starting to get some steam out of it as well. We'll get another piece out at 50, but we're still waiting for higher takes here on Apple. Wow, there we go. Oh man, we're at 58. Okay, good. We just got a 58 fill on that one, so that's going to be good. We switched up our game on Apple.
Tesla.
Obviously there. Tesla's at 230 right now?
So no, it's at 229.
Whoa,
15.
big size.
I was going to say, whoa, big size on the offer. 70,000 shares on the offer at 219.15. If this gets through, it's going to stop me at the high of the day. I know what's going to happen. There you go. I do not want that size to show up because quite frankly, if they take that fill, it's going to run the high of the day. So someone just shorted in front. I was in the 219 looking for a bigger move. Could have scalped it for like 30 cents. But then the R&R doesn't really work out for me if I'm doing that too often. It's too strong to the upside, I think. Now it's breaking tops. Wait for 230. Strong seller. It just came in and got absolutely run over. They got run over, but they took the fill. Like, that was not fake size. Someone wanted 80. I think it was 80,000 shares. They took 10,000 right away. The last 70,000 got taken in one swipe. I just did take the fill in MVIS at 7 in front of 770. I got 769. Hey, that's not a bad price. Don't want to look at gift horse mouth. It's a coincidence. I was going to take some out in front of 770. That's the what are you going to do? It's 69 in front of it. Yeah, so we get to $8. We want to get out of that one. Waited for it to pull back here, bounce off VWAP, and now heading upside. The only long I have is going to be that. Affirm is starting to come back in to that 17 level as well. We're back into the short there, but that's, again, grinding higher. It's the rejection of 17 earlier. And I guess also the rejection of the news yesterday. This was the lower high from yesterday, right at 17. So right at the end of the day, in the last 2 hours when we were trading for you guys, 17 gave it up big time on Affirm. That's why I like the level here for the short.
So Minnesota is releasing Dalvin Cook. I think that's who the Bills should get.
No. Okay. So,
not to go with James Cook, but I'm just saying, like, Dalvin Cook
is... James Cook is one of my keepers in our leagues.
Yeah, I know.
In both my leagues, I'm keeping James Cook as like a RB3.
No, I don't think there's any rumors of Dalvin Cook going to the Bills, but I just think that would be...
I'm down a keeper.
Sick if that did happen.
Keep James if he has
for sure. So they released him, and I guess it's Mattinson time to go, I think, anyways. We'll see, or unless they get somebody else. Thing about RBs, man, it's like a carousel until you finally find the right one. Then you ride him for a couple years, then let them go and rinse
and you get Todd Gurley.
Repeat. Yeah, exactly. So
I loved Todd Gurley, by the way.
Yeah, I think everybody, Todd Gurley was such a fantasy stud for a while there in St. Louis. So
bad knees.
Yeah, and then you get, that's what I'm saying, bad knees. And then, but Dalvin Cook's had some off field incidences.
Is he? I don't remember.
A little bit. Just a little bit. AMD down $1 right now. Amazon down 17 cents. Come on, Amazon. Let's get down a little more than that. Come on. Down into 124 flat right now. We're short at 84. So this is making a little bit of money back right now. This is 50 period 23. So I want to put some order there. See if we get a fill down low on Amazon. And of course, Apple's been the apple of my eye today, going long right there on this name. So that's been a good trade so far here today on that. Tesla, you didn't get stopped out of Tesla. You got stopped out of Carvana,
It was
right?
Tesla.
Well, it was Tesla. Okay, so Tesla did take 230. It only went as high as 230.70. And just to show everybody, no, it's not this chart. I have to do it on my other chart. Tesla, I thought, broke 230 before, and what did it get up to 231 or so? Here is the 20-minute chart on Tesla from the other day. It got up to 230.80. So
Yeah, that's about right,
it basically went to exactly where it was yesterday and then faded out all day. That was right there off the open. So if you're short 230, I'd say give it to 231. Even if you're going short right now, plan out to give it. Again, it's just your own plan. I mean, everybody's trading it differently. You saw Neil get out right away. That's probably a good trade. But 231 right there is really what you want to be looking at. So I would say look at that and then take your shares accordingly. Like if you're going to take a bigger position against 230, then you want to get out when it breaks. But if you do have an opportunity to sit in the trade, that was the high take there, and then now you're being a little bit rewarded with that. Okay, here comes Amazon right back down again. So good thing we took that short at 125, but you guys already saw that took our lunch a little bit earlier on that trade. But here comes, we're sitting at 30s. We just talked about that. Hopefully that fill will come. Ford, what's up to Momo? I know you keep on looking for trades on this, but I would just say this seems to be happening all the time on Ford off the open, where it has big time movement in one direction anyways. Like look at this. Yesterday on Ford, big trade early. It continued. Here's the big trade early on Ford again. Today not really continuing. And look what you see here, Momo. You see an exhaustion candle to the high side of 1375. So generally that's going to be an indicator that you want to get out, or at least get out of something when you see that, because they ran out of shares to buy, ticked it high, then cranked lower on Ford. But we talked about this live on the show. I actually got to fill as soon as the market opened up down here at 1155 one day, down into here, even lower than this. So you know, we're long Ford for the ride. It's not a swing trade, but maybe we should, like Neil said, sometimes you get out when you get instant profit. I'm not going to do that with Ford. I still think it's a long-term play. Believe in that Jim Farley, new CEO, not new, but a couple years old now, on Palantir. No, Alex Karp on Ford there, Mr. Farley. There goes Palantir trying to take out the top as well. In what was a pretty sad day for shareholders yesterday in Palantir because of the move that it had. And then it did this, and we tried to chase some of the longs and just didn't work. And then eventually now, trying to go back up to the upside, looking for some resistance. I'd say 16. There's a whole ton of it right here. So watch out for that at 16. And then Amazon goes virtually right down into my trade. We're bidding 32s. It goes to 39s before retracing all the way back up. So thanks, Amazon, for that. But yeah, all right, Apple's still moving, and it's Sector Watch with Brendo.
Hey guys, almost the exact opposite we're seeing today for the S&P 500 than what we saw late in the day yesterday. If you remember, basically a green board outside of a few specific areas, but the market overall red. Today, the opposite here. We are green on the session, 0.19 for the S&P, but a lot of red on this board, including material stocks, real estate stocks, and energy leading as far as decliners are concerned. Some strength coming back into Warner Brothers, as we said, back to about 6% there. 3 days in a row to the upside on that ad-supported tier note that came through earlier in the week. Paramount down, Netflix 1.3 to the upside. Delta, the only one here as far as, or there's UAL as well, but Delta was at one point the only one in positive territory as far as airlines are concerned. Still keeping an eye out on some airport closures and groundings that are happening throughout the Northeast throughout the morning this morning because of the smoke coming down from Canada. Adobe, meanwhile, FTNT, CDNS, Oracle, to name a few in the software area of the tech group, still showing all kinds of strength. There's Amazon up there having a nice day as well, as we saw, 2.7. So some of the tech names, specifically the bigger ones, adding a little bit support, offsetting, as I mentioned, guys, a pretty red board here. Banks back to the downside as well after 2 days in a row to the upside. Back over to you.
Overall market's up, though. I mean,
Yeah.
overall the market's upside. We took that 770 out on NVIS. It's a good thing we ran the register there. I'm not calling it a Huadun because that's not really
A word.
big enough. It's not a big enough of a fall. It's a word now. You
It
can,
is. It's
you
a
can
word
look
now.
it up
You
on
can
Urban
look it up on Urban
Dictionary.
Dictionary. Someone put it up on Urban
I don't know
Dictionary.
who
I
did
don't know
that,
who
but somebody
either.
put it up on there. It may or may not have been me. So yeah, pull back off 770,
Official
holding a
word.
higher low at 750 here. I don't necessarily want to add to the position just yet. It could always bounce off VWAP before it makes another move. Of course, Carvana. I mean, obviously, Carvana. After I get in off the the $20 break, it then rolls over back into VWAPs a little bit early on the Carvana 20 short. But guess what is now in pocket? Tesla.
Oh, yes.
So
I saw
I
that.
wasn't actually short off 230. I was short at 229, which is obviously not 230 to me, holding it all the way from 29 into yesterday's high. Not the way I would roll, but it's getting a little parabolic into that level. That's why tight stop there, because the bigger area is we're mentioning here to the high yesterday. So it's now in that over-under range, where the high of the day, I want to say you said it was 80s. I thought it was like 79. It doesn't really matter. So 230.80 is the high. Probably puts a 231.
That was yesterday's high.
Yes, sorry, yesterday's high.
Yeah,
Yesterday's
yeah,
high. Yeah, I want to make sure I get that one right. It's getting into that pocket. A firm could take out the top here, 17.10. I still have that 90 short. But Tesla is of concern. And Micron, which is having a really bad day, is trying to catch a bid off 64. 64 was a huge level back in the day. So I just want to, I'm going to get to that one in a second. But Tesla, I want to grab this short right now.
All right. So by the way, Apple, like pretty easy move to the upside right now. It's been like this has never gone against me. So like, you know, sometimes we get them right and sometimes we get them wrong, but this one's been right for us here on Apple. There we go. We'll take a 76 and now just wait for the rest, because this has been the high on Apple. So we are 50 cents, 45 cents, sorry, in the money there on Apple as we take a piece out of that one. And then here we go, man. Let's go with this trade now. I don't know if this is going to work. We just took a piece out at 90 right there on Amazon. Just came back in. You know, we almost got taken out again on a 125 break. So, you know, it fell down there off 125, so that the fact that it came back and ripped back up to this level again, to me, is worth a short one more time. I just can't believe that. I mean, I can believe it. I mean, like we say, like tomorrow when I'm golfing, or no, not tomorrow, Saturday, ball don't lie. Yeah, it's not going to lie. It's probably not going to lie. It's in the trunk. It's probably not going to lie in the fairway. It might lie in the rough, my ball. But hopefully it comes back into the downside here on Amazon. But if it takes that 125.10, which is the high of the day, then we're going to be gone on that one right now for Amazon. Hopefully retraces back down. But we just got some out at 90. This has been the wrong trade. I'm not sure why I'm obsessed with just sitting here shorting Amazon today. But it's just at another key level, 125. And even if you look back here, it's not... There's really nothing here. I mean, the real short is this high, which is 127.50. So, yuck. We just taken this shot again because it retraced 50 cents. I mean, this is a shot right now, 15 cents worth of risk for, it's not, the risk is not going to pay off because it just got hit there. But that's the risk that I'm willing to take every time. 15 to 20 cents for a much bigger move on Amazon. It's just that we're the wrong way. So yeah, Amazon taking the lunch today. AMD's been fine. We made it back on that short as well, but we should just be looking for longs because, like I said, the one long that we've had today, we've only traded 3 names and they all start with A. And this has been the only one that's been such a smooth trade that we've had nothing to worry about with Apple. So one in, lot of outs, and at the high of the day for Apple as the market is running now again. So it definitely held that 14,400. I think we can see that about as clear as day. So yeah, man, longs all day here. We should have just been long 124 when it broke the first time on Amazon.
Yes, sir. I'm going to get to Micron in a second. Obviously, Tesla at that 230, yesterday's high, 230.80s we mentioned here. There's a 15, a little easier to see on the 15-minute chart. So I have one in. I'm not going to add to this unless it shows me some signs of weakness. Going to stop at the high of the day. While that was happening, a firm broke that high of the day. Good early, reloaded, broke the top, got in right in front of the 17, and then it broke that high of the day. I don't want to chase this one to the long side after what it did yesterday, so it's probably not going to happen. NYSE is slowing back down. It did a wick top, but if it can consolidate higher lows, that's a good working trend. So Huadu bottom, higher low. We grabbed the first entry that I could find above VWAP there. And now we want to see it continue past that $8 level. I'm not adding to it just yet, but that'll probably come pretty quick. And I'm still in Rivian. It just did this while I was trading Tesla, and it just got up to that 14, but I was sort of looking at Tesla at that moment. No need to add back into Rivian off the high when I already have Tesla here. Doesn't make a ton of sense. So Tesla, if it gets underneath 230, that's when I start looking to get some out in front of 229. VWAP retrace is always ideal here. I don't really think for more than that because the market is looking strong after yesterday.
Google trying to break as well. Yeah, follow me on Instagram and on Twitter if you want to see some, after market action, posting just random things there. Of course, yesterday, did I tweet it out or not? The High Park Jets once again taking another W, 6-1-1 right now. Here's my daughter. Look at her. Like there she is, like just pure speed, running home right there. Watch that. Like I'm third base coach. She's looking to see if the guy caught the fly ball. He did not. And there's the move in. Boom. There it is. We got the grass. We've got. This is what High Park's all about, man. The fence is in the background there. The flag's blowing. And thank God that's not me, but that's the other coach right there. Nice run in for her. 6-1-1 right now. Yeah, you can see the haze there in the background. We're very lucky to be playing. There's the umpire. What's up, umpire? There, Chris was his name. But shout out to High Park as that's a lot of fun there. And just really, really, look at that. Really, really proud of everything that we're doing with girls baseball and everything like that. This is a High Park Little League, so you could be male or female. And of course, my daughter Gia is the only girl on her team, but there are, I think, 19 or 20 registered girls in High Park minor Little League baseball right now. And I'm trying to put together sort of a select team to travel with these girls because we had a lot of fun last year doing that. So, okay, that's what that is there. And yeah, just amazing. And it's just her second year playing, so I feel like she's going to be blowing that up as well. But hopefully not too much because hockey is mucho grande expensivo, and both my kids are playing at a rep or select level of hockey, and that is expensive for those of you that know about that. Okay, so 380, 380, 380, 380. Right, so that's been the high there for NVIDIA today. Sorry about that wick. I mean, I could try to edit that out, but it's above VWAP, so I'd say watch out for a 384 take if this market keeps on rallying like this. But we talked about where the market could stop, 14.5. We didn't quite get there at all. We got to 14.450 and a little bit of a pullback with the NASDAQ. Wow, what a great day. It was down yesterday, right back up today as a lot of these names continue to go to the high side.
Yes, sir. And I promised I would get to Micron in a quick second, so here's the rundown on Micron. It's pulling all the way back to that previous monstrous level at 64 on the daily chart. The 50 periods underneath here at 63.5 as well. But this is what's happened at 64. Like a couple of tests. It's actually giving a 50-cent scalp range as well. So I am looking for a scalp inside of the range and then see if I can hold it into VWAP. I am now into Micron. I saw that one moving. I was like, why the heck is Micron so weak? So I was able to take advantage of that one. Well, we'll see. You were able to take advantage if you've already been doing it. I'm now in it now. So I got to reload. Another wick high on Tesla. But if I'm going to add to it without taking any out, then I'm going to start playing the scalp trade game. So getting some fills above. The high of the day now sits at 64. That wick is a bit fortuitous. Dark pool wick out of nowhere that goes right to 230.70 and then ends up being the high of the day. Complete coincidence, probably. So inside of this pocket, I'm looking for 229.5 as the next out, and then let's see how far it can go. Tesla trending to the upside. The market is breaking back up. If you go to the NASDAQ here, I don't think there's a heck of a lot till you get to 14.5. If we get to 14.5 and something really sets up well for the short side, I would take a look at something like that. But you have a ways to go on the futures, at least 40 to 50 points before we get to major resistance. So if a stock isn't that big resistance, I don't know that you want to rush into anything. MVIS still do like the long here. I don't know what's going on at 750. There's no size on the bid, but there is an obvious buyer at that 750 level. I'm just going to hang on to my long from VWAP here and look for reload down at that price.
And Palantir is breaking the high of the day and looking to be pretty good as well. We've added to our AMD short though. As Neil was just talking a little bit about Micron there, we add to our AMD short, which is just right here, right now. We just put it on at 6s. So let's wait to see what happens here with AMD. Maybe going back down. Okay, here it is. That's a nice move. All right, well, we'll take something out at 92. Okay, well, maybe now we'll take something out at 82 if we can get that. We just put this on. So hopefully this can make a move to the downside again. Breaking lower. We should have just retraded that at 121. We see that high there. It came up to 120.50. I still like the short in AMD today. Although NVIDIA's been moving upside, as long as we don't break that 121, I just feel that AMD, again, here's the 5. Just so you don't think that, try not to trade like a loose cannon, right? Like trying to make sure that we have the right positions at the right time. Like, we're not even down. Like, for example, like that Amazon short, we lost on that last one because it wound up taking that 125. But like, we're down cups of coffee on these stocks here today because the short didn't work. But I believed in it. We sat in it. It was fine. Like, this is the 200 period, right? It holds it right there. It holds it right there again. And now we're looking at that for AMD. I mean, AMD, the trend, like people say, follow the trend. Like, what is the trend on AMD? Like, for me, sure, we had some high moves the other day. Yesterday was a disaster. We make it back. We climb back. Maybe you wait for 122, or you try to play it off this. And did it break 121? Yes, it did. And we had to get out when that did happen. But I still don't feel like it was a horrible idea to get the short there in AMD. So, we're back into that play off of that 121. We have some good levels there. This is what AMD looks like. Obviously, that 125 would be the best short, but we're way away from that. So we can't talk about things that aren't going to happen today because then that's pointless. If we do get a run up through to 125, great. But I mean, what else is going to work if that happens, right? Still 40 cents in the money on Apple. We're getting ready to end the closing show. Then it will be, I think it's, hopefully, I don't know where Yannick is, but hopefully he can come on today. I don't know. I'm out of here. I'm not going to be here today or the afternoon or tomorrow. So good trading for all of that as we finally take a break. All right. It's Money Talk now with Brendo over there at the big desk. A little late, but better late than never.
Pretty positive across the board as far as currencies go, all because dollar downside, big way. More than 0.5% right now, to the tune of about 0.64 for the DXY here in negative territory. You can see on the daily chart, huge ugly red candle forming. That has everything pretty much on this board back in positive territory. If you missed it this morning, the jobless claims numbers, the highest since 2021 on a week-over-week basis. So finally seeing some movement in the right direction, or in the direction that the Fed wants to see going into next week's Fed decision. So everything to the upside, including the euro, the Canadian dollar just back to positive now. It was weak early on. The British pound, 125.3, back to the upside as well. Swiss franc having quite the day here, 1.1%, 111 there for the Swiss franc. A lot of positivity though, guys, with dollar weakness coming back into play. Frank Caberna coming through later this afternoon. We'll talk some currencies. We'll talk some Fed. We'll get you set for CPI and the Fed decision next week.
Frank, and
Frank,
just to be frank with you here,
what he has to say.
I love that line.
Yeah, we're never giving him up, and we just got to be frank with that guy.
Okay, so somebody, remember when I was telling you somebody put like 80,000 shares on the offer of Tesla?
Yeah, sorry about that.
And they got the fill on the offer, and that was, $1 ago? Well, someone just put 90,000 shares on the bid, and then just got gobbled up.
Yeah, I covered.
Yeah, but that's like selling here, and somebody sold here. And, well, if it's the same order, they would have sold here and bought here. So I don't think it's the same order. Otherwise, they just nice and clean took a dollar loss. But I don't think that's what happened. It got the reload, was able to get some out at 30s or 230s, and then 229.50. Not really a follow through yet on Tesla, but I don't think you want to look a gift horse in the mouth if you are going against the grain. So a little bit early, taking the 29 short, kind of coaxed into it by the price action. Could have been scalping it, should have. Shoulda, woulda, coulda is what it is. But now it's going to make a run at that high of the day. I only want to reload for one reason. Well, two reasons. One, it shows a fail off the high, or the market somehow already gets to 14.5 and this hasn't broken. I feel like it's going to make a shot at the high of the day before that happens. I just want to stop it out there and then take another shot. No need to go for a third time off the same level. Take your money and run. I think if you go a third time, you're just giving some money back. I still have Rivian short that can work for me. And yes, CVNA bounces clean off 19 in VWAP and making another run at 20. It is yet to hold volume above the $20 level. To me, that's the only way I want to play along above that number would be volume above and then continue the break because this is still a monster level on the daily chart. There's room to go past it, but it's a squeeze play. If there aren't buyers above 20, then I'm not joining longs above 20 either.
Okay, so just quickly, man, congratulations if anybody has it because it's barbecued the profits up there on Apple. And I just tweeted it out, like no easier of a trade for me today than Apple because we didn't actually have to fight about it. We didn't even have to talk about it. It just kept going to the upside. And we did take a lot out here at the day's high, right? Again, in what I thought would be a trending market today, seems to be the other way. We were very confused at the open. We had two bears sitting there. And we even had a poll up. Where is this market going to go? And what is the poll at right now? I can't see it on mine.
It is, here we go.
Well, now people have green, but
so
I wonder what it was earlier.
Yeah, I didn't see it earlier, but it's 52% green, 32% red, 17% flat, which quite frankly, that tells you something about what it will get.
And I think that's people are cheating, as they always do. And it's not cheating, but you could vote on a poll when the market's up 1%. You may choose
It's easy to
green.
say now. It's easy to say
but
now.
yeah, there goes Apple anyways. A huge move to the upside right there. It took out 179. So we went long at 140, 178.40, and then just started covering them at the day's high, 40, 50 cents. And there's your 60-cent winner right there at 179 flat to get that out. And by the way, AMD also made that move back down. And we covered some at 78. So what was an 06 short there, out 80s. That's 26 more cents in our pocket for AMD. Still waiting for the short off 121. So the day's not over yet. That is for sure. I voted red. I'm going to tell you what I voted. So I voted red, but I voted as soon as that poll went up because I was obviously shorting Amazon, shorting AMD. I did think that we did have a red day.
Oh, I did too. That
coming
was,
through.
It was in the pre-market that we made that poll.
And I don't think it's over yet.
Just quickly, we're going to go to the earnings board. I'm going to be joining Shree for the midday, so I'm going to get up, make the switch over. But I think we're going to go to some earnings for Brennan, but I'm going to make my move. I'll see you in a couple minutes.
Yeah, sure. Let's see what earnings we got on there.
Get the, no, yeah, maybe.
Ooh, okay. All right, I won't be here, but DocuSign and Neo, hello. DocuSign definitely going to give you some reasons to go upside. And guess what DocuSign is going to talk all about? Oh, did you say AI? Yeah, probably. So there we go, DocuSign, definitely a stock to watch out for. And then, of course, NIO. I mean, trade that, hold that into earnings at your peril. I feel like I just don't have an idea of where NIO is going to go. And I don't think that trading off of earnings is a great play to hold something into earnings because very hard to tell where you're going to go, especially on Chinese EVs. We had delivery numbers come through with those guys, and it just goes back and forth with AMD. But look at DocuSign. I mean, you want to talk about a name that's really worked over the last little while. 48 bottom, up to $60 right now, and right into if we can go to the chart there, Alfredo, that'd be great. Right now, when you get a second, of course. There it is, yeah, $60 as the top. Thanks, Alfredo, for that one. As the top for DocuSign. So this is going to be in trouble if it misses. You could get all the way back down. And this kind of reminds me of GameStop, almost exactly where we whooshed down. I mean, this chart looks exactly the way GameStop did before, where you made the bottom, hit that high, ran into a little bit of resistance there at 25 on GameStop, then fell back in. So let's watch out for DocuSign there coming through tomorrow. All right, nice move up. I'm almost, like I said, I'm almost out of here. So we're going to try, we'll try a 17 short. That was not a 17 short. Let's try a 17 short on AMD here. There it is. So we just actually got 18s. Back into the short, 120.50 up to 121. We have a much bigger trade somewhere up here into the 80s for AMD. This is one that I'm going to take against 121. So last trade coming for me. Want to thank everybody again today. We know you're going to be in good hands, man. Tomorrow's going to be a great day to trade. I believe Max will be on the show all day in my spot tomorrow, so that should be exciting for all of you. Max killing Tesla today, also with Carvana, so lots of stuff happening to come through. So I want to give a big thanks to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Elon, Bears vs. Bulls. What's up to Hamster? Hey, I miss you already. As well. So shout out to everybody there. I don't like taking time off. But my brother-in-law is coming in, so spending that family time. Haven't seen that guy in a while. Wants to go to a Jays game, so we're going to do that. Plus, he's been trash talking me in golf, so I'm going to deal with him tomorrow on the course, or Saturday on the course. Also going with my brother, so I'll try to post a picture up of that as well. And Canadian Open in Oakville, Ontario. So may stop by there, see what's going on. Been invited to go to that as well, but if I have time, you may see me there. So yeah, it's going to be a good one, man. If you're at the Jays game, ding me up. Maybe we can meet up tomorrow. Should be a fun one. But without any further ado, it's Sharif. He's over there on the midday. Ciao, everyone. Have a great weekend.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. Neil is just setting up at the moment, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy a relaxed trading rules with 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. So check them out, searchtrader.com. Use the code TTV, I believe, for 10% off. What a morning it has been on these markets. I guess let's look at the futures because they kind of, set everything into perspective. So we're looking at the NQ June contract here, and it has been, oh, what's wrong with these charts? It's been an absolute monster this morning. We blew through 14.4 like it was absolutely, we retraced at it for like a few minutes, but we, ended up blowing through it. 14.5 is what I'm looking at next on my chart. Concurrently, I'm also looking at 4,300 on the ES. That's going to be the level that I look for to kind of both the targets to kind of simultaneously hit. We'll see. But 14.5 is just because it is the 500 level. But the better, I think, technical level is that 14.550. There's more action in and around there, especially going back June 5th, 6th, and 7th. That was the level, not really the 500 level. So I'll be looking at 550, but, with an eye at 500, obviously, for resistance. Again, what we've been doing lately is we're watching how it trades at that level. Now, let's get to the trade I had on. I had an Amazon long. I took $1. It was the only trade I had. I'm happy with it, but I'm also disappointed. We'll get to why in a second. I'm happy with it because I took it in the direction of the trend, and I took it on a pullback at a technical level where I had an identifiable out, which was 50 pennies, right? So it didn't even go 10 pennies south from my entry. We would take 124 long. We get out 125. Now, the only thing that I'm really upset about is I didn't add to my winner. You guys heard on the midday show me asking Yannick, I'm like, what's your position on adding to your winners and letting them ride? And, he gave a very, I think, mature and reasoned answer. But the one that I was looking for was more along the lines of I want to hunt out that trade that I can sit in all day and I can add to and continue to follow that trend. And I posit that Amazon is one of those. It is up 3 1/3 on news. We're talking real revenue here. It's proven. Netflix has grown their base through this ad tier. I know that the Amazon catalog is not as extensive as Netflix, but it does stand to reason that there will be an increase in revenue. Therefore, we're looking at new fundamentals. And I think that the buying programs will be on, and it is continuing to ride. Where are the technicals, though, on Amazon? Let's go to the longer term time frame. Let's bring in the Amazon chart. Where are we here? So clearly there was a gap from the move down yesterday. Tech took a beating. Amazon was in and around that 126.5, 127 area right before the market opened, and we huadoomed all the way down to 121.25. So there is a gap to fill, and it's almost like a smiley face recovery. And on a shorter time frame, maybe even on a longer time frame, maybe even a V-shaped recovery. So 127, 126.5, clearly the level here of resistance that we have to look at for Amazon. I've got my alert set at 125.75. That was the alert that I wanted to look at for possible. It's all good. For shorts.
Reminds me.
You good now?
I am, but that just reminded me that I did not adjust my I'm not quite finished setting up. I actually thought I was finished setting up, and what the heck? A bunch of stuff just moved around. Okay, I'm not quite finished setting up, but
Yeah,
I can show
come
you two
back to
things.
me, no
no,
problem.
just give me a second because I actually want to talk about Tesla here. Tesla ran the top. You can see I did have I was in it, held onto a piece for the home run, was able to scalp most of it out. Then I went for the 231 short. It then just broke out that high of the day, so that's in, that's out pretty quickly. It's continuing to churn, so want to have those outs, tight stops above. There was one pullback when it got just above that 230. Now it's absolutely off to the races. While that was happening, Micron, which when we did the switch over, at least I did the switch over, you guys all stayed here. Micron, as I adjust that over as well. That bounced off that 64 and into VWAP, now breaking above VWAP. So that one definitely powering up. Why 64? A, because we have the best community in the world who was yelling about the fact that Micron was down. B, because 64 is in the other way, this was an absolute monster level for a year on Micron. Then it broke away. It broke away, started to go, couldn't take 70, held 64, went to $75. Now you get the Huadong down to 64. You have the 50 period underneath. It's a lot of reasons. Once it showed strength, and this is the best entry here. So the 64.08 bottom, it wicks underneath and holds 64. Whether you're long, this is kind of like if I do it like a minute later, you get the long over here and it looks better because it's on the green. But it's the same thing. Wicks down, goes above. Now it's above VWAP.
Let's go, baby.
I don't think it gets past 66 today, but that's usually because I'm pessimistic about a trending stock to the downside. But yeah, Micron off the bottom. That said, Tesla still going to the upside. And still running. Cannot stop, will not stop, won't stop.
Have you
is
seen
Tesla.
W today?
What, Wayfair, you got just what
is
I need.
moving, Neil, 9 points, and it's been a rock. Look at that.
Is there like something happening or?
So
news
Carvana, Wayfair, street price, target. Okay. Oh, I think they adjusted their earnings outlook, and they got price target upgrades as a result.
That'll do it. Break it out.
There you go.
That'll do it. Wow. And if you just looked at yesterday's levels on Wayfair, which this is all hindsight is 2020, it tends to be. If it's not 2020, then you should check your vision because you should have perfect trades if you can trade with hindsight. Yeah, it broke the previous range. Like yesterday's top 51 break, and it's still going up. There is not a red candle on my 15-minute chart on Wayfair. That is absolutely insane. And Yannick, actually,
What?
So Yannick in the chat.
Yeah.
It's not you, Yannick. It's not you. There's another Yannick
That's
in the chat.
another Yannick. Uh-oh.
So the first thing I have, Yannick's like, thanks for them, you trade. And I turn around, I'm like, did you trade it, Yannick? Yannick in the back, he will be on today. I think you're coming on today, right? Yeah. Yannick's going to be coming on today.
Look at Amazon,
But there's a Yannick in the chat as well. I was alerted to Micron by people yelling about how far it was to the downside. So that's the only reason I even saw that silly thing. What happened to Tesla? Somebody said what happened to Tesla? I don't know. It's
a rocket.
It's a rocket ship.
Well,
I've had
tech.
3 shorts on it, and I'm 1 for 3. Obviously, long would be the way to go at this point. Now it's just absolutely insane. Market screaming to the top side. I got to watch out for my Rivian, though.
Unreal.
Rivian now wants to take out the high. This is the short I liked yesterday. I liked the short.
Beautiful.
It is looking like it wants to break out the top here on Rivian. So all good things have to come to an end. It looks like Rivian trying to take out the top as well. My last short is Rivian.
Oh, I like this. Yannick Yellen. Instead of Janet
that's
Yellen.
Good. No, I like that.
Yannick Yellen. No.
Yannick Yellen.
No.
Why not? I like it.
I don't know. I don't know. Anyway.
It means Yannick can do all.
Man, we are rocketing up here. I'm specifically talking about Amazon, but everything else is moving up. I've got 125.77 alert for, basically to alert me into that 126 level, and I'm looking for a possible short there. Now, call me crazy. Obviously, I'm not going to be punching short just by sitting there like with a resting order. We're going to have to get to that level, trade at it. I'm going to have to watch it. If it V-shape recovers down, I miss it. But what I'm going to be watching for is a key level of what I would say to you is going to be resistance in and around here. This is the 30-minute on Amazon. look at this resistance level from yesterday. So we get back up here. I want to see how we trade. Do we have the lungs to break through 127 and head north?
The lungs.
The lungs, the capacity, the whatever.
What's the term? Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
I was gonna think, what's that term for your lung capacity again? It's
VO2 max.
VO2 max.
Yeah.
There you go. See, if you'd thrown that, if that got thrown in right away, it
Neil,
would have been much more effective.
I have to get to some super chats we missed. Sorry.
By all means, get to,
I feel like it's like housekeeping. I got to do it, right?
It is.
Weaver
You
Welder,
should be
$10 super chat. Thank you very much for that. Could you please explain Day Trade the World's training program and how to get started? Is there anything different for U.S. citizens? Sadly, yeah, we don't actually work in the United States. It's literally, I believe, almost every other country. So yeah, that doesn't work out. We don't actually have any offices there. For other countries, we do. Canada, you know, all over Europe, etc. So sorry about that, Weaver Welder. Another super chat here, Neil, coming in from Nick W, $5. Thank you, Nick.
Nick Dubs.
Airbnb, nice gap here to fill for 50 cents. Possible upside to 118 today. Let's have a look at Airbnb. That was downgraded today because I do the upgrades and the downgrades. Well, it wasn't downgraded. It caught a price target reduction. I'll look to see who actually did it, but let's go into the 5-minute here. So we gapped down. You know, we were way over 1%. We're technically now down 1% on the day. Let me put in the ticker here, AB. And is that New York, Neil, or NASDAQ?
Airbnb?
Yeah.
Airbnb's a NASDAQ stock.
NASDAQ, okay. Just want to get it right. There we go.
You have the daily up? You got it.
There we go. I'll put the daily up in 1 second. But here we are. We're at basically the highs of the morning, 115.50. Do we break up above here? Yesterday's close, the level I'll be looking to as my important level is that 116.50. That's where we closed yesterday, and there's a lot of action in and around that level. That's the 5-minute on Airbnb. Here's the daily, Neil.
So, you know, it's interesting because, like, go back to the daily for a second.
This is the daily.
Yeah, there we go. I just want to stay on there. It's been kind of stepping down. So you have like it's a conflict of two things. Like you're trying to hold the major moving averages, which have been converging, and you're trying to break out above those.
Yeah,
right.
very
So
true.
it looks pretty solid for like hold these right now, break 120, and that's pretty darn bullish. The other side of that trade is but it's got lower highs. Lower lows, and then it tried to put in a higher high there, like that, and it's kind of failing that. So a consolidation break on a very short-term trade at 120 looks really good, but it hasn't really broken that recent downtrend, I suppose.
They've been having issues with respect to inventory. So it's a funny thing. Go ahead.
No, you were saying this before.
Yeah.
That's all I was going to say. You were saying this
so
before.
the issue is they've got so much demand, like in large metropolitan areas like New York, Los Angeles, and a lot of these areas are now banning Airbnbs. I know my sister in the city she lives in Orange County, they've banned it outright. Like there are people running it, but they're not supposed to be. Anyway, fact of the matter is there's an inventory issue. They have more demand than supply. And so, as a result, their stock is suffering. So goes the story, or at least the Coles Notes version of it. You guys don't know what Coles Notes is. You guys know what Spark Notes is, because Coles Notes is Canadian.
That's
what do they call it? Sparks Notes or something like that?
I don't
in the
know
States?
because
fact check me.
First of all, just actually read the book. See, when I was in school, way back in the olden days, I would always, I'm reading all the texts, I'm making sure I don't use the Coles Notes, I'm studying really hard, I'm absolutely, unequivocally never sitting next to a dude in French immersion who spoke French since he was like 5 years old and then looking, whatever. That never happened. You don't do stuff like that. You got to make sure you stay away from the Coles Notes. It's all
Cliff Notes,
Cliff
Spark
Notes as well.
Sparks Notes or whatever. There's that. And then someone, very on the nose said to me, we use AI now, bro. Right? So,
I'm sure. Of course you are.
Yeah, forget about that. We go straight to the AI. The AI tells us everything.
That being said, I'm telling you, like some of the article summary, like you can get these fantastic summaries of papers through like ChatGPT does it, but there's actually there's a Google like a Chrome plugin that is specifically is built into Chrome and you can use it. It's an AI plugin that allows you to summarize a web page you're reading or like a paper or something like that. Because who wants to read the whole paper? You should if you're if you're in school, just ignore the tongue in cheek and do your work. I want to get to NVIS for a quick second, just because
Go for it.
It's starting to slow down. Volume is obviously not as big as it was before. Oh, you can't see the volume. There you go. Volume tapering off here. So the bounce is off VWAP. I did miss that last one there. And I would like to take it, if I missed it first time, or second time I should say. I'd like to get back in or add back into this around 740. I just need to see it come back, bounce off the level, show me a little consolidation, then we'll jump back into that trade. Micron is giving a consolidation above VWAP. That's pretty bullish. So holding VWAP, holding 65. If it can break back out here, I think we can see 66. I'm not at the point that I think you add yet in front of that 65 level, but I wouldn't rule it out. The one short, I don't really still like anything except for Rivian, because Rivian was the first thing I was in. It's the last thing I'm holding on to as a short trade. It's not necessarily going to set up as a home run the way the market's trading, but if it gets back under VWAP, at least it can curl back to that 1365. So same thing going on here for me and Rivian. And what about BABA, Renata says? What about Alibaba? Did it break 87 yet? No, it did not break 87 yet. So this is yesterday's high. I only know I was looking at it yesterday, or looking at it this morning. So I know 87 is a big deal. So BABA absolutely churning.
Congratulations!
Look at the breakout at 85.
Do we take the short here,
Look
Neil?
at the short on BABA.
No,
So-
the short, the market's
on the
turning.
market.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to stand
specifically
in front
on BABA. If you go back 2 days, 87.7 is the high of the day, so it probably can break 87 and then be a short, like back underneath, where you do the over/under game. But yeah, I mean, the market is getting close to 14.5 on the Nasdaq, not quite there. I like Rivian short here. I can be convinced for Alibaba off 87, and even Tesla. Like, that's starting to slow down. I think if Tesla starts to curl, that would get spicy. I was maybe too front end. Like, look what Tesla just did. Oh, yeah, Tesla. Tesla might be the one.
Go for it, yeah.
Hit it. Hit it. There you go.
It's the Madman. Put the Madman on there.
I
Put
like
the
it.
Madman on.
I like it. It's like it's right
They're not
there.
putting the
You can
Madman.
still see everything on the screen. I think it's almost perfect. Oh, forget that. Check that. I think it
Neil,
is perfect.
I don't want to stand in front of a freight train, and I feel that this long on the market is a freight train, so I ain't taking the short here. You're really going to have to convince me that we've rejected, and that means I'm going to miss part of the move, and that's fine with me.
In fairness, I just said I should be shorting Tesla, and it dropped $1.
I know.
That was fast. Anyway, life comes at you fast, and sometimes like what'll happen is I'll pull it over. I wasn't watching Tesla. I was kind of looking in Rivian in the moment, and by the time I got over to Tesla, it was already making the curl at what looked interesting. So I'm not chasing a move to the downside. But if we move that far down in Tesla and can't get to VWAP on Rivian, I'm going to scalp some out there. Just have to respect it. MVIS is starting to come in here. Marvell is setting up. MRVL. Ooh, that could be breaking back out. See? But the market's coming down, and this wants to break up now. That's just weird. And sometimes if it doesn't make sense, sit it out. Because if Marvell's going to go, then why not let it hold yesterday's bottom, consolidate a bit, either take the long off 59 or let it break 60. Because like you're not catching this bottom. I don't think that was close enough to the low to get it. Like Micron was literally a gift. Like, how many times does the stock go down that far, bounce off, whoops, wrong direction, bounce off literally the most obvious level you could find, like that 64 level in front of the 50 period, and give you a little consolidation down there as well? Like, that's, that's a little more obvious than in Marvell. I think you got to sniff that one out with some patience over in Marvell. I'll stick with Micron here. Plug is plugging along, says Anthony Kerr.
It's been plugging along the last few days. We talked about it at length yesterday with respect to swing trade and the. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, it's actually going down today. Because I was going to say, this was a short off 10 yesterday.
What do we got? 1.3%? Okay.
Yeah, this was a 9. I shorted 990 on
Still
Plug.
within the range of yesterday-ish.
Yeah, no, but it did break down and held a double bottom here, trending to the downside, plugging along, as they say. The short was off the $10 level, even though it was a 990 short. I still, okay, you know what? No, I'm not going to chase that move. I liked the short off 10 yesterday. It's a continuation of the same range today, but shorting at the bottom when the market's at the high, that doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense to me. Yeah, I'm going to stay away from Plug Power. But if you're already shorted, then it looks pretty good, but you're already in the money on that one. Not much of a, it's not worth chasing, I don't think.
All right, I'm watching what we do at these levels, thinking, you know, okay, 14.5 on the NQ, incoming resistance. We'll see. No decisions made. The other level I'm also watching that we're more distant from at the moment is that 4,300 on the ES. We're at 42.87 with a 42.88.5 top. So we're 12 points bit more away from that 4,300. So I want to see how we trade around here. We're not making any newer highs on any of these big cappers. Let me bring in the ES. There we go. I got to bring that. In there we go.
Nothing's making a newer high? You sure?
One sec. On my big tech. Oh, Google just made a newer high.
Something has to be.
Google is. And the ES curling back into 88.5. We're definitely much higher. We're much nearer the highs than they are the lows.
Oh,
no
NVIDIA
question
is
about
too.
that. And yeah, I haven't actually had NVIDIA on my chart today. I have to actually have that up almost at all times. Now, Neil, I want to include NVIDIA.
Netflix apparently is too.
It's been big all day, 406.96. Yeah, I should be. I misstated that. NVIDIA, Netflix are up there on my charts. None of the big six were, except Google. Google is. Look, I'm not standing in front of this freight train. I'm not looking to short here unless I really see a move down. The question to me is going to be 14.5. Does it end up being a level? Where do we find resistance? Is it a level that we find on the NQ or the ES? The ES has that 4,300. We're rejecting off that 4,300 every single time. We've been up there 5 or 6 times, I'd say, in the last 2 weeks. So that's definitely a level I want to be looking at. The other one, though, more closer. Come on, Sharif, get it together.
Oh,
the other level closer at the moment, 14.5. What's up?
No, I just Uber here.
Okay.
Uber made that push through the 40 level. I don't have it. I mean, it is what it is. It didn't really. I didn't have a stop order set for the breakout long. Even if I had taken the 40 breakout, it's debatable. It's all hindsight. Usually, I'd probably stop it at 80 or 75. So it might have made a run close enough to make me think about stopping out of the breakout, but it's now above that high of the day. If it starts consolidating, which it already is, I should say, it's already consolidating above 40. My daily's not really working, but you don't need the daily chart. This is the range from earlier in the week is what you want to concern yourself with. This is above 40. You got 80 cents worth of chop the last couple of sessions, the last 3 sessions when it's gotten above. So if it holds 40 now, a dip, I think you can go dip buy, give it 20 pennies, and then you've got 80 cents worth of upside. It's still in the range. That's with the market trending up, that's a place to join the trend on an already strong stock with some catalyst behind it recently. I know yesterday sucked for everything, so a lot of things are going to look bearish if you focus too much on yesterday's chart. The way I usually see it, and my daily's not working on Uber, so you might have to. Yeah, it's frustrating. But when you have
here, I'll put it up for you. One sec.
Yeah, can you put up can you do that? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you in advance for. I move over and my dailies. Sometimes they low, sometimes they don't. But yeah, if you look at the upward trend that it's on, it's unbroken on Uber. So when you have that little huadunk where it doesn't hold the previous tight consolidation I showed on the 15-minute, I was like, if it spends no time down there, meaning it flushed down there, you're down there for one day.
Back to the screen.
Yeah, now come back to my screen. You flush down, you hold beneath it, you open up, and immediately go right back to where you were before. If we close inside of this range, sometimes I'm like, yeah, it's almost like that didn't happen. It was like a market-led move. It happened to drag Uber with it, and in effect, you're still holding that consolidation and looking for breakout the top. So I like the dip buy in Uber. That's more of like a swing perspective there. But yeah, I like the dip buy if we can start to come back in and hold 40 even on Uber. MVIS, I want to dip, but I don't know. I say Uber sometimes
You
because
ever go out to Montreal? Do you have anybody in Montreal you visit?
Dude, I don't.
Yeah? Okay.
The last time I was in Montreal, it was on the way back from Halifax visiting my brother.
Okay.
I drove with my parents, and we stopped in Montreal. And we
Right.
went to Saint Hubert.
Say Hubert. You
Because
gotta
they
say
don't-
it the French way.
It's not in Ontario anymore.
Yeah,
I love
no,
that.
they
It's
closed all their shops
Their
here.
sauce is better than Swiss Chalet.
Best.
That's why I like them.
Best. Yeah, it's very Canadian. Like I grew up going to it, and then all of a sudden they disappeared. And then you found out they were only in Quebec, so it became like a staple. Anytime you were out there, you were going to visit at Saint Hubert. It's an awesome chicken place. They got that roasted kind of chicken.
You know I like chicken.
Yeah, well, I like you, bro. You said it, not me. Dave Chappelle. Anybody who knows Dave Chappelle
shit's
knows
just true,
that.
right?
Yeah.
Let's be real for a second.
Yeah, anybody who knows Chappelle knows that this is the thing, right? Shout out to.
Although,
Yep.
and this is true.
Okay.
I actually think watermelon's the most overrated fruit out there.
I don't. I got
I just-
watermelon in my fridge right now.
Don't get it. It's not
I
that,
love
look,
it.
I'll eat watermelon if it's. I don't understand it. I don't see what's so freaking great about it.
Yeah.
It's plain. It's useless. There's a million. Even like
You got to get a good one. You know that.
cantaloupe is better. Honeydew melon is
good.
better. They both taste better. You eat a ripe cantaloupe and tell me that
They're
watermelon tastes better
fantastic,
than that.
but
So
each
then what are
can
we
be
talking about?
fantastic independently.
I know what's up. You know
What's up?
cantaloupe tastes better. Oh, you know it.
Cantaloupe tastes fantastic.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just, I don't know.
I love watermelon. Okay, that's just my thing. Anyway, let's look at the Amazon trade because it is curling back down when you're not really seeing a curl in some other names. I'm talking about NVIDIA. I'm talking about AMD. Netflix, a bit of a curl. Meta, Amazon, we're seeing some weakness as we come to these levels, these important levels on the NQ. 14.5 technically on the day, 14.4, 9.425 the high. Is this a buy the retracement type moment? Well, I answer back and say, employ my friend Neil's strategy here. Get it on the backside. No point guessing if we bottomed out. Wait till it starts curling. If you miss a bit, that's the way it is. That's what I'm looking for here. Do we start curling off, this 124.5, whatever area on Amazon it decides to start curling? I'm looking for a new 5 green candle. Jeez, man. A new green candle on the 5-minute chart. Let's get it together. A new green candle on the 5-minute chart to make a new high. If I see that, then I'll decide to get it in, probably a half position. Maybe we'll curl it through possible high days here. 125.62, the high a day, up 3%. Where, we talked about this already, the 126 area. We know that that is going to be the area of resistance. That's the dip. That's the area we started off yesterday before the big dip when
The
tech
Big
sold
Dipper.
off. The Big Dipper.
Do you know who that is?
I know that the Big Dipper is a star formation, constellation.
Well,
yeah.
it's Wilt Chamberlain.
Oh,
the Big Dipper.
Why? Because he was like huge and jamming on everybody?
I don't know. You know what? It probably obviously has something to do with the fact that he was like 1 million feet tall. You know what? I really don't know. So where will Tesla, Geratin TV, where do you see Tesla land end of the day? So here's the thing. I just got short Tesla again. So you're going to ask the guy who, admittedly, I did like a dip buy in Tesla. It never got down to where I would have bought the dip, obviously, or maybe I would have had it. And sometimes you get a wipeout bottom, and you should be setting up a breakout long here around that 225 area or at the high of the day. Those were all available. I was paying attention to other things. And once it got to 230, I'm like, this is where I was looking for the short. So quite frankly, if you go to the daily chart, like the top, this is about 238. Those are wick highs. And then you have 233, which is the actual highest open that it had all the way back in November. So if we break this top 38, and if we break down, I think you could be back at like 25, 26, even though I would cover any short at VWAP because you're against the grain. But at the end of the day, like I have one good short out of 3 on Tesla. And they keep setting up here. I don't like the long setup from here. Especially with the market at resistance level, like 14.5.
Yeah.
That's where the market happens to be. I want to respect the fact that Rivian keeps bouncing higher low. So if we wig above 14, I'm not adding to this one anymore. I need to cover some in front of VWAP, and I might have missed a chance at MVIS. So instead of pulling back into 740 where we have the long, it just bounced off 750. So I don't want to add up here. Volume's too light to be adding up top. Now it just has to break out. Give me an out in front of $8, and then I can look for a new trade. I've obviously missed a dip buy here in MVIS twice, and that's not enough reason to be chasing it. So I'm not going to chase MVIS. It was good early, but just like yesterday, like I wasn't long at the bottom. I wasn't even long there. And if you were following in the afternoon show, like the breakout happened at 7. I consolidated 740. I wasn't long till 750. I even tried a long again at 770, and that's where it didn't work. I don't want to chase this move either. You got to keep a perspective of what happened at $8. Kept on running out of steam right at $8, so I don't want to chase the long at 770 like yesterday.
So interesting. I saw PDD here is up 5% on about 6 million shares. So doing a little exploring, it looks like, you know, generally ADRs are up. Yeah, they are generally
Are they, though?
on the news that the Chinese central bank is requiring state-owned banks to decrease their dollar deposit interest rates in an attempt to support the yuan. So interesting look there. I know what a lot of countries do in order to elicit dollars and to kind of increase their US dollar holdings is they say, all right, anybody who's got US dollars, deposit it with us and we'll give you like an exorbitant interest rate there. We'll give you about 13%, 12.5%, whatever it is, Neil, depends on the country. I know Egypt's offering 13 points if you leave it there for 3 years right now. Yeah, 13 points. I mean, that's fantastic. That's outperforming the. But now you got to take stability into question. Anyway, the whole point is that costs them money to do that.
Of course.
So looks like they're trying to ease a little bit here by requiring by giving less interest on U.S. dollar deposits. So interesting look there. The market's curling, though, Neil. Here we go, man. We're curling back up. We're definitely not making any newer lows. We're not exploding to the high side like we were earlier, but we're definitely not moving down. But we are being met with selling in front of 14.5. I have not, made a decision one way or another of how this is going to go. I'm completely without bias at the moment, Neil.
And that's what, like, if you have no bias, then you're trading off individual stock levels or scalp trades. Have a good weekend, Sean. Sean's out of here. He's going to be golfing this weekend, getting an early start. Although you didn't make any putts.
I know, it's in the car.
Oh yeah. So we have a new putting. We have like one of those putting greens now on the trading floor, which, I mean, obviously it's gotten rather popular in the 2 days that it's been up here. Yeah, Sean. I wanted to see Sean. He brought his putter in, but I guess he won't be making any of those. Congratulations if you have Marvell. Thank you for pointing out in the chat. It's getting close to that 60 level, looking like it's going to turn up. I suppose, sometimes you should just take a setup that's available to you.
Euro close incoming.
Yeah, I mean, Euro close is incoming. That might not matter here, but
Yeah,
if this starts holding a bit above 60, that gets really spicy to fill in that gap. Has to break out. I have Micron already, which I actually want to trail out if it cannot hold VWAP, especially at these highs, right? Like, this is right for Micron in general. Look at the downward trend. If the market pulls back here, then Micron could be back at that low. I never really would have thought it'd fill in the entire gap without the market getting to like 2%. So I think this one could be coming back out for me at 65 even. Still a good trade, just not a lot of fall through. You see the market continue to make highs. Micron started to catch up. Suddenly, it's like the air is going into or pulling out of Micron. NVIDIA is still not at that 87. Like this morning I said, I don't think NVIDIA can be shorted till 87. The one good thing is I didn't pull a Tesla where I tried short a million different times. Oddly enough, if I'd taken the first call, it would have worked, but that doesn't mean you should do it. 387 is still where I think there can be a turnaround based on yesterday's trade. If it gets there and we're still doing nothing off these highs, I would take a shot at NVIDIA to the sell side of the trade there.
Wow, Netflix, super strong. Sadly, I had a dip trade set up on this one that I canceled. I want to focus on the Amazon trade. That probably wasn't a good idea. Anyway, make a long story short, this has been strong as it is now, expected to make about $6 to $6.5 billion dollars a year extra. I believe a year. Yeah, pretty sure it's a year extra with respect to their new ad-tier supported service. So that's supposed to bring in that from 2024 and 2025, in addition to whatever else they're going to add as a result of that with their new users. However, they can monetize that because now they've dragged in new users. So it's been very strong lately. Let's go have a look at the daily right there. I mean, just from the October lows, it goes without saying, getting in at around 210 there. Now we're doubled over 400, 408. The move, though, on earnings, there it is, the 18th. That's the big move. We were in the mid 300s. Now we're about $110. I'm sorry, $60 above that. So been a strong name, continuing to benefit as information and news leaks out with respect to new revenue source. But there are headwinds. Let's be quite frank about it. The headwinds being that they are in the midst of a writer's strike, and the actors, certain acting, I believe, guilds are looking to add or look to join in the strike. So it's a bit of an issue that you never really want to be facing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's like a tricky situation there. Right?
Yeah.
Like it's you always want to. We always talk about the markets here and try to keep it to that, but there's some like legitimate, sometimes gripes or real life situations because that's something that's been going on for years and years. And so you get a little bit of a resolution, and in a couple of years it crops right back up there because there's a lot of money out there. Yeah, and it never feels like I know a little bit about some of the other aspects of it, like especially like animation. I don't know if you know what sometimes goes on in that world.
No.
Where like animators like work their butts off for some of these movies, and like the hours that get put in to see the magic that you see. Sometimes, there are big animation studios that will work on a blockbuster that goes insane and is a #1 film for a summer, and the company goes under in a year or two. It's like and it happens because that's just the industry. Now I'm saying all this caveat. My brother is an animator.
Oh, so that you have detailed information.
Yeah, so I'm like, you know, if I'm sounding a little bit biased about it, that's probably why. Oh, come on, Tesla.
So two things I want to note quickly here, Neil.
Can I complain just 1 second?
Yeah,
because
for
Tesla just did this again at 233. It wicked 233. I'm like, how can I not at least, if I'm shorting this level, when it wicks above, I should be trying to get something in and out here, 33 to 32. I just tried to grab it there, and it goes right back into the low 32s, and I did not get the fill. So the next time it does that, I will try quick rinse and repeat at this level on Tesla. It's just barcoding here, and I'm sitting. So I did this last time. I was just sitting in the short at 29 while it was going up and down, and I wasn't scalping 50 cents. So I'm going to try to add here and then maybe scalp some of this while it doesn't move.
All right, I'm gonna go on a limb and say that there will be buying on Amazon at VWAP.
Will there though?
I will say yes, because we're talking about a revenue change, and if we have a revenue change, we probably have some repositioning by big money. And then if big money's involved, we know VWAP may likely be on their radar when they're making intraday purchasing decisions. So I'm gonna say, if Amazon comes down to VWAP, I'm definitely looking long. That is at 124.12 on my chart. You got to say maybe between that and a quarter. You got to give it a bit of room. It may not make its way down, but that again is dependent upon what we do on the market. Now, I want to say something else. That Amazon was trending up when the market was trending down. More specifically, the NQ. At a part this morning, they diverged for a little bit, not much, but that kind of gave me the idea that this Amazon trade may be secular, that I may not need to associate it with the index. So, some conflicting data that I have to kind of resolve there. But anyway, the bigger point of this is I'm looking at VWAP, and I think that this would be a solid trade here if the market at least doesn't hwadung. 124. 15, 124.12, 124. We're pretty close. We're at 124.5 right now. We're making our move down, and we're making a move down on Amazon when the market is not really making a move down. We're quite close to highs, both on the NQ and the ES, and on big tech in general. Even Netflix, AMD, NVIDIA, everything is very much near day's highs. Amazon curling down. I'm looking at VWAP. Neil.
So the thing about Amazon at that price too, I know you're looking at VWAP at 124, but I'll tell you, and not to influence you to like the trade more.
Price action right there.
But if you look at the price action from the morning, because when the short was working, it was working here at that 24. And of course reload here, and that sucked. It was trending to the upside. So here's why you shouldn't reload here, even though I did. You see the support down at 123. It bounces off 123, so it's probably a good out there. And then you get a wick beneath and then immediate recovery. So like a rejection of selling underneath 123. We do not want to sell under 123, even though we've come down from that 124 and can sustain the up move. Then you get this higher low, trend right back in. You shouldn't really like that short unless it gives you a really good reason to get in, like a a break of the high of the day, a wick over the high of the day, and a complete rejection underneath that makes you like the short again. Instead, I just like the price and get short in front of that price. It broke out from there. My exit would have been a perfect entry, but I didn't take it. And now suddenly you're looking at VWAP, and
Yes,
that
sir.
same level that was previous resistance,
Happens to
and
be
when the
there
move
too.
jumped off, happens to be that
Yeah.
support.
Yeah.
That's a
I
great
love
setup
when
for
they,
Vol.
yeah. So I'm
a
looking
great
there. Let's see what happens on that. I'm biased to the long
Forward.
side on this one, but we'll see what ends up happening. 42.90 exactly is where we wicked high a day on the ES June contract. We're at 87.5 now, very much near high. We haven't made any newer lows. We're slowing down though in our ascent, but I don't know. I still very much biased to the high side at the moment. Right below 14.5 on the NQ, 14.494 3/4. So that's the look there. Strong on the day. Tesla being the beast, it's up 3 2/3, and Nvidia is up 3%, minus 10 bips, 2.9%. Amazon also the beast, 2.8%. You saw that. We took that north for a buck, and that was basically the only trade I've had on the day on Amazon. That's why I'm continuing to eyeball this trade as it finds support here at the $0.50. Talking about that 124.5. Could be just noise on the way down into 124-ish. That's where I'm hanging, Neil.
Hanging in the ish. I mean, that's the thing. It's not. It likely doesn't bounce off 124 even. That's the thing. Very rarely does it go to a price like that and give you the Okay, so Micron did bounce off 64, but that's more of a coincidence. Like sometimes it gives you the exact price. Most times it's in price area you're looking for a bounce. You see it bounce, you get into the long. Same thing with VWAP. It might not be actually at VWAP. It can be somewhere underneath. So Tesla's making that run at the high of the day. The second I don't get it, it immediately goes to 32. When I do get it, it's hanging out here a little bit. So a bit of a different story. Each time it's wicked above 233, it's gone right back down, like right back into the range, 32.5 to 32s. So I get the fill up there, so let's start scalping it, and it now wants to hold that high. Sometimes that's how it is. If it breaks the high, got to get out of it every single time. Affirm, thank you very much. Aldrin Giller?
And we are accumulating here, man.
Yeah, I like that term, accumulating. Affirm just broke the high again every time. Look at that. Short works, get back in without a sign of weakness. Same thing I was just showing you why I shouldn't have reloaded Amazon. I did reload as well on Affirm. And it's similar. You like the price. It worked before, so you try it again, and it blows out the top. That would have been a long entry there as well because it showed you signs of a reverse for strength. This has a huge gap to be filled. Just alert to the 18 level. Wick above that 18, then a bit of a failure last time. So I would, as someone who wants to be looking at the back end of a firm, whether it's 18 or 20, that's about it. Like those are the two levels that stand out to me. It is on a tear. It broke out 16, it held 16, it held 16, now it's breaking out
Oil is
17.
tanking.
It's got to give you a reason here. Oil tanking?
Have you seen this? Holy
have
cow.
not. Pull up the,
We're down 3% on the CL
so-
continuous contract. Yeah, that's not nothing, Neil. It's
I'm sorry, I'm
yeah,
watching
here it
Tesla
is.
here,
Look
guys.
at this move
What
down
just
on
happened?
oil. Yeah,
Oh, no,
I don't know. I don't
something-
have a news item here, but
Hold on a
oil
second.
broke down 71.70.
Damn it, my tweet deck is closed.
Yeah, it is really headed south. I mean, it started, it started the day, I want to say positive. Sure, yeah, because we closed out yesterday at 72.50. We popped up to 73.25. We are in a full state of huadunk on the CL contract here. Now 3.25% to the downside. Some of these other equities, these oil-related equities, I'm talking about our friend Zom over here, ExxonMobil, also headed south. Low of day, 107.40 on XOM, down 1%. Oxy also down 1 1/3. It's headed southward at 59. They're just barely holding that 59 level with 03s, the low of day. A lot of other stuff heading southward in energy land,
But
Neil.
the economy's fine.
We're good.
It's absolutely fine. It's the fact that
The NQ if you watch the NQ, you think everything was daisies and roses.
there is a really large difference between how the stock market acts and how the economy acts. And it's a weird thing because, quite frankly, by the time that somebody says to you, and they put on their monocle and they've got the patches on their sleeve and they say we're in a recession, a lot of times by then the market is making, you know, a higher low or something like that because it's already bounced. Like it's just how it is. It's a weird one, but yeah, that's interesting. I didn't see that one, but obviously we don't really trade a lot of oil names. If you're trading Oxy, if you're trading any of those names, you got to pay attention to them. I did get one hit there at 232.5
Carvana broke out.
on Tesla. CVNA finally broke.
Broke 20, headed to 21.
Are you
2083 high on
Now
our
the
friend
volume above.
CVNA. Let's
is what
bring
you
it
wait
in
for.
over here. 21 incoming. Oh, baby. I'm hearing people yell in the back. That usually means excitement. And there's yelling. I'm not in this, but I'm going to hit the bank for them because there's clapping and I'm pumped for them. 21.12 HOD up 35 and a third. It keeps fluctuating. Where are the levels on this, Neil? Okay, you got to really zoom out. Yeah, levels.
20 was pretty much the level, but there was no volume before. It's going into a halt.
Is it going into a halt? Go to
might
Neil's
halt.
screen, yeah.
Might halt. Do I get a
above.
fill? No, it doesn't halt. It was a fake out. I hate it when they do that. I'm in it anyway, so I wanted volume above. Let me just get my stop out in there. It didn't halt, obviously. I took it anyways. I got the 21 there. It was going into a halt trade, but if it had halted, I wanted to hold through the halt. If it can hold, I have a relatively tight stop underneath here that somehow has managed to not trigger just yet. So I have a stop underneath at the 3/4. We'll see what happens on this one. I mean, Carvana, if it decides to hold, great, fantastic. I would have loved it if it had halted just now. That would have been a little more interesting. And then just sort of play that binary reopen trade. I don't have the 20 long because, quite frankly, it was rejecting 20 above, and I wanted to see accumulation above 20. That's the only reason I don't have a 20 long. And so if you had to break, that's a good one for you there. There's a lot of sellers above here, of which I'm going to probably join here in front of that 2130 because, quite frankly, that's a lot of sellers. Tesla's coming to the downside, but I mean, Carvana's more interesting. If it breaks here, I want to take a quarter out in this consolidation range if I even get it. And then if it does go into a halt, I want to hold something. But it's looking like this could be a fail break at 21. I have a tight stop in here. I don't want to lose more than 40 cents because I think accumulation at 20 is a heck of a lot better than accumulation at 21. I'd show you my daily chart for why 20 is good.
Sure.
But yeah, my daily looks like.
One sec, you can.
Whoops, no, why? See, no, that's actually.
Here we go,
If I
guys.
hit
Here's
enter
the
again, is it gonna load?
20. Here it is.
Yeah, it's still not loading.
This is why it's good, guys. Do
There you
see
go. You
this?
have to go way back. That's the problem.
Yeah, see this wick right here, and then we have a lot of consolidation in and around right there as well. That's why the 20 level is a level. Do you look for support at 20
Yeah,
for a bounce, right?
ideally, but
Yeah.
at this point, I don't know that the bounce would be clean off 20 because
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
gonna. So you have a 21 long. If you're not like I'm gonna have a tight stop underneath it, but most people probably have a wider stop. I'm risking to just under 75.
Yep.
If people have wider stops, then suddenly like you could be turning at 50 or 20, or you could break 20 even and hold VWAP down here. Because anyone looking for an absolute miracle home run could be thinking 25, could be
Yeah.
thinking 30 as some ridiculous number. And then suddenly, if you're long anywhere from 20 to 21, and you're thinking it's going 25 to 30,
You're buying again.
well, you don't care if it goes to 20, yeah, whatever. Like you literally have support at 19. Is what
And you
you'd
could be
thinking.
buying at those
And you could be
levels.
right. So I have a tight stop because that's how I'm rolling. I don't like buying the high of the day, which
Roll,
I've just
baby.
done here. So it is what it is on Carvana. I suppose it needs to resolve itself. It's already 11:50. Come on, Carvana. You wait till now to go. You look like you were going to halt. I don't even want to offer up here anymore. Like now it's enough accumulation that if it breaks the high of the day, it's probably going higher. If I have a tight stop, I might as well just let it ride a little bit if it decides to even break that top.
So we are accumulating and rejecting for the moment at 42.90 on the ES, excuse me. And we are, it looks like we're accumulating for a breakout on the NQ. Here's the ES level. I didn't think that 42.90 would be the level despite the fact that I had my trend line there. That means that was a closing print on a prior day. Anyway, we're finding resistance there now. We're not finding that kind of resistance that on the NQ, despite the fact that we haven't broken through 14.5. 14.497 is the top, but I don't really see much in the way of selling either on the NQ, and that's the thing. So the ES, topping out for now. I thought 4,300 would be the level. Let's see. I think maybe we probably get continuation through. Now, because of where we're at on the NQ, I am now looking at the Qs. So I've got the Qs up here. The level that we're consolidating below on the Qs, 353. I guess that's going to be the equivalent of 14.5 on the NQ June contract. So, pardon me. That's what I'm looking at there. Looks like we're building up, man, to break here on the 14.5 on the NQ. Let's bring that chart in. That's looking mighty strong. We're still at, we still haven't broken through 97 1/4. That's high day, but look at these higher lows all throughout the consolidation. A bullish upward channel usually resolves in the direction of the trend, and I don't got to tell you, the trend is upward, up 1.17%. 14.5 has been achieved. New HOD. Do we continue or do we reject? So let's see. Let's see here, guys. I'm not taking any longs, any shorts. Want to see how we trade. Looks like the ES definitely not following with the NQ at the moment and making high days, Neil. It's still at 87s. I'm talking about 42.87s with a 42.90 high day.
I just put in the chat there. Carvana's probably going to run the tight stops and then have a chance to go. So it just did, it ran the tight stops, that's the breakout. There's where you have a tight stop placed, and now it wants to have a chance to go. It could still go sideways and set up a re-entry around this price. That's always a possibility. I don't know if it's a guarantee. I want to acknowledge Shinobi AO. Oh, of course you're going to go now, Carvana. AMD. Come on, load up quickly. AMD just broke 122 very, very briefly. So wick that 122. It's trying to go. But you're so top heavy now that you probably need to see some accumulation on some of these. The top breaks, they haven't really been continuing much just yet. I still want to have a bit of a focus on Carvana here because I'm not completely convinced that this is done just yet. If I had a wider stop, the wider stops are definitely still holding on here. The 20 is the better entry. So for me, if I have a C plus or a B entry, I don't really want to give it a ton of room. The long should be off of 20 even, based on what you see on the daily chart. And I don't have that long. That's not what I had. I have what was the halt level up there. It didn't halt. Tight stop. If it had halted, great, because I'm looking for the halt play a lot of times on something like this. Marvell breaking 60 even. That is a good one there. I have my trailing stop on Micron. That's actually slowing down a bit. Oh, it didn't. Oh, okay, breaking didn't actually break just yet. So Marvell trying to break that 60 level. Man. But man, Carvana. The market's at these highs. Everything is at the top, it seems, at the same time.
NVIDIA is pushing things up. AMD, Apple. They're all curling,
everything's at these key levels. So, NVIDIA was the one I haven't placed a single trade on NVIDIA. And it's pretty much right here. This is why I like 387. I wicked above 387, got to 387.50. Or 60 in the afternoon or late morning and rejected it. I have not touched this thing until it got here. I didn't really like a dip buy at 375. I don't really know why I didn't like the 375 dip buy. I knew I liked Netflix on a dip buy, but managed to miss that. So let's see NVIDIA. Carvana's going to be on the back burner, at least for now, although I still think it has a chance to break out and maybe halt to the upside.
Yeah, Microsoft looking to make days highs as well. That 180 level, though, could be incoming on Apple. So let's have a look here. Netflix been super strong. But Apple, I feel, because of the weighting, etc., it's up 1%. It's up and to the right. Here comes 180, 30 pennies away. We broke through that 14.5 on the NQ. So 14.507 3/4. Now let's see how we trade. Are we going to claim this level? Is this going to be just a moment where we kind of consolidate a little bit, maybe retrace back a few points, and then we make our way up? If that's the case, we're taking that long. We're taking the long on the Qs. But not going to make any decision about how that goes. Let's see, give it at least 5-10 minutes. Let's see, maybe even more, see how we trade at these levels. And simultaneously, we're looking at Amazon as well. We didn't get the opportunity for a dip trade on that because we're thinking VWAP. I was thinking VWAP. 124.50 is where it retraced to. So coming back into the $0.50, not quite giving me my look there at VWAP now. VWAP at 124.17, up a couple of shekels. Yeah, we're moving up
Did you say
here.
shekels?
I did. I took that from
Oh,
you.
yeah, you stole that. Well, I mean,
we're moving up here, Neil. We're moving up, man. 180 incoming on Apple.
How do I not hold Carvana?
179.87. Vana's been strong, a high a day, 21.60. We'll get to that one in a second. But here comes 13 pennies, 12.10 off the 180 level. You recall Max and I and a lot of guys on the floor and gals were trading this at the 180 level, and it ended up resolving through, but there was a bamboozlement. So obviously it's a regurgitated level and not likely to have the same impact second time around. So we'll watch and see as we get to that level. We're also at a critical NQ level 14.5. So we'll see if we find resistance here.
Yeah, I mean, Carvana took the high again because, of course, it took the high again. That's what it does when it's going absolutely parabolic. I had the tight stop on it. I just went with the high-end break. I think this time, give it a little bit more room to the recent low, take some out in front of 22, maybe rinse and repeat on each individual break if we can catch it. Oh, goodness, Tesla. Tesla as well. So remember Tesla, 233. That's Tesla again at 233. Getting the fill there, getting 25, 232 50s and 232s out as that one does the whole up down. It just keeps on getting the 33 even, cannot break out, and then pulls back 50 cents and pulls back $1. So Tesla at least working. And no, Aaron Yeager, Sharif did not tell me what the name of the song was yesterday.
And I'm not going.
And I didn't even ask today.
No, he
because,
didn't.
No, it's
He's
just one of
moved
those.
on.
Yeah, you got to move on at some point. And I was still curious, but obviously you didn't want to tell me, so not going to find out. Sorry, anyone that was interested in that, but I had to give up at some point.
Where are we at, man? Let's go. We're holding 14.5. Thanks, Sharif, says Mad Legend. You're welcome. Fonzie says, displeased with my antics. No Lambo trade for you today, Ponzi. Not like a...
Any long is the answer to a Lambo trade.
Yeah, I know. Fantastic. But
That's
I don't
not
know,
true. I
man.
shouldn't
We're
say
at
that.
levels. We're at levels right now. Let's
Obviously not oil.
Eh?
If you were long oil, you're not Lambo
Oh,
trading
no.
today. You know what I mean when I say any long.
Tech
is
long,
Lambo.
you're golden.
Tech longs, most
Oil now down 4.25%, headed south, baby, on the CL July contract. I said June contract earlier. I meant July. I use the continuous on this one, guys, because I like to be able to chart going back.
Right, that makes sense, of course. And you already looked at some individual names, I'm assuming, right? Like
On? Yes,
on
I
oil.
did. We looked at XOM, we looked at Oxy, we looked at, what else did we look at? Yeah, those are the two we looked at.
I'm just waiting for where do we think Warren Buffett's buying it today on Oxy? What do we think? Like 50 underneath?
Yeah, Uncle Warren's going to be buying.
Underneath
likely.
58.5, he's going to be buying down. I don't know. I'm speculating on this. I have no idea. Just underneath 60, underneath the 50 period, which I can't see because obviously I can't see. That doesn't want to load up for me. You see some buying action often with Mr. Buffett. Oh, I know what just happened. Right. Okay, so I'm out of Tesla. So when I went into scout mode on Tesla, I didn't adjust. Yeah, I didn't really adjust my bid at 231.5 for the fact that I was covering at 232.50. So I'm now out of Tesla. No one ever went broke taking profit, but I didn't want to hold on to a piece of this. I could just jump right back in, but I'm going to hesitate to do that. Jumping back into short, I'll just take the money and run. It's been a frustrating short anyways on Tesla. To get it back by getting a quadruple like that, oftentimes you can be pretty fortunate. So into Carvana, Saskatchewan, give Uncle Warren a call and ask for us. If I could, I would. But I can't, so I won't.
Yeah, so I shan't.
You know that one.
Yeah.
If I would, I could, but I can't, so I won't.
14.5 we're at, Neil, here. So I
This
am very interested now to watch exactly how we trade. Do the dips get bought up or do the pops get sold off, and which one is more aggressive and where do we resolve? Sometimes that resolves in 5 minutes, sometimes it's 20, but it's at a critical level, and now we need to watch how it trades because I am going to take this whichever way it goes. My thing is I don't want to take this prematurely, but sometimes it ends up resolving in a V-shaped fashion where it doesn't trade long enough for me to be able to make an intelligent decision. For myself, others are way quicker on the gun and get it right. I suck. I'm not good enough for that. So I'm going to have to watch it trade a little bit more. I'm going to have to watch it trade a little bit more, right, to get convinced.
You're a trader that wants confirmation
Yeah.
to get into your trades. So basically that just means that you're going to want a higher hit rate and a lower trade rate. So what?
There you go. Okay, well
So
said.
what?
Yeah, I didn't articulate it that way, and
So
that's
what?
quite well said.
So what? I'm going to speak
for
for
it.
Max for a second. Actually, it's past 12 o'clock. I know Yannick's going to come on here in a bit, but it's already on Yannick. Yeah. Instead of just putting his face on already and getting mine off there, you could just have one of those, like, the cane comes across like Looney Tunes and gets
We
us
need
out
that
of there.
animation where
I
like
can
a
take
cake
hint.
comes off.
But what I was trying to get
funny.
at was, I look at a lot of traders that trade small caps around here, or like big runners. We have
Yeah.
a trader on the floor, I won't name his name.
Yeah.
He likes to look for the halt trades where he's going for big, explosive,
Yeah, yeah.
120%,
Yep.
win 1 time out of 5. And I know Max will always talk about the fact that if you're going to trade one of these runners, if you get in early where you can get a price that allows you to hold it and look for that bigger move. Because
Yeah.
it hasn't won if it hasn't gone parabolic, when most of the time these things give it up. Like if you pull up a daily chart, and of course, as I say that, mine's not going to load on the Carvana. But you get those spikes, and oftentimes it just comes right back down in. So you're either getting that monster move, because most of the time it's not going to continue.
Yeah.
So you have to find your own niche. That's kind of what I'm getting
agree.
at saying there. And there's nothing wrong
Very much
with being
agree,
someone who trades less to win more. Just the same way as you could be a scalp trader who's going to trade a lot, right, and just get in, out, trying to capture a lot of a high win rate.
There we go.
And if you do that, like look at Carvana here. Like if you were in, out, shorting this thing on a trend up, you could be short here, short here, making money, and it's trending to the upside. You still win. So just find your own niche. I will leave you with that. I'm in Vana. I'm giving you a little bit more room here underneath that previous wick out. Yannick is going to be coming on. I think he did a fantastic job last time.
Yes, sir.
If Tesla gets up to 33, maybe I reload it. I'm still holding that Rivian anyway. So I'm going to log out and then send you guys off. I'll be back at 2 o'clock with, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be with
Max. You are
we
with
should be
Max, yeah.
Exactly. So.
All right, thanks for coming on, Neil. I'll leave you guys with
sir.
that. And Neil be on the close as always. Okay, so back to the future, because that's what I've been watching. I'm looking to trade the Qs, but my eye is on the NQ June contract. And we just dipped below 14.5, made a wick bottom, but getting bought up. And this is what I'm talking about, watching how we trade here. Okay, so look, the dips are getting bought up, but now do we reclaim 14.5? So much to be decided. You know, so many ways this could end up turning out in terms of rhythm and, you know, price action. So there's no point predicting it. Let's just see how it resolves. But, you know, we'll watch it in the meantime and make comments, of course. Finding support now. What else have we got here? We got Vana, you know, Neil embroiled in that. It's pumping to the high side. 21.97 HOD. We're in the 70s, 80s, now up 41%. Thing's been a rocket, several bull flags here, and it's danced with VWAP later in the day. Wow, but very wicky candle. And one of the traders on the floor came to me and he said, you know, I traded this and, you know, I almost had it. I got stopped out by a couple of shekels. And I said to them, you know, when you're looking at this type of chart, your stop is going to have to be based upon the range of the average candle. If the average range on, you know, if you're averaging the candles out, maybe you can take these couple of initial ones out and just use, you know, the more the range of candles. If the average range is wide, your stop is going to have to account for that, right? Your stop can't just be where you want it to be. And so when you see stuff like this, you're going to have to obviously scale down in order to allow you to, you know, extend the range. So Nick Dubb, $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Nick. Sharif, can you give us your thoughts on Upstart? Sure. Let's have a look at UPST. We got another chart over here. Let me just move this over to the side and load it up. And let's see what it's been doing on the day. Yeah, oil is still heading down, guys. 4.25% now. So just heads up there. Oil pumping to the downside. Let's move this down. All right, Upstart on the day, up 6%, okay? We're on the daily candle, so you know now we have actually reclaimed the 200 EMA on the daily. We're above that. Price action-wise, we've taken out a local high, breaking through that range. Obviously, the chart still looks very skewed because of where we were, but when you look at the local highs, we're definitely above February. We're above even last September. We're not quite at the August levels, though. So not quite there. That will be the next target. The high of that, I believe, is like in the high 30s, 36, 37 area. So that is the target, but that's from a daily perspective. Quickly, I got to keep my eye on the market here because I want to see how we're trading at 14.5. So as I'm looking at Upstart, I'm looking at the market. We're not breaking through 14.5. On the day, Upstart, what's it been like? Yesterday, we had a red day. The majority of the market had a red day. We stair-stepped down. We started the day off at 31.5, got up to 32, low 32s, and then we found our way all the way back down to the mid-28s, where we closed. Very little pre-market, after-market action, and then we make a newer low today, sadly, at 28. But we're looking to take some of the gap that we made yesterday. We're filling it right now above 30. Looks fantastic. Now, look, you got to say, the price action is around here, right? This is the 11 o'clock. This is the 10:20 to 12:20. 2 hours of price action in and around this area. Do I expect resistance on the ascent here, especially in the gap fill? Yes. I'm talking maybe that 30.90, 30, whatever. You know, this is going to be the demand area. So keep that in mind. You're good to go. Yeah. We got our boy Yannick back by popular demand because you guys filled the chat with ones. You weren't, I don't know, you didn't hang out long enough to see it, but the entire chat was filled with ones.
Actually, and I saw afterwards.
The chat was pleased with you, Yannick.
This time I'll try to look at the chat more and actually answer your questions. I completely forgot to look at it last time. Lambo trade again, Ponzi
Lambo
Fonzie.
trade.
Carvana is your Lambo trade today, man. Looks like it's really going.
Chef Yannick, says Darwin. You're already you're gonna have
Yannick,
a whole bunch of names, guys. We're pumping here on Upstart. 6 2/3%, 30.44. We're in now officially in the resistance area, if you want to call it that. But hey, man, I mean, if this one wants to keep going, it's going to keep going.
Yes.
These fintech names have found their strength lately. Firm's been doing better. Upstart.
We all know.
Names, yeah.
This is all kind of carried on the back of that AI stuff, right? So.
Yep, they're all getting that. And that's the thing. I mean, we talked a little bit about it. I want to get your take on this too. A lot of people are making the fact that AI is going to have this huge productivity boom. And this productivity boom is going to come at the expense of jobs.
Yeah.
And then
some jobs.
Yeah, because it's going to be replaced. I'm not trying to make a doom story, but I'm trying to pitch you the earnings aspect of this.
Yes,
so
for sure.
As a result, what they're predicting is, you know, big companies, Microsoft's, Meta's, these big ones, they're going to start laying off 10, 15% of their workforce per year until, you know, 5-7 years down the road, they've cut labor costs 75% down. So they're looking at these companies as their margins getting wider and wider and wider and wider because of productivity booms. So the margins that we have to look at here are completely different. What's your take on that?
Like, yeah, I mean, from the perspective of companies like that, they're obviously going to benefit from it. Like, a company that has, you know, strict margins is only going to benefit from cutting employees, right? Finding ways to do the things that they already do without having to hire people to do them. So, yeah, it's beneficial from their perspective, but I'm curious to see, like, the outlasting effects, you know, 5, 10, 20 years.
Yeah.
What happens to people that actually lose their jobs? If we do get to a point where we have mass layoffs in the sort of more like, what's the word? Administrative positions, like positions that are more so kind of like, I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, like, absolutely. You know, like, well, a lot of people are saying, you know, the knowledge worker is going to go by a way the same way that the laborer went. You know what I mean?
And one more thing to add on to that. I also think that, like, there won't be that many layoffs as much as we think there will be. I think that, like, a lot of companies will kind of give this as a tool to the people that are already there, right?
Yeah.
And sure, some people will be laid off, but it'll just make your job a lot easier and quicker, you know? Like,
I hope so, man.
Like when you're talking to a support online, like instead of it just being like a bot completely, like it's someone sitting there watching like 10, 20 different chats, and they're just inputting different things to let the kind of direct the bot,
what you're saying,
direct the AI a little bit, help it out of it, you know?
I hear you.
Like someone's like kind of controlling, like, you
There's
know,
still human input in there somewhere.
One person can just do a lot more now.
Yeah, I hear what
really
you mean.
it
Yeah, I
is.
see your point. So why don't you take us through some of your trades today, man? Let's talk a little bit about it. Let's go to Yannick's screen.
So I didn't do too much today. I traded NEO in the morning, just like trading some shares. I wasn't too successful on that.
Give us your trading plan on that, like the in, the out, the plan,
So
etc.
CVNA was really the only like half decent trade that I had today. You know, I didn't want to take the break on this thing because it's getting crazy, and I wanted it to base out and give me a good entry with a proper spot I can risk to that's actually defined. And yeah, I got in small shares. Took it all out on that first move there.
Yeah.
And I just didn't like the price action. It just kept selling off every time it hit that like 70, 60 area.
Yeah.
And there's just so much selling. Like, yeah, as you see, it's going higher, but it's probably just going to keep stepping up like this. And eventually someone's going to come in and put a big order out, and that'll probably send this thing flying down.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
CVNA, great, definitely a great opportunity today, but you got to be quick with this one. You got to be quick and
What did you think about what I had to say with respect to giving your stop based upon the average range of the candles?
Yeah, that's also very important too. You got to see the spread, see how these candles are trading exactly, and when you've got a candle like that one there, it's like you got to be careful on this.
That's the 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a 3 minute.
Yeah. I guess that's a dark pool wick. Yeah. That's not even probably.
Yeah, I think we're a bit tighter on the range on that. Yeah.
Wick, yeah.
So look here on the cues. Come to my screen because now we're continuing to dance. We're dancing below 14.5, but these dips are getting bought up. All right, and that's what I'm looking for here. The fact that we're not making a lower low, and every time we dip, we're getting bought up. And what does that help me form? It helps me form a bias. Am I long bias or my short bias? Where am I looking to go? And then you wait for another confirmatory indicator, and then you punch. So that's what I'm waiting for here on the NQ. I'm going vis-a-vis the Qs, the triple Qs. That's what I'm going to be doing on that, but definitely watching the NQ.
You're looking for a long?
Yeah, well, right now, yes, but I haven't formed an opinion. We're watching how we trade, but right now the bottoms are getting bought up, and we're dancing with 14.5 again. This consolidation range, we've taken 14.5, 14.514 3/4 HOD on the NQ June contract. So getting bought up again. This is my I'm eyeing this. This is the trade that I want to take. I want to take the NQ over the ES as a result of the fact that the NQ is stronger, 1.15%, 0.35% for the ES. For the ES, though, if you were to take this long, I'd be looking for a 42.90 break to 4,300 test. You may run through 4,300. We have, on several occasions, broken through that 4,300 only to retrace and always close below it. We have not been able to close above that 4,300 on the ES. As of late. So that would definitely be a profit target for me, Yannick.
Yeah,
you can take us through whatever. So maybe you can tell us how do you search for stocks on it? Do you go through a watch list? Do you have a scanner?
Well,
what's your modus operandi here?
I definitely in the morning look at 2 different scanners. I have a little FinViz scanner with like a green and red, like up stocks that are up the most and down the most. And then just on TradingView, I'll open up the. I'll just open up
his screen, guys.
The TradingView, the hot watch list here. It's good,
That's
it
nice.
shows you the
How you've
top stocks that
separated
are
it.
down, top stocks that are up,
Good.
and the volume gainers. So yeah, just keep it simple. You don't need anything too fancy. Obviously we have the trade ideas here on the floor, which is very powerful.
Yep.
But you can find other scanners too. It's not just trade ideas.
Yeah, we're sponsored by Trade Ideas, so shout out to them.
You just got it right here in front of me too. Shout out, Max.
There you go, yeah. And shout out to Michael Noss. In case you guys are wondering, you now have the option to add the anchored VWAP as an indicator on Trade Ideas. Michael Noss sending an email letting us know that the update has been done. So the anchored VWAP that Michael Noss and Brian Shannon were talking about, and I know a lot of our viewers are super interested in that, is now live on Trade Ideas platform, and you'll be able to use it through there. So shout out to them on that. Let me just check something here real quick. Midday show. Am I good to go on everything here?
What's
yeah,
going
I think
on
I'm
here?
good.
What do you think? What do you think? What do we think of Carvana here? You think it's gonna keep ripping?
22.
Looks like it
25.
wants to.
Yeah, dancing with
Looks like it
22
wants
now.
to.
I do trade stocks on NewView. Yeah, I traded Amazon today. I don't know if you were hanging out earlier. I took Amazon for $1. That was my only trade of the day. Now I'm eyeballing the futures because it is at a level that I like. So yeah, I do both. Yeah, NewView. Long time viewer of the show. Always see them in the chat. Yeah, so Vana up. Hey, look, man. I mean, I don't short Vana. I just don't stand in front of it. It's too heavily.
Yep.
It's a heavily shorted name, and it's against the direction of the trend. To me, that's not.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah. I mean,
What's your look?
with a stock like this, you really got to pick those solid levels because, man, like, and even so, when you do have a level, like, you got to have a wide stop because this is the type of stock that will front run you, go for the stops, and then absolutely Huadunk back down, and we know how this goes. So shorting this, I don't know about that, but
57.28 short float on Carvana says trade ideas.
that
here,
is
guys.
insane.
That's big.
Yeah, that's massive. That can definitely do something today.
Oh
but,
yeah.
It depends on where the shorts are, right?
Very good point.
Right? Like that's really what matters. Is
Exactly.
where are the shorts?
Where are they
are their
positioned?
averages?
Exactly.
Where are they trying to get out? when
Wouldn't it
goes
be
against
nice if
them?
we knew that?
Yeah,
You
it
can
would be
kind of
great.
discern that if you look at it. Have you ever heard of Bookmap?
Bookmap.
You've heard about
Of
this.
course,
so,
of course,
yeah.
know about
I
Bookmap.
love
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
I love this, man. This
Bookmap
guy's
is
already
great.
ready, bro.
Not part of my strategy,
But you know about it.
But Bookmap is extremely powerful. Extremely. You see the liquidity where it is,
Exactly.
right? You can find the stops.
Exactly. You know exactly what I'm talking about. This is all stuff you should be able to do on the book, a thorough analysis of the book.
Yeah.
But
For
you
some
know,
reason, they
this
don't
one-
give us all the data.
Exactly.
It's there though. Like
You got to pay for all of it.
It's
though.
there.
Bookmap is quite pricey, and then like it's
Yeah.
100 minimum US, right? And then you're adding data packs on
Yep.
top of that, right?
So you can't plug in your broker's data.
I don't think so. The trader that was on the floor here never said it was
Bookmap.
possible. Never said it was possible. He was always paying for more.
Well, Trade Ideas has its own data, right? Or you have to pay for data on Trade Ideas as well. Yeah, right?
Fonzie says, I'm determined to make Yannick laugh. Fonzie wants to make you laugh. All right, the SPY's
Lambo
going.
trade.
There goes 42.90. The SPY curling up. And the NQ also back at 14.5. So for now, it looks like the dips are being bought up and buyers are winning. Let's let it resolve. I don't want to guess, but I'm seeing Apple also curl back in to possibly test 180, curling 179, high 70s. We're also seeing some other names curl here. NVIDIA and Netflix, not really at the moment. Tesla curl.
The 80s Colton want their sweater back.
It's your own personal
No,
style.
man, this
yeah.
is- this,
Yeah,
this
look, you can't
nice
take
little
any of
knitted
that too
sweaters.
seriously.
Come
It's
on.
all
No.
like it's all kind-hearted
Trust me,
stuff,
I
you know.
I'm laughing.
It's
It's
just
funny.
trolls.
It's funny. Someone made me laugh. There you go.
22.77 Carvana.
Yeah, we're just
By a day.
my 20.6, 20.7 average would be looking very meaty right now, but yeah, don't have that on anymore. Got scared out of that one. You know what I want to address though? Yesterday I saw a lot of questions, at least 5 of them. People were asking, pineapple on pizza, question mark. And this is a big one for me.
Here's the thing. about
Ready? What are you going to say?
If you're
What's
enjoying
the
this
thing?
video, please
Oh.
take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple.
Yes, never forget. My answer is do not put pineapple on pizza. It does not belong there. It is a fruit. I would never be caught putting fruit on pizza except for tomato in the sauce.
So now what we're going to
Not
see
Italian,
are adoption papers
Spanish,
headed from
close enough.
Neil's way over to Yannick's desk. It's all over. He has been adopted. He is now in Neil's good books. Guys, we're going to test 180 here on Apple. 179.91. The NQ finding its footing at 14.5, but the ES now leading 42.91.5.
That's funny.
It's looking to curl 4,300. Who knows? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's bring that in.
Wow, that is not pineapple on pizza,
This
but that is valid.
right here,
It is? Oh,
this
no.
is all
Oh, no.
the banned
Almost.
fruit.
Almost
Neil,
a pizza, almost.
How many likes, Neil, for you to take a bite of that?
Pineapple and mushrooms.
Name the price.
Mushrooms belong on pizza, but not
Name the
pineapple.
price. How much is it going to cost, Neil? Aw.
Send it back.
All
Yeah,
right.
send it back.
You've eaten a pizza? Okay. I'm sure there was, yeah. 5K,
Like-
says Day Trader Cut.
No, it's not like I'll deny a pineapple pizza if I'm given it, but like it's
Eat it.
probably on the bottom of my list.
All right,
for
we're
pizza
flying here,
toppings.
man. Here we go. Okay, so the future has
That's nuts.
decided which direction it wants to take. Now it looks like we have decidedly taken that 14.5 for the moment with the higher low, and now the higher high at 14.515
That's crazy.
and a half. Do we look for bamboozlement here, or is this a legitimate trend, and we're going to continue here? What is the resistance level, the local resistance level on the NQ? Okay, here it is. The moon, says Neil. No. So we have a top. Let's bring in the chart. One moment here. I just have to bring this in. Sorry, I'm looking the wrong way. I shouldn't be doing that. The local top is this. 14,692, essentially 14,700. So we're going to have, obviously resistance at 600. We have a bit of a gap fill, 14,550. We've talked about that. Okay, it is time to go long. So I am going to go long now on the NQs. Actually, give me a second here.
GameStop's trying to go.
Let me see. I think I'm going to go long. I'm going to send it to you over for a bit while I digest this a little bit more here.
Yeah. Go for it. PLTR is looking kind of interesting here. Let's see what's going on with PLTR. Yeah, man. PLTR has just been trending beautifully today. Had that first move off 14.5. Your dip buys in the money. Never even looked back. Even if you could have still held that here, you would have still been in it, assuming you didn't skew your average. And then boom, past 15. And now we're trying to go even higher, kind of little, what's it called? Higher lows being put in there as we're curling off of the 100 EMA. And it's crazy too, the MNQ didn't even touch the 100 EMA after the morning. The Qs, it's just rocket ship with no end in sight.
Yeah. So I'm long. I am going to go long. My out will be the break of the lower end of the range here on the triple Qs. I will be looking to add in the mid-range, in and around here, just below 53s, in the mid-90s or so, should we make it down here. If we don't, I'll continue to take the trend into 14,550. I feel that may be a resistance area on the NQ. We shall see how this resolves. That is the plan, but the out is the break down of the range. That is 352, 60-ish area. That is the range there. That's where I will be out, but I'm looking for continuation. I think we resolve in the upward direction. I'm looking at Apple. I'm seeing we haven't taken 180 on Apple. Does Apple single-handedly hold down the NQ, from really rising? Because now we're seeing the ES accelerate, ironically enough, and the NQ not accelerating as quickly as the ES. Even though it's up 1 1/4 on the day, the ES up 0.44. So we'll see. We shall see. We shall see if Apple ends up being a bit of a lid here on our ascent up at that 180 level. 179.96, the high. AMC is dead, says Rage TV.
There goes Carvana.
What is Vana? My goodness.
23.2s.
Vana, a.k.a. the rocket ship. Send it over to this guy.
Yeah, 23.2s. Once again, my 20.7 average looking very nice right now, but non-existent. So, we're a little upset about that one. But hey, we made our money. We left the party, and the party continued. So, a little bit of FOMO here, but we're not going to do anything about that. I'm not going to get in here. There's no trade. We wait. I
like that.
Maybe there will be a trade later.
You're going to be a good trader,
Maybe
but you're
not.
cold. You got
to be cold, man. The market is colder than everyone else, man.
Market
the
wants
market
to
doesn't care.
take your money and eat your lunch, man.
Yeah,
They
man.
will not care.
The Wild West out here, especially on Carvana today.
The Wild
Wild
West.
West.
Have you heard of this Flash Boys thing? I don't know if you've gone into that.
Flash Boys.
Yeah. I got to get into that. Is there a movie I can watch?
Yeah, it's a YouTube. It's like an hour long little docu-series. It's kind of like filmed like that.
For real? Okay, I thought it was behind a paywall. That's
Flash Boys is the book.
It is, but there's no movie?
I don't think there's a movie. I'm thinking of, there is?
Oh. I don't know. I think someone
I'm thinking of Floored. You ever heard of that? Floored?
No.
It's a YouTube. It's a 1 hour YouTube little docuseries about the transition of on like the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the older traders that had to transition from trading however they traded before, like hand to hand, like floor trading to the computers, and how most of them were just completely rinsed and could not adapt to it. And how like computers really it's brutal to watch in their perspective.
Yeah,
because it really changes, it flips their world upside down.
Yeah.
But it's like shows you how quickly things change in this.
I heard like you actually had to be physically fit to be on the trading floor back then, because you had to like elbow your way through and get your order.
The taller guys would be the ones that usually
with
got
long
their
arms
orders.
and stuff, right?
Seriously,
yeah, literally.
Long arms, tall, over 6 feet. You're getting your fills ahead of everyone.
Yeah, I'm long, guys. I'm long the wrong name, though, it looks like. Sadly, the NQ not going yet, or not yet, not until maybe Apple resolves in the upward direction, but the ES is going. Here comes 4,300, I posit, on the ES. We're at 42.94 and a quarter, 42.95. Incoming likely on the ES. Strong now up 0.46. Let's see what's buoying the ES. Oh, here it is, the bounce in oil. Okay, so we found a $69 low on the July contract. There it is on oil, and now we're at 70.5. So the ES finding more power than the NQ now as a result of the buoy of oil. How's banking doing? Banking's mixed. Banking's flat. Not really weighing much in on the S&P. So.
Yeah, tech is up the most.
Tech is up 42.95, man. Here we go. ES is strong, Yannick.
Yeah, we're pumping your. Oh, actually no, the ES is strong. Q's not doing much. Oh no, it's going.
Q's
it's going.
Okay, it's going. It's not great.
We've got hopes.
Yeah, it's okay.
Hopes and dreams. I tried shorting the NQs back at that 14.490 level, but it obviously didn't work out. Just one trade. I didn't want to try it again because this is just no sign of a change in trend.
Yeah.
Just took one shot at the the reversal in the
trade.
Whatever, didn't fight it.
Yeah. Here we go. Okay, so we're moving, baby. Okay, here it is. Now we're pumping 97s incoming on the ES 4300 180 Apple. Okay, so we have Apple up for exactly this reason. The dance resumes. The 180 dance, yes, you know it. If you watch the midday show, you saw me dance with this level. You saw Max dance with this level. We all danced with this level.
But not the last dance.
No, not the last dance. Exactly. We're back right at that level. We're probably going to find resistance here. So we'll have to see which way this resolves. Stock Hunter, Sharif. The only trade on Carvana is call options on a huge squeeze. 100% utilization, 8.5% fee, 155,000 naked shares to short 0.44 put call ratio at IBKR. That is a lot of stuff that I kind of semi-understood and then didn't get at all. I'm not an options trader, you know that. And although I've heard all of those before and kind of know what each is, I don't know how to take them in and consolidate them and digest them. So I'll have to thank you for that. But
that's funny.
Right over my head, baby. 42.9850.
What was the put call ratio on
0.44.
On what?
On the Carvana. He's like the only.
Put call
here's what he said.
Okay.
The only trade on Carvana is call options on a huge squeeze, 100% utilization, 8.5% fee rate, 155,000 naked shares.
0.4 put call ratio.
Let's go here. We're 20. Where are we? What are we? 35. Yeah, 35 pennies in the money here on this triple Q's long as we break through the $0.50 and get to 14,523 on the NQ. Do we find a top, though, at 4,300? And if we do, does it affect the NQ's ascent? We'll have to see, especially with Apple below 180 still, 10 pennies, 12 pennies, whatever, south of that 180 level. So we'll continue to watch and see how this resolves, but we're embroiled in a long. We've got a decent long here, unless we get a Huadunk. I posit we made a higher high, higher lows, broken through 14.5. I think we trend a little bit here, and it's just by, you know, I think by how much. Now, Yannick, we talked about this 4,300 level. Now, you and I haven't had this conversation, so maybe it's nice to have here. Let's go to the half an hour here.
ES?
On the ES June contract. Look at this 4,300, Yannick. Every time we get here, we dance with 4,300 on the 2nd. We don't get there. 5th, we get there. We reject. Again, the 7th, we get there, reject. Do we do that same dance?
Well, you know, we'll have to wait and see. But you know, here's one thing that I'll point out here, right? So we managed to get lower after that second touch of 4,300 over there. Yeah, right there. We did manage to get all the way down to almost 4,255, right? 4,226 flat, basically.
This is 425 over here. This is 426 right here.
Almost there. And look at, you know, the buying there. Look at these wicks over there, right? It got down there, and you know there wasn't much selling, right? There was more buying there. So I'm thinking that we probably go to 4,300 and don't break down this time. I think we'll probably hold, maybe go higher, trade there for a little longer. I don't think it'll be like the last 2 times though, because this is more of a serious base, and it's also a longer base too. So yeah, I think that should mean that it is stronger.
Yeah, the more touches you have at the level, the more important the level becomes. And I would suggest to you that if you're looking for a bias, take the bias in the trend.
Yeah.
Have a look.
Exactly.
Where are the higher highs? So if you're looking for a bias breakdown, why would your bias be south unless you had some data point that said, you know, we were coming to this and it switches up. But if your bias is, you know, should be in the direction of the trend. At least that's how I see it. So 4,300 incoming now, whether we break it in this time or next time, what time, but probably will be sometime soon. You have to think, where are we here on the NQ, or sorry, the Q trades? We dip back into the 30s. We're dancing. We're still with 14.5. It's probably time for me to set up my dip trades because I want a better cost basis. Not going to lie, not going to lie. Let's go down here. I'm going to sit at 06s because what's life without whimsy? We're going to sit right in front of 350.
We got Yannick Sweater in the chat. Wow.
So
already.
Now,
Jesus, you guys are crazy. You guys are so awesome.
Yannick Sweater
already there. You got to get a picture of
the chat remains undefeated. You have to know that. Like, you know,
that was so
you
quick.
Can do.
That was so quick.
Yeah, so quick.
Like, you had 20 minutes to make that account or change your name. There you go.
That's a huge
Yannick
W.
Sweater.
Hit 1 for Yannick Sweater, guys. Hit that one. There it is. There it is. The
you know what? That's so funny.
Bradley's definitely behind that. Where is he? For sure, Bradley's behind it.
That's my long lost brother, Macaulay Culkin.
There it is.
I'm actually the brother that's on the show, the Succession. His brother is on that show. Yeah, that's me. That's me.
That's funny. There you go. The chat lighting up there with ones for Yannick Sweater, guys. Lots of love for you guys all in the chat. Best viewers and audience, I would say,
Most
on YouTube,
certainly.
guy.
Most certainly.
All right, where are we here? We're dipping on the triple Qs as we roll back into 14.5. So this is going to be another interesting observation. What are we going to do around here? Do we get bought up? Do the buyers step up, overwhelm sellers, and do we create a higher low and even, you know, more ideally hold 14.5, right? So that it actually is more, you know, of an identifiable level. Let's see how we trade. I'm set up here at 06s. It looks like we got down to 08s. I didn't get the fill, sadly, so we'll have to, you know, continue to wait on a possible cost basis adjustment here, guys, as we, there we go. My boy has that Biggie Small sweater on. Says TB
Smalls.
T-Bay.
Or the Bill Cosby sweater, according to Neil.
There we go. I get the fill. So now we are filled long on our dip trade. Let's continue to watch. Are we going to make a newer low? A newer low for me comes by way of this break of this 352.60 area. The corresponding level on the NQ, I would say, is that 14.475 area. So let's see if we hold up here. Do the buyers step up? That's going to be really the question. We know we're looking at 4,300 in the face on the ES, and that was my question kind of to the chat earlier. Does a rejection of 4,300 stifle a move up on the NQ? So,
Man,
watch this.
Carvana
Bradley
here.
is going to do something.
Is he? What are you going to do? Okay.
Oh,
Man.
we're moving down, though.
Carvana here is looking
Yeah, go for it.
interesting.
Take over.
I don't know, man. I'm debating here on taking this trade, but I think this is really just a coin toss at the end of the day. This 20, yeah, you got the 22 level, but what is 22? It's not that important. There's not much size there, so there's really nothing here. The trade was there earlier. I should have just had more size and just punched it. That was it. It's all right though. A thing like Carvana though, unless you're just scalping it, you really can't be entering like at these points here. You have to get like as close to the initial move as possible, and then try and hold out for the rest of it. But yeah.
Yeah, so we're trending
tough
down
one.
here. This guy.
There he is. There he is.
Proudly doing our boy Yannick dirty.
Hey, it's not.
Man, he's just joking around. It's
They're actors, man. They're good-looking guys, you know.
Of course.
Come on.
Oh, shit about it. There
There's
we go.
no-
That's the kind of attitude I like.
Bang.
There you go.
Big bangs.
I'm all right, guys. We're moving down here on the NQ and the ES. Let's not panic, though. No panic selling. Let's continue to watch the range because I think that the range is important. Still have another dip trade in the cards before that 60 break. So that 60 break will be my sand in the line. Sand in the line. Come on, Sharif. Line in the sand.
Sand in the line.
There. So, and what I'm watching for, again, just to reiterate, do we see the buyers kind of step up here and buy up these dips and, really show that we're overwhelming sellers, or are the sellers going to win out through 14.5? That's, whatever way it resolves, I'm good with it, because then if it ends up that we move short and break down below that 14.475, then, I'll definitely be looking for an interesting short as we look to fill that gap. So let's continue to watch, see how we do. We have 17s. We're out of the money, sadly, but we've got a plan, and I'm going to follow it.
I don't know. This the short is looking kind of juicy here on the MNQ.
Lana. On the MNQ?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a level breakdown. I want to see how we trade. Does 14.5 get bought up? If it doesn't, I'll be short right away.
Yeah.
If the sellers overwhelm the buyers, I'll be the first one to switch.
Yeah, definitely looking at that 14.5. Short here though is not. Can't really structure risk here without
You'd have to give it
risking
to
a lot.
14.5.
You'd have to give it a lot for sure.
Yeah. AMD hitting support, says Shinobi. AMD hit that 122.21, that 122-ish area. It's retracing into that 121 area. It's a little bit above it at the moment. We'll see how that one resolves. I haven't been trading AMD, though. Looks like yesterday's close is that 118 area, just below it, 117.83-ish area on AMD, but that has not been my look.
BYND is actually going for it.
Go for it. Let's have a look at a screen. BYND apparently moving here,
Let's take a look at a better version right here. Let's look at this. BYND. Let's see a 15-minute. What's going on here? Oh, yeah. That's nice. That 1150 breakout. That's nice. We'll have to see what this does tomorrow, because getting long at here, 12, definitely not the play, but a short trade might work off 12. That's a decent level, but nah, it's not even 12. I'd say you got to wait for 15's really a more of a juicy level. Let's go further back. Yeah, actually 12's not bad for a short. How strong is this right now? Oh, that's still going. Yeah, that's strong. 12, 13, it's not bad. Let's pull BYND up. Let's see what's going. Let's see what the tape is saying. What's going on?
Yeah, Apple rejecting that 182, by the way. So I think it's really helping the NQ and the ES really retrace. And you're also finding tops on a lot of these other big caps for the moment. You're finding a top on Google, Tesla, you name it, Meta. They're all finding tops at the moment. But we're still within the range on the NQ, so I'm going to let my trade pan out. But we have a possible 4,300 rejection, which could turn this market. So got to be very cognizant of that and not get too attached to the trade. The trade is only as good as it's profitable. So if it's not profitable, cut that, you know what, right? So we're quite close. If we get into this area here, the trade will be donezo. What else is being spoken about here? Let's see what the chat is up to. Damn BYND. Yeah, my man just covered it. Chicken dinners tonight, says Elon 2024. BYND running, says Cameron Collins. Yeah, caught that. Beyond Meat flying. Upstart. Yeah, Nick, we talked about that one. Nick Dubb, thanks for the super chat earlier. Upstart, still strong.
It's picking up now.
BYND. What is the headline? Let's have a look. BYND. Let's see if anything comes up here. Shareholder class action. Not seeing anything. But my blotter's been busted, I gotta tell you the truth.
Oh.
It's been
that is interactive, right?
Yeah. They know about the problem, sadly, and they haven't been able to fix it. So we'll continue to watch that. But yeah, BYND. So let's have a look at BYND over here. What is this thing doing? My goodness, this is obviously news.
There's no release
what is the
as
chat
of recently.
saying? Anybody in the chat know why BYND is running? Anil's saying 43% short float. That's big. That's all you really need, right?
So.
Quite frankly, for a breakout, depending, like Yannick was saying earlier, it depends really where the shorts are sitting, right? Because if they're not sitting at those levels, they're not getting squeezed, right? Yeah. So, big boy move up 15%, Yannick, on BYND.
Yeah, and that could get interesting. I mean, it's already gotten interesting. We're almost, what, $1.68?
New York or?
It's NASDAQ. I thought it was New York too, but apparently it's NASDAQ.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Sympathy play, you think, CVNA. Yeah, that's definitely possible. That's what happens a lot, you know, like with you have one name, they're like completely unrelated in terms of what they do as a business.
Yeah.
But just because they both have extremely high short floats, you know, one goes and then the other one starts going just because the short floats are all similar. Like with that GameStop stuff.
Right,
That's what that was, right?
Yeah,
that was just them picking, you know, the high short float stocks.
Identifying it, exactly. You know, sometimes it's a little bit laggy, that information, usually 2 weeks. I don't know who gets access to that data earlier and whose data is more accurate. I think that's probably a bit of the advantage there, first to enter, right? But, you know, what do you feel about more transparent markets? A lot of people saying, you know, let people engage in these activities, like don't ban short floating, don't, you know, restrict it. Make it more transparent so that you know where everyone's sitting, who's sitting where, and, you know, you just open it up.
From our perspective,
we would love it.
Yeah, like we'd love it, sure, but I'm sure those big guys sitting wherever they are, you know, they don't want that to happen because they have the advantage on us, right?
Of course, right? Yeah, and you have to also think that, you know, once we have that data, the trading strategy completely changes because then everybody's got the same data,
got it,
right?
And probably won't even work, right? So
exactly. Yeah, so lots always to consider there. Good convos though, my man over here. BYND buys a lot of product from my company. It's a chemical additive to give the food its texture. Would not suggest eating this stuff. You have to wear a respirator when handling the additive.
What?
All right, you know, obviously we're not making any claims here. I'm just reading an opinion. But thank you for your contribution and your opinion on that, Nice. Always good to have, you know, insider information and your opinion there.
But don't trade on it.
we hold up on these markets. Nothing great yet. We are during that lunch hour, guys, 12:45. Got 15 minutes or so. So maybe the traders head back to their desk. But do you subscribe to that theory of sell in May and go away? Do you think that summers are typically a bit more calm?
Yeah, well, like in the past, like summers, definitely periods of low volatility, like before COVID, before 2020.
Yeah. Come back to our split,
That was definitely, like I was trading 2017, 18, 19, and those were periods of extremely low volatility for day trading. It was good if you were, you know, in growth stocks and whatnot. That's when I believe Amazon and Apple had like pretty solid runs. And, but Definitely. Summertime is typically lower volatility, but this summer's been different. You know, ever since the pandemic came, things have changed, right? The market has got so many new participants, so much more volume that is here to stay, actually, right? A lot of these people are, you know, using trading as another income source.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, and whatnot, and yeah, it's great. You know, more volume in the market, more moves will happen, more opportunities. That's what we want as day traders.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
Slowly slowing down. Is that proper
slowly
English?
slowing
Slowly
down.
slowing
Yeah,
down.
sure, why not?
On the descent on Apple, I wonder if we get another touch there at 180. What I see on this chart are higher lows and higher highs with an upward trend. So if we don't make a lower low here, we start curling. I gotta suspect there may be another 180 touch incoming. And you gotta think though, you know, even though 180 is that nice level, we danced with it. You gotta say it probably falls over this time around a lot easier. Considering that assuming we continue to trend up here on the market. So Apple, 40 pennies away or so from that entry. We'll see how that one ends up resolving. But yeah, for the moment, holding out. Neil, Yannick, I kind of wanted above 18s on Affirm. Our friend Affirm has been strong lately. Neil embroiled in that. He's short Beyond Meat as well. And
Oh, wow.
he's not in Affirm, by the way. Sorry, I misspoke on that. He's short Beyond Meat.
What price did you get? 68. Wow.
Well, there you go.
Wow. That's 10 cents off the high.
Okay, so we'll have to keep it going here as we continue to make a leg down on the future. And it looks like Apple 180 not incoming at the moment as we continue to curl down here. So we're going to have to start looking to get out of this position as now, the thing is we're still at that level. So I'm not going to cut it quite yet, but we are moving down here. So we're going to have to cut it quite soon as we are at that critical level. Let's see if we hold here. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
And MNQ, I was hoping you'd get up to 14,500 here and give me a little wick so I can get in there on the short side, but it didn't even want to do that. So we're going to have to find another way to work our way into this short here, because if this does turn around with some volume, man, this could go
tank,
right back down to where we started, especially after yesterday, right? Yesterday was a pretty big, pretty large down day, right? And then we're just back up again. So I feel like some Hwadunking is.
Hwadunking, I love my man. Already good with the terminology.
It's going on here, you know. There's a perfect setup, you know. Huge down day yesterday. Now we're back up to that same level. Everyone's thinking we're gonna go break out of the highs, and then you know, right back down we go. And that's what's forming right now.
Yep, yeah, we're holding 42.90 on the ES, keeping my eye on that. I'm real close to getting out of this trade. If we make a leg down, I will be out. But yeah, no 180 level, sadly, right now on Apple. What is small cap world up to over here? We haven't talked much about small cap. Well, Carvana kind of small cap. It's more of a meme than a small cap. LGTX. I'm not seeing anything too crazy. BYND obviously. The other one, so we have Vana and BYND, some of the short squeeze names, but with respect to some small caps, GSIT showing up on my radar, but that's not really doing much on the day. What else over here? Nothing really that's done volume of note. IonQ, that one showing up having done about 7.1 million shares, about $11 stock, so not that much over there, not much in the way of small cappers. We've seen kind of a slowdown with respect to small cappers as of late, Yannick. I don't know if you trade them. Yeah, most
certainly. Yeah, I do. I will trade them if, you know, if things set up the way I like it. But for the most part, I won't really trade those one-day gappers, two-day gappers. You know, I like to stay away from them. But at the end of the day, whatever's moving is what I like to be involved with. You know, if things are flying around, then doesn't matter the price or the name, got to get involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still looking for whether or not we hold these levels. We're moving down. Dan Emmons saying he's still short at, I believe, 14,520. He got that top wick on the NQ because we have a 14,523 top on the NQ June contract.
shot
So
on the screen
that's
still.
a hell of a short there, Dan, with a good entry. So wishing you well, Dan Emmons. Good friend of the shows and a hell of a futures trader. So always look out for Dan's little tidbits there in the chat. I'm going to send it to you real quick. I'm going to put in a stop and use the bathroom.
Yeah, go
and
for it.
so just give everybody your look there.
I mean, what are you guys saying? You guys want me to look at anything specifically? I'm just going to keep my eye on BYND and MNQ for now, looking for a trade on NQ to the short side if we don't break over 14.5 with some volume. But what is YEXT? Is that a ticker symbol? Let's see. Let's find out. YEXT. That is doing something. Yeah. It's not doing too much, though. Nothing too special. I'll pull it up right here for you on this one. YEXT and Y. Let's see. PLTR, Sophie, you guys are saying, yeah, this is the volume's low. I wouldn't really be getting involved with that. Yes, Sheriff is going to the washroom. MVIS is moving. Yes, I saw that one earlier. That's NQ, right? Or is it NY? It is NQ, yes. It is not doing too much. Yeah, no trades here for me. Yes. Yeah. Dip buys and PLTR, yeah. Dip buy, it's the only time I'll really dip buy is off the open on like a hard level, just because those dips on the open, when they do base out and, you know, come back up, it's usually pretty strong if it continues over those pre-market levels. So that's really the only time I'm looking for a dip buy. Midday, if it's trending, then yeah, but for the most part, I'm not going to be looking for too many dip buys as an entry. As an ad, yeah, if I'm already in it, but as an entry, I don't think so. Roku short. I haven't heard Roku in a long time. Wow, what's that thing up to? Roku. That NASDAQ stock? I think it is. Yannick is not a German name. Yannick is a Polish name, but it is not spelt the Polish way. Because if it was, there'd be a J and people would call me Janik instead of Yannick. That's why it's spelled that way. Yeah, BYND. Yeah, that's interesting. I haven't heard of this name in a while. It's been pretty dormant, hasn't it? What's that daily looking like? The daily? Oh yeah, just straight down. That's gruesome. That is gruesome. But big update though, so maybe something tomorrow. Maybe something tomorrow. No trade for me here though. No trade. Yeah, there are quite a few Yannicks in the chat all of a sudden. As well as Yannick's sweater. Shout out to my sweater. Yeah, what else is going on? Let's see. MNQ still trying to do something. I want something up here closer to VWAP and the EMAs because I can't risk from here. There's no trade there. I can't do that. So we just wait. We wait, and maybe something appears, maybe it doesn't. We're not jumping the gun. Not jumping the gun. What else is going on? Let's see. Let's pull up. I'm going to pull up this. Let's go through the scanner here. Let's see. What are our top stocks? You know what? Let's go like this. Let's go one. Yeah, that's better. You know what? Actually, we'll leave it like this. Amazon, Sophie. There we go. There's something going on there. $8, but yeah, I don't think that there's a trade here. Stock like this, I'd definitely be waiting for the base out, the dip buy, holding a decent level. My trade would have been here on Sophie, risking down here somewhere. But there's no volume. This thing isn't really flying anywhere, so I wouldn't be taking a breakout trade on this, that's for sure.
All right.
Lord, Neo, you're back.
I have not offered you a protein treat. You have never had one. Oh, you're
Disclaimer.
Be careful?
Disclaimer.
Okay. Yes.
I am allergic to half of the world. So,
Okay, so we're gonna keep it on this side because there are nuts over here. So there will be no eating of the protein treats while Yannick is on
you can eat
set.
them. It's not severe at all. You can eat them. Don't have to
Yeah,
worry about me. I just can't eat them.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, but I'm allergic to everything under the water.
No, it's all no
everything-
worries. No worries.
All nuts, cats and dogs, but everything underwater. Yeah.
really
Do need some protein. I don't eat any protein. I eat a lot of protein. Actually gained a lot of weight recently. I looked a lot skinnier before, so
see.
you know. I'm making
all
my
right.
own progress.
I think we may be headed for a breakdown here, Yannick, unless we really see some sort of movement
killed me.
on the market, because we got a retracement up, and the retracement up here on the triple Qs was quite anemic. So, not going to make any decisions yet, but I've got my stop in place, and if it triggers, but our ascent up
Beyond
looking
me.
a little bit weaker as we are now below 14.5 and have made a new low. There's
this
no
wealth.
beauty booty. TLO Enterprises trying to kill the new guy. I'm not trying, man. You found out. You saw it. I found out live when you found out live as we retraced down on the NQ again. That bottom holding for now, but it doesn't look good. You know, I don't know if this is going to end up panning out in my direction. So heads up there. Heads up for anybody along this position. What is Apple up to? Okay. Oh, okay. Well, possible 180 curl again on Apple. Could we touch 180 again? I know for a fact that'll help my futures position here, as Apple will help the overall market curl up. This murder will be televised, says Sauce K. Carvana will crash, says hello there. Vana is at $22, up 42%, with a 23.50 high, exactly 23.50 high. So yeah, it's extended. You know it's heavily shorted, and you know what the play is there. I don't see a specific headline. Yeah, sorry, there was a headline. They adjusted their EBITDA better than their guidance going forward. So gave an earnings adjustment, and as a result, you know, got into everybody's focus, and then there goes the chain reaction with the short float again.
Yes.
What are you watching?
I'm just still looking at M&Q. It looks like it's just going to fall off. I don't think it'll give me an entry up here. Yeah, there's no trade here. I want that 4995, risking 14,500, but yeah, looks like we're not going to get it. I didn't punch in here, so yeah, it is what it is.
You got a big gap too between the breakdown level, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely.
That's 14, let's say 14,470 and 14,400, because I'd say that's probably the next area of support. Bit of a gap between there and
yes, for
14,400.
sure. Oh yeah, there's that gap there. Yep, that's definitely there. So.
TLO Enterprises. I couldn't message you this morning, but thank you for the thought of support yesterday to 14.3. I held some for the whole move on the MNQ yesterday. Just want to say thanks. Happy to help. Happy to always give you my 2 cents with respect to the future. You know, still definitely something that I'm refining. I think I have to work on my patience. Most notably, I kind of have to let the trade develop in the area, give me proof that, you know, we're going to follow through or reject whatever. So that just comes with more screen time, right?
Yeah.
With more practice on the future. So that's what I'll be looking for.
100%.
But I think the future allows for a more predictable entry and exit point, less bamboozlement, because there's less individual factors, whereas every equity is going to have its own individual.
Oh yeah. And as well, the fact that it's just one route, you know, one route,
yeah,
one exchange,
exactly.
simple, no dark pools, no nonsense.
Absolutely.
It's just,
Come to the split.
it is what it is. You know, it's
yeah,
just,
absolutely.
everything's right there in front of you.
Where's
on
Mad
the,
Max?
On the ES and NQs.
Are you staying on for the full 2 hours?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, so
Max
where's
was
the
supposed to
Mad
be here
Oh,
at
here,
12:30.
there, he's coming.
Supposed to
He's
be here
coming.
at 30. But yeah.
Oh, he's coming. No, he's got to do the closing show too with Sean, with Neil, because Sean is taking time off. Sean's brother-in-law in the house. So continue to hang out at lows on the Qs. It doesn't look good. Doesn't look like we're going to bounce, but
I'm not going to punch out. I've already got my stops in place. And whatever direction ends up resolving in, I am good with it. I'm at peace with it. But I just wish it would do it soon. Microsoft finding a bit of a flat bottom break here. Microsoft looking amply weak. Not sure what the headline is on Microsoft. Bit of a double top at 326.5. And now we're headed south. We're below VWAP, broke down below 325. Now looking to take 324.5. Microsoft looking weaker than the bunch, it has to be said, as Apple dances with 180. But our friend Yannick is overtime, guys.
Yes.
So we're going to say bye to Yannick. Yannick, you will be on tomorrow?
I believe so, yeah.
So Yannick will be on tomorrow.
On the close, actually, I think, as well.
Amazing. My man will be on the close.
I believe so.
Stay out there. Fans of Yannick,
Yeah.
hit the ones in the chat.
Hit the
Thanks
ones.
for coming on again, guy.
Thank
Appreciate
you so much. Hopefully we'll have some trades tomorrow for you guys.
Yes, sir. And have a rest of the best trading day.
Yes,
I'm
you
sure
as
you'll
well.
continue to trade. Thank you very much.
See you guys.
All right. So we'll take over here and allow Mad Max to set up. As he comes in, he'll tell us all about his trades. I heard he was embroiled in some trades this morning. I'm sure he'll be able to tell us all about those. As we continue to hang out here on the Future, I am praying for a pop. Hold these levels. Let's go. 4,300 possible on the ES. I want a 14,523 break. That's a high day on the NQ. But first, we got to get up to 14.5. Whether that's incoming or not is up for debate, as we had that big boy move down and rejected 14.5 for now. I'll be looking up at that. Carvana has been in play all day. It's finding a bit of a base at 22. Does it curl above and break above 22.50? Or is this the first leg down? My man Mad Max says, I hope so. By that, I will take that he is long into this position, 22.5. Let's look at that. We're at 22.30 at the moment as we dance with 22. So that's a look there on Carvana. Up big on the day. Sorry, I'm not showing it. Bring that in over here. Up big on the day is Carvana, up over 43%, the heavily shorted name, finding a bit of a consolidation area at 22. Do we hold? The next step down, the only support that I see here, price action wise, is that 20. VWAP's at 20.25, but you know the tops, they be hanging at 20. That's a ways down from where we're at because we're at $22, so a $2 gap. So eye on that. Where we at with the future? Still hanging out at the 50s and 60s here on the triple Qs, as we don't make any higher highs. In fact, you know, if I had to say, I feel like the buyers are being overwhelmed by the sellers here, and unless something fundamentally changes soon, I should probably find a way to get out of this long and mitigate my loss as we come closer to my cost base. So I don't feel like the buyers are in control here at these levels, at least not yet. At least I haven't seen enough yet. Yeah, we'll continue to watch that. But right now, it feels like the sellers overwhelming the buyers at these levels. And, you know, we're not printing any higher highs. Obviously, Carvana and these meme-related stocks, independent, you know, typically of the market, usually march to the beat of their own drum. We also had Wayfair on watch today. It's up 9%. It was up more. Has a 54.38 high, now down to below 54 at 53.80 something. Still very strong bullish pattern. You see an upward channel with constantly higher lows and higher highs. So, I mean, a dip off one of these lines here could be a nice little trade. You also have VWAP in and around $53. So Wayfair giving you possible opportunities here. The heavily shorted name. Max, what's up?
What's going on, Sharif?
How are you?
How's your day been?
Good.
Yeah.
One trade so far, embroiled another one. This one's a loser, but the other one's a winner. So let's see how this one resolves. Not out of it yet.
I'm exhausted right now, man. I've been trading Carvana today, and it is nasty to watch. It is very difficult to be long Carvana today. I mean, obviously, good uptrend, but man, I am dying here watching this thing consolidate in like a full dollar range.
Mm-hmm.
Long 21.60 at the moment. I am looking for like $25. I know it sounds stupid, but 60% shorted, like that's pretty wild. So I think we can possibly get there and get higher. Maybe it's not today, maybe you know, we got to wait for that. But yeah, I don't know. It keeps like, you know, liquidity grabbing around this 22 level, but not really going anywhere. So it's trying to stop everybody out, but not seeming to succeed on either side yet. I am awaiting this 23 re-break here. Probably should have gotten a little more out up here, but I don't know. Like, you know, when you're long a squeeze stock, you got to stay long. Like, I was long this morning on it, and I didn't stay long, and you know, we could be long at 18 bucks right now. I mean, I had some good trades. Like, I had this 18 hold, and then got stopped out. Had the 18 hold again, added on 19. But the problem was adding on 20. The 20 level was very full of bamboozlement. And then, yeah, it comes down here, consolidates. I go for lunch, look at my phone while I'm out buying a pita, and this thing's trading at $22.
Damn,
like,
pita.
come on. Yeah, but I was able to find a long here off the teal, actually, but it was more off this 2150 consolidation zone. It just would not break that 2150, and then showed some buying, so I was able to get in with like 10 cents risk, which, I mean, on a stock like this, that's always good. So we'll see where this goes. I mean, it's still looking bullish. The volume's holding up. We're at 100 mil.
Yeah.
I think we can get to 200 by the end of the day. And yeah, just like a ton of buying. You see all this buying, and then it chills out, and then, you know, longs stop out, and then it stops, and then just buys back up again. So this consolidation looking pretty good. High of day volume was on this candle, which is a long ago. This little spike here wasn't even like that high of volume for the day. So that's not looking like exhaustion to me. I think that we have a ways to go on Carvana, and yeah, excited for the afternoon. Maybe have to wait for power hour for the real squeeze, but yeah,
that'd be great.
Yeah, Tesla today was awesome too. I had a couple trades on that.
Let's go through that.
Didn't
I heard you were up big on that. Sean was saying earlier.
I was up big on Tesla?
Well, he was saying, I don't know.
I don't think so. Let me check. Not really. No, big on Tesla is a whole lot more than I'm up today. But I had this 223 level. I wanted to get like a 223.50 fail break off the open. That's exactly what happened. And I was trading Meta like a not trader. And yeah, didn't take this, but like what a move on Tesla today. And I really liked the idea of this breaking 230 today, and I was able to like get a long off this little liquidity grab to 229, added on 230, and then ended up stopping out. But like it goes right back to that 229.50 price, and you know accelerates back off. So yeah, I was able to get an awesome long. I don't know if you were watching during this time, but Tesla went absolutely nuts off 230.75. Like yesterday's close, there was some kind of short squeeze action that happened. It like ripped up like $1.50, $2. And yeah, that was pretty sweet. But now we're still consolidating. I think we can see 235 on Tesla today, depending on what the market does, obviously. But
yeah, well, if we break through 14.5 and really start pumping here, yeah, I think we could be good. But you know, we're ascending back to test 14.5 on the NQ, but we're ascending back ever so slowly. To be expected? Question mark. Given the time of day? Question mark.
Question mark.
So, yeah, you have to make allowances, at least I would posit, for the midday and the fact that we may not move in much the same fashion that you would expect, especially in way of retracements. So I'm long. It looks like am I back in the money or am I back flat? I'm almost flat, yeah.
Oh, wow. Look at that subscriber
guys,
count.
just want to make a quick note. We put the sub count in the bottom right hand of the screen. We're at 399,806. And it would just
nearly
be
194 people need to subscribe.
Wouldn't it be aces, Max, if we could get that sub count to 400,000
If we get that sub count to 400K, Carvana's going to $25.
I'm willing to bet you that there's no way we can get that sub count to 400,000.
Yeah, come on.
On the show.
Subscribe.
The viewers, they can't do it. I'm willing to bet you that, and yeah, we won't get to
Somebody feel
400,000.
free to pay for some subscribers if you'd like to.
Yeah, well, what? What? Question mark? Is there a question mark?
Did two people just unsubscribe?
I
Two people
think,
unsubscribed.
So
That's
yeah,
the dip. That's the dip. It needed to dip before it rips.
All right,
Yeah. Just two dip and then a quick rip through 400K. We're back up. We're back. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's flying off. Who wants 808? Who wants 809? Do a little auctioneer action here.
Hit that subscribe button. The only way we grow, we always reinvest back into the show. You have no idea what's going on behind the scenes right now. I'm looking right at it as we speak, and we're developing some stuff. So hopefully more to come. And yeah, we'll continue to watch as we dance with the future here. Not making a lower low at the moment, but really not taking 14.5. Either. We're also below 4,300 on the ES as we dance with that 42.93 level. We're kind of in between a 5-point range of 95 and 90. So we'll see how this one resolves, but I'm really looking for an upward resolution here. And to take 180 on Apple, I kind of feel that maybe get the market going here and get some of the futures position moving. I know my boy Max over here is embroiled in Carvana. A lot of names trading this stock today. It's been big. It's been up. It's been catching a lot of eyes. Yeah, it's up 43 and a quarter point on the day, and it has a 23.50 high. Juicy, juicy.
It's trying to break out right now. It looks like that 22.50 level looking pretty good for a breakout. We're just consolidating below. Looking at that, it keeps getting into the 30s, and then people start selling. This is the same action that was happening down here at the 1880 kind of level. It would reserve on the offer once it got up to 80s, but then once it finally blew through those prices, like we obviously took off. So that's kind of the action that I'm expecting here. I think maybe you need a liquidity grab below 22 to really send it, but like we'll see what happens. I mean, it looks like that was it right now. Printing green on the offer. Come on, blast through. Stop consolidating. Nobody wants to see the consolidation. It's no fun.
Is this New York? Is it a New York stock or?
Yeah, New York, CDNA, NY. So back into the 30s here. Once again, people selling in the 30s, but we blow through. All right, so 40s now. Come on, Carvana. Do that little dance.
Yeah, it is.
Blast off. And I'm fully expecting this breakout to be fully bamboozled and for it to come back into the 20s and then blast off, but maybe that's just like a full, blast off scenario. When we took out this last high of 22.25 or whatever that was, that really went. So
what's your cost basis on this?
I'm at 21.61 at the moment.
Oh,
so
you're golden.
Almost $1 in the money, but
yeah, that's fantastic.
That's not what we're looking for here.
Yeah,
that's not what we're looking for.
At least you're heading in the right direction. You've got that buffer, that breathing room. You know what I mean? I don't know how you feel sometimes, but when I got some breathing room, it helps me make clearer decisions rather than when you're down and in the red and like trying to hold on for dear life, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, your boy Vana there is trying to dance with that 50 level. We'll have to see how that results.
Take out 50. I don't even care. Just stop me out, whatever, but do something. Do something. I'm sick of this. Come on. No more consolidation. Consolidation's boring.
SoFi, the chat talking about. Yeah, we haven't talked much about that. Let's see how our friend SoFi has been up to. Okay, at day's highs on SoFi. This thing has been a rocket of a day trade, bro.
Wow, I didn't even see that
of a
today.
swing trade. Look at this. Look at this daily chart here on SoFi. Up and to the right, taking out all the
It's feeling kind of like Palantir, eh?
Yeah, it is. And look, man, there are fundamental reasons why it's moving.
Yeah.
Right? It is moving because there is a whole bunch of new clients coming in that they're going to service, that they're going to make money off. That's all interest income. And then I think it's a SaaS. I think it's not software as a service, but it's subscription based, so that there's recurring revenue in addition to the interest income. So there's a whole bunch of stuff coming if the student loans get, restarted. And it looks like as if that's going to be the case. So turn it into a hell of a swing trade, just like its cousin Palantir. They're not cousins. Whatever.
Yeah. I mean, similar group of stocks, the 2021 kind of tech, small mid-cap rally stocks.
There you go.
So I get,
well said.
They're brothers in a way, cousins.
There you go. Volume too low, says Mikhail Tejada. Yeah, well, it's the volume is definitely dropping off. To be expected, usually this time of day, volume a little bit lower, usually picks up around, that 2:30 time slot, take you deep into that power hour where, the imbalances come out, and then there's a lot of pairing of orders, and that typically increases volume substantially. So
we always have volume spikes early in the day and then late in the day, and then, you know, to expect, obviously, a downtrend in volume midday. But, you know, that's not always the rule. Sometimes we do have some in midday volatility. I want to talk about something here in that Apple is looking to test 180 again. Here comes the accumulation through, and simultaneously, I feel like Microsoft is setting up to break down. Flat bottom break possibly developing here on Microsoft. That's the upper chart. And then Apple here, I believe, you know, looking, let's bring this in. Yeah, Apple looking possibly to make a higher high and another test of 180. See if that resolves that way. But yeah, Microsoft, I feel like it's pulling down the market. Microsoft quite weak, and I don't really know why. So let's have a look real quick here. Anything coming up on my blotter? My blotter's suspect these days. Yeah, no, nothing coming up Microsoft-wise, but there goes Apple again, headed north, baby. Max, do we do the Apple 180 dance? It's just so not worth it, right?
What size is on there? Do you
Well, there
have you
was
seen it?
decent size, nothing to really call home about, but there was some sizage there.
Yeah, I can't see it yet.
Let's pull that up. I think I might be able to see it on here.
Yeah, it hasn't broken today. That's interesting because, like,
180 exactly.
yeah, we go down on the news.
I see 43,000 shares, but there's probably more. Yeah, it's not.
I gotta watch the old Carvana here. We're going
Yeah,
for
I
that
know.
50 price.
Your boy Vana is dancing
Where
again.
are we? There we are. All right, come on. Load the chart, please. Just get through those 40s. Like, I'm fine with it being a fail break and me getting stopped out. I'm just so bored of this consolidating and bouncing around. I mean, the HFT is probably loving this one. And I think, you know, if you were short and your algo was trying to get you out, you would be trying to get people to bail out of their longs so that you can buy the stock. So, you know, it's trying to bamboozle people out of the long, I believe, so that they can get the fills that they need. You know, when this starts to go up, you'll see like 500 lots, 700 lots on the offer, and it just gets smashed, smashed,
yeah,
smashed.
they keep getting smashed.
Like right in this range, I think in like the 50s here or something, you know, 700 lots got filled.
You'll see it.
700 lots got filled over here too. So, you know, they're looking for that liquidity. They're wanting it to build up. There's some at 2250, so there's 600 lots right there just as we speak of it. So let's see if we can take out that size and see what happens there. If we don't take out the size, you know, maybe they don't need the liquidity anymore, but 60% shorted, I bet they do. We've only done 100 million shares on the day, and that ain't just people covering shorts. I can tell you that, because, you know, I'm somewhere in that calculation, and I have never been short Carvana before. Here we go at that 50, breaks it into the 60s.
There you go, there you go.
A little bit of reserve on the offer, but no, we are flying, baby. Carvana back to that 23 level.
Good trade.
Need to blast off here. I'm looking for a halt up. I know it sounds crazy, but I think this stock can definitely halt up today. There are so many people short. This is, you know, when GameStop squeezed to 500, this is probably what day one looked like. I wasn't there for it, but, you know.
I remember when it squeezed because
I remember it squeezing, but I wasn't there like day one.
It didn't surprise people because it was like already moving like 100% on the day, moved from like 6 to whatever, 12. So everyone was already, what the hell?
Yeah.
What's AMC doing?
So here we are at that 50 again.
Go for it.
Kind of messing around with it. This is exactly how I thought this breakout would look, basically. I was hoping it would just, you know, snap up into a halt, but no, this is what I was expecting. A little bit of bamboozlement around the 50, consolidate, then take out the high and blast off to 23. I've still taken nothing out here. Well, not nothing. I took some out in this area, but I'm hanging on to, I don't know, like 65% of the trade. Looking for that big move up. As Carvana still consolidates, my stop is still in the same spot at 21.49. So, you know, I'm not going to get stopped out of this
Some people saying Intel, and Neil also telling me Intel. So let's have a look at that INTC. I'm seeing it's up 1.5%, having done 14.7 million shares of volume on the day. Wow, that move up. Okay, I don't know why it's moving up. Let me look at the Sharif. Okay, so I have to read this after. What is this? Okay, all these messages. Not seeing any reason why Intel is moving up, but yeah, 31.85 high. Kind of basically did nothing until about 12:50, so about half an hour ago. Volume started coming in, it started moving up. breaking through yesterday's close at 31.28. So big move up there. But yeah, rejection on Apple and Microsoft huadunking. We have a drop here in some big tech. Amazon coming down. Likewise with Google, Tesla curling, the NQ coming down as a result. We might have found a bit of a top or a local top here, guys, as some of these big tech names move down. And yeah, we're getting close to my out here on the Qs, Max.
Yep. I'm still sitting here in Carvana, still waiting. I mean, it's still looking bullish. We haven't gotten back to that 22 price. This is, as I said, what I was thinking we would see, a drop into the 20s and then blast off. Obviously, you know, causing a little bit of stress here, as it is, you know, for now a failed breakout. But, you know, if you're trying to make a stock look like something that someone would sell to you, you would want it to be fail breaking out, right? So, you know, this is just what they want to do, you know, manipulate it so that they can get all those fills and cover their shorts at a better price so that they don't have to get squeezed out. But, you know, I'm not believing these failed breakouts. This is
I'm out of the trade of the
Qs.
Yeah, so that broke down below my level. That's out. So I am negative on the Qs. And negative on the day. That is my first negative day this week, which is okay, and the day is also not over. I will be looking now for a move down. Do we gap fill here? So if the theory is 14.5 has rejected, where do we find support? Well, we have 14.4 obviously, and VWAP's right there as well, 14.406. Have we rejected these levels? And if we have, do we retrace all the way back down? Is there a short here? That's the question. I'm seeing, you know, how do you feel about this? Now we're really moving here on the NQ. The yes, really not below 42.90. That was kind of a level that we had trouble breaking through earlier in the day. It had been a kind of a resistance area all the way around here. And now, where's the name? Where'd it go? Okay. Well, we're right back at 42.90 now. A bit of a double bottom. So interesting move here. Rejecting these tops on the future. Apple not able to make another 180 touch, and Microsoft, I kind of feel like led the pack south as we really had south side here on these indexes.
Yeah, Carvana kind of broke down there, so buyers stepping up once again in the 80s and 90s and sending it back over 22. So maybe this is what we needed. Definitely still sweating here. I mean, I'm 40 cents in the money, so it's not like the end of the world that it dumps, but you know, really want this to continue pretty fast here. I think if we give up these lows of 21.70, then we're probably done, but I'm willing to hold it to my original stop of 21.49 just to see if they're just trying to grab the liquidity here. I think if this gets sent back into the 20s right now, that's probably, you know, then we're going. But yeah, definitely a little bit dicey here on Carvana on the long. We are pretty far off VWAP, but that's as expected on a squeeze day for something like this. Yeah, let's see. Spicy on Carvana. What about my friend Tesla?
Here. Who is singing, says Big Chungus.
It's Pradley.
It's Prad, yeah.
Pradley singing up a storm back there. Yeah, that's his lovely, angelic, mellifluent.
Oh, yeah. Whoa. What? Whoa.
You like that one?
What does that even mean?
Mellifluence.
What?
Google it, baby. Neil says I can't even spell it. Yes. His voice is just that. No, I can't spell it. I can just say it. All right, guys. We may be red on the day, but we're having a good time right now.
Having a good time. I'm not red on the day, though.
I am. I'm not talking about you.
I'm chilling.
Yeah.
It would be a great day if I was still, you know, hanging on to Carvana from 18, but what can you do? Liking this dip action, actually.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if this just gets into the 20s right now, then we're good to go. Obviously, breakdown below 21.80. I'm stopping out 49s. Feel free to throw your stop at the same spot if you wish, or punch out on me, or if you're an algo and you're listening, stop me out. I don't care. I'm good, man. I'm good.
I like it. You're very combative and like defiant. You're like, yeah, come for me, bro.
Come
I
for
got
me,
it. You
come
know,
for
like
me.
you're nothing to me. No, I like it. I like
Tesla just did a bit of a wick bottom kind of action there that I like to see. This 21 or 231.50 kind of price, and yesterday's close at like 230, or not, yesterday's high, sorry, at 230.80, has now kind of been supported quite well, and now we put in a higher low here. So Tesla looking strong. I kind of wish I saw this earlier so that I could have, gotten that 231 hold. Now we're $1 away from there, and it's not really something that I can play with. But if we do, I don't even think if we pull back into there, then that's a trade for me anymore, sadly. So kind of missed that one on Tesla. I'm totally expecting this to break 232 right now and probably go to the high of day. Yeah, the indexes are looking okay. NASDAQ did a little bit of a dip there, but I think it looks like it wants to recover, right? Get back above that.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the wick down. I'm gonna have to live with that. Usually, there's not too much bamboozlement on the fuge. Usually, it's I shouldn't say that. That's probably not accurate. But anyway, the ES holds up quite nicely. The 42.90 level holding up real good. The level I ID'd on the NQ didn't, but 14.450 held. But that was not where I was looking. So. For the moment, I'm out of the fuge, and I won't be back in. I don't know how it's going to resolve. I was looking northward, and now we are, showing mixed signals. So don't have to punch in. Let's wait for the right trade, maybe make our money back, but it's got to be a good trade.
Yep.
Continue to watch that. What else? AMD, someone was saying holding 121 nicely. Sure, let's have a look at AMD. Up 2.85%, close to 3, 122.21 high. There's a 121 level right there. You get the big retracement with 3 red candles on the 5-minute chart. Let's look for a new high maybe. VWAP down at 120.25, so not quite at VWAP, but there is good price action around there. That 120.75 was a bit of a top during that opening range. You could say the first half an hour or so. Got up to that 121 level. Looking good, possible here on AMD. Chips strong today. I look up, I see the majority of chips are strong. So as a group, not a bad play. Cactus, please check NA. I had a look. I mean, I see it, small capper, Nano Labs, up to 284, trading at 273. Float is 0? I don't know, 57 million. I see there. I don't see a catalyst, but my blotter is screwed up. So, yeah, decent move. NA, decent move. I don't know how you feel. There's just so much more moving, yeah. It's up 30 some odd percent. 20 some odd percent, 26.5%. Good look, but I'm just trying to focus more on these big cappers. It's what I've been watching all day. I don't want to just jump into a small capper that I'm getting into.
Yeah. You don't want to be getting in at the high on some low volume small cap. But I mean, nice move there, obviously.
Oh yeah, looking real good.
Carvana's back into the 30s, so looking pretty good here. It's making me sweat, but I'm holding strong.
Guys, flip to Max's screen.
Yeah, flip over here, guys. Holding strong on this Carvana. We're back into the 30s, looking for that second 50 break. I feel like people probably shorted the first one. If this goes back over again, good luck. Good luck. This is going to the moon. Ape strong. Do we have an ape on here somewhere? Oh yeah, here we go. Apes to the moon.
There
That
it
should
is.
say CVNA on it. CVNA is the new baby among the apes. And I'm right there with them.
Are we gonna break down here, Max?
On NASDAQ? Yeah, it's looking pretty weak on NASDAQ, actually.
Yeah, looking real good here. Yeah, we're stair-stepping down. We're at 42.90 now. That was the level we were kind of holding earlier on the ES, right back at that level. The NQ also printing lower 5-minute candles here. Interesting. Let's see how this resolves. I don't want to really take it until the ES really gives up the ghost here, but the big cappers are trending down. But Apple holding up at 179.5. That's what keeps me thinking. Does Apple curl back up for a 180 test? And if it does it bring up the NQ with it? So kind of holding me back from shorting here a little bit. Nirvana looking good, back up to that 22.5-ish area.
Yep. Just bounced off it again. So, like, how many times do we have to touch this before we finally break out? I'm thinking this is it. Although, like, back below 22 now would look kind of bad, but I mean, I'm not moving my stop. It is what it is. I'm keeping it here. Yeah, the both futures look like they've kind of rejected key levels there. That 14.5 is a pretty clean rejection there on NASDAQ, and then it didn't quite get to 4,300 on ES. So yeah, I feel like we could retrace a bit. This has been a decent move today, so probably back down to VWAP for both of them, like that 42.80, 14.4. I could see a little bounce there maybe. I don't know that I'm like loving the idea of necessarily shorting myself, but like I see the case for it for sure.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We're holding 42.90. It's really holding up the ES. That's kind of been the nice level, but I think we might be giving that up. We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see. Yeah, how's everything else? What? Upstart. Yeah, I'm embroiled in a short, so I'll let Max have a look at that as I monitor my position.
Oh wow. Okay. So that 3250 level.
Big move down.
Oh, it's NASDAQ. 3250 level is pretty key on Upstart, if I am correct. Yeah, it is. Yesterday's high, and then we do the whole move down, and now we're back right up there. So 3250, a lot of people could be offside on Upstart, and same story here. Very strong short interest. If I'm correct, I believe it is 35%, and yes, it is, according to Trade Ideas. Yeah, so this could be a bit of a blast-off scenario for Upstart at this 3250. Where could we go on this? I'm going to take a look at the daily on my other platform because it's faster. Like 38 is the next level, 37.50, and then 42. So yeah, Upstart has room to go, breaking out a range, high short interest. I mean, if you're long right now, I would say just hold it, but don't listen to me. But here we go for that 32.50 price.
Microsoft.
There's some size there. Like you could structure a breakout here. I don't like that we're up 50 cents in the past 3 minutes, but yeah, this could really actually start to go. And maybe, the short interest kind of narrative pulls my Carvana along too. But yeah, let's see what happens here. We got this size taken out, so now you're already 6 cents in the money. That's probably where you got filled if you took the breakout. Now you're looking for higher, looking for that 33 price. Let's see, you get a little bit of selling, but they hold that 50 on the bid. Where does this go? A little bit of, oh, that's dark pool. Let's see. What was the high? 66 there. There's some size on 33. I don't know, it's just kind of hanging out. I feel like people are being tentative, not wanting to make the decisions, and there the decisions are being made as it makes a new high. So, yeah, Upstart's starting to go. That was a good breakout.
Dan Emmons hilarious. He's playing Tom Petty free falling right now because I'm free. I'm there with you, Dan. I'm there with you, man. I took it. I flipped. I'm short. Let's ride this baby down. I already wet my beak out there with a little bit of a taste on a 15-penny winner. More sharage this time around. Let's see if we get that. But that 42.90 on the ES, a bit of a pest. It's kind of holding things up. But we also have a Microsoft level incoming. Microsoft's been the big huadunker on the street. And the level there that I'm looking at for Microsoft, that 323.50, that's the level that's interesting here because Microsoft big move down off that 326.5. Yesterday's close incoming. So do we find support there? And if we do, does the descent on the future slow down? So we'll have to wait and see how this all resolves. But yeah, more price action here. Daryl Finch, Sharif, I'm still short Microsoft from 325. Ooh. Hell of a short on Microsoft. What happened?
Upstart's making a new high again. So the breakout is good on Upstart, and here we go to the upside. Starting to take off here. I'm kind of regretting not taking that break. Obviously, it's not the easiest way to structure a trade when you're up 50 cents in like 3 minutes there, but here we go for that 33 level. Looking to make a new high again. Upstart up 15% today too. Like this is all these stocks are looking to really squeeze people out and hurt some shorts here. You wonder though, like if you're short, are you just adding to your position and hoping it goes back down? Or are you saying like these are the money fills up here on Upstart and we're going back down to 12 bucks? Probably. I mean, that's what I would be thinking if I was big money as Carvana starts to go too. So I took a tiny little profit taker on Carvana at 24 there, just because I was itching in the position. Sometimes you just have to take a tiny little, like I took 5% off there, just so I could stop worrying about taking any profit.
I like that.
for
I'm
now.
like that too.
Yeah, like sometimes you're just like,
Psychology, too.
I need to do something. So I did something, and now I'm just holding the position.
It's so true.
Yeah.
There's really no rational reason. It's like I don't expect it to stop here, but I'm itching and I need to do something.
Exactly, and here we
Yeah, I feel
go.
you.
Here we go. Come on, Carvana! Blast off. Problems in the 60s again, but I'm not expecting that to hold this time. Now we go. Now we go back to 23, back to 23.50. Breakout, halt up, open at 29. Everybody prints, except for the shorts.
nice.
Come on, let's go, Carvana. I love these days, but it's
tough,
really kind of slow. I feel like there's a lot of longs taking profit up here. I don't know that a ton of people are shorting up here. Maybe. I
don't know.
wouldn't.
I'm gonna hold my short.
I certainly wouldn't, but
Are you talking about Upstart?
Carvana.
Carvana, yeah.
Upstart is like very straight up, so I think Upstart's a decent short as it kind of wicks 33 there. So yeah, Upstart took that 33 level and then comes back down, so that's a decent short that you could structure there, where you're taking the fail break of 33, you're already 50 cents in the money, but you wonder if that 32.50 break holds here and then sends it back up. That's what you'd be looking for if you're long. That's what you'd be scared of if you were short, and it does break the 50. Does it hold here? Does it do a little wick action and then straight back up? We shall see on Upstart, as there is some buying for sure below 50, but kind of muted here. Definitely volume dying down from these high volume candles right here on the day. So we'll see what happens with Upstart. This 32 breakout was pretty good, so maybe that's a spot that you could get long this. If it does hold 50 right now, I mean, who knows where this is going, because this looks pretty nasty, and for it to just hold this breakout price right now would be pretty crazy, as Carvana is just chilling in the 40s now. So we know that people were selling a lot in the 30s on Carvana, and now we're holding above the 30s. So are those people sweating enough to send this back over $23? Hard to say. I'm hoping yes. But once again, another wick to the upside. We wick to the downside a bunch of times. We wick to the upside a bunch of times. Eventually, it's going to pick a direction, and hopefully it's in my direction. I think that there's enough ticks in my favor on this one with the short interest and the volume. But yeah, we'll see where this goes. Not looking to take profit until we get back above $23. And I'm not putting any offers out. I'm going to see what happens up there, because this could just rip up $2 at once. Beyond Meat ripping. And Neil says FRZA is halted? Oh no, what is that? FRZA. Interesting. FRZA halted up. We don't even have the volume candle here, but we're halted up on Forza, tapping even right now. Yeah.
Oh baby.
This the electric boat maker. That sounds like a fire waiting to happen, but whatever.
At least you're on the water. Yeah, but I don't think you want to be.
I don't think you want to be in an electrical fire in the water.
No, you don't want to be around that. I don't know how that works exactly.
I'm sure they have technology for that, but.
Are we headed south here, Max? Because I'm still embroiled in a short, and we're nicely in the money. I'm sitting here at 351.61 on the triple Qs, waiting for a print. We haven't got
huge
one.
bid on FRZA.
FRZA, huge bid.
365, 1,600 lots. I mean, it's only a $3 stock, so it's not that much notional value, but that's a decent sized bid. That's not something you see all that often. So yeah, making new highs here on Forza. What print?
The print that I'm getting here on the Fuge. Oh baby, there's another one right there. There we go. We make our money back. As is one tanks. South side. Still holding a piece. Let's keep going though. We take it long. We were wrong. We take it short. Now we're golden. So let's go. Q's heading south. still holding half. Let's move here, baby. 89s, we're in the 40s, we're 40 pennies in the money. I'm looking for more. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I need to feed. I need to feed the profits. Yeah, they be coming in.
I feel like
I
the
got
attitude
excited
around
there,
here
eh?
is a little bit.
Eh?
The attitude around the floor is a little silly these days. I don't know.
Hey man, we're
I don't know
having
what's
fun.
going
It's
on, but everybody's
summertime.
having fun.
We're inhaling forest
Stocks
fires.
are going up.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
maybe the fumes are killing us right
Yeah.
now, and we're just like, high on forest fumes.
Yeah. Give me eggs, someone says. Yeah.
Give me eggs?
That's funny. It's funny because it's true. Eat a lot of eggs. But yeah, decent make back here on the Future South. Pumped
Nice
about
trade,
that.
nice
Yeah.
trade.
Let's continue to. Where do we stop? I mean,
I'm
we do
thinking
have it-
VWAP.
yeah. So 14.4-ish area.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
VWAP. However, I don't know. I feel like we're governed a little bit by the ES today. And I feel like anytime we come into these ES support levels, the descent or ascent on the NQ halts, like it's following the ES. So a bit of a consolidation area here on the ES that we danced with from like 10:45 to 11:45. So we have that decided break north. We're right back there. Do we find support? Do buyers step up much in the same way that they did right around here, right? That's what they did last time. That's why we ended up with this pop. So is there enough in the buying camp left for us to pop back up, or are we gonna get paid here on the short? That's the question. So 14.4, like my boy Max just said on the NQ. Technically, VWAP on my chart is around that 14.410. So if you're looking at VWAP, that's where that is. Otherwise, you're looking at that whole number, 14.4 max.
Is this going to break out or break down eventually, Sharif? I think that we need like
know,
that
it's quite
wick below.
frustrating.
We need the wick below 22, and then just like a blast off, like full on short squeeze blast off. I think that's what needs to happen. Obviously, it's 145, so we need that 2 o'clock volume to come in. I guess that 2:30, 3 o'clock volume maybe to really send it. I mean, we've seen stocks like this, what was the one before? Bed Bath & Beyond would always do those like afternoon, like real short squeeze actions.
Yeah.
Not saying that, this move is not a real short squeeze, but, I think we can like start moving, dollars at a time on Carvana eventually if this is really going to squeeze.
Yeah, it can squeeze. Like again, Yannick brought up the really good point, and he said it depends on where the shorts are sitting, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So if you don't trigger them where they're sitting, we're just gonna have regular, range trading. So we'll see.
It's basically like anybody since October of last year that shorted is now underwater. So
There you go.
Is that enough? Are people sitting in Carvana at $350 just like chilling waiting for bankruptcy? But I was talking to Brankles about this.
Okay.
And it's like if you are chilling waiting for bankruptcy and then they say we're going to make $200 million this year in profit, and this company's never going bankrupt. So what are you sitting in it for?
What if their liabilities? Oh, in profit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought you were talking about revenue. Okay, I'm like, okay, what if? Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, look. I talked about a little bit about the morning show. New cars, you're restricted in how much you can sell them for. There's an MSRP.
Yeah.
Part of the licensing deal and the franchise deal you have with the manufacturers that you got to be within a certain range. Sometimes they make allowances for geography and stuff like that, right? But your hands are restricted. When you have a used car, you sell that bad boy for whatever you want.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so what I'm seeing when I was searching for my car, I ended up running into like a lot of these dealers. Like I was looking for obviously for a Jag, and then I would be at a Nissan dealership. Why the hell am I here? Well, because this guy, picked it up. He's got cash on hand. He knows how to sell a car.
Yeah.
And he can make $10K on the car. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
The other car, Brenda was telling me, sometimes it was a Kia, it was Hyundai, it was like $1,500 a car they were making. So the margins
brand
are
new
there.
one.
On brand new cars. So
Yeah.
the margins are there on the used cars, which attracts a lot of people. We are absolutely huadunking to the downside, and I am absolutely printing
Here
on
we
the
go,
short. I'm
baby.
very pleased at the moment, and as a result, I will scalp out a piece here at 20s if Old Man Hands can get it, and
Nice.
Old Man Hands got it, baby. We are
Nice.
heading south.
We make the calls, we take the trades.
There we go,
What more
baby.
can you ask for?
There you go,
What more
baby.
can you ask for? 14.4 incoming right here. Yeah, we are getting down to VWAP almost on NQ there. So,
Yes, sir.
yeah, this.
I'm pleased.
What a trade, what a trade. And Carvana ignoring the market here, still messing with that 50 price. People still trying to get short, I guess, or take profit. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. That's the answer. I don't know.
Bring in a new keyboard, someone says. Why? Yeah, so funny. That event will live on forever. Yeah, I haven't even rewatched it. It's great. Anyway, shout out to the man himself. We love him, Sean Katina, baby. The Hayes Records, I can hear Sharif's veins popping out. Why, man? Why you gonna scold me like that? No, I'm just having a good time over here riding the short. Neil's laughing. Right? I'm just trying to have a good time riding the short, and we're looking for a 14.4 touch, and we're back. Oh, baby. Here come the
AMD at
lows.
120, so-
Here come the lows, and I'm very pleased. Anytime I see that blue pop up on the tape, that means below the bid, and that means usually good things if you're short. So writing this down here, Apple holding above 179. Microsoft also finding support above yesterday's close. That level is 323 1/3. So there is support at these levels for some of these big cappers that may be responsible for the downward move we've been having on the future. Here, Max.
I'm looking at AMD. Oh my God. I get distracted by Carvana. I'm trying to take AMD at 120 here long, and now we're trading in the 20s. That would have been a banger long. I mean, we get down to support on the market. We get down to support at 120 on AMD. This break was clean. This like level held before. Like this is such a great little, below VWAP kind of long on AMD right now. But yeah, I can't take it now unless we dip back in at 120 potentially. So maybe I'll take the trade if we get back to 120 here. But yeah, that's a bit of a miss. All right, so we're getting some selling. Do we think the market's going to bounce now? And you take a moment to make a decision, and the market gives you the answer. Sadly, I'm not involved. Yeah, I don't know. Are the bots messing with me? We're back down again. Do I have a second to think, or are we just going to go straight back up?
Yeah, the bots, they don't give you time.
They do not give you time.
No, they don't. So apparently there's been videos circulating around the TikTok world, and I'm going to get scolded in the chat for mentioning TikTok again, but whatever, about how to kind of hack your way into ChatGPT or Bard, whatever you want to call it, into kind of like giving you structured trading advice. So people have, it's been trying to avert that, and there now have been like, there's videos showing you how to do it and what prompts to enter. That's kind of the thing. It's prompting, right? So it's showing you how to do that. Anyway, whole point is we're heading south here, Max, on the NQ. We're continuing to print on the short. I'm not taking out anymore. I want to wait till 14.4. 14.4 is incoming. That probably is a 351 level on the Qs here, likely the corresponding level as we're moving down here. 14.221 incoming. Oh, yeah. We break down into the teens now. 351.14 here on the triple Qs. Let's continue to watch this one get short. I'm not taking profits at these levels. I want a 14 or a VWAP touch, at least one of those. We'll wait for that. And we do realize that by being stubborn, we are potentially giving away some profits. But that's the name of the game.
Is what it is. I'm long AMD now at that 120.06, so it did hold 120 a bunch of times here. Looking for this to hold VWAP and get back into the teal and then potentially back to 121. I think eventually the market does bounce here, and we are at support on ES. Basically, we are getting into that 14.4 on NASDAQ. So, key level on a strong stock today. I think that's how you want to play a dip. And yeah, liking this trade so far. We're seeing a lot of buying off this level. Obviously, we give up the low, probably a good idea to get out. But not really expecting that to happen.
Yeah, I want to dump it.
Yeah, Sharif wants it to be dumped.
I don't remember yelling dump it before. I'm yelling you pump it always. But today we would request a
Little dump.
But Jad says NEO. So NEO, we know, reports tomorrow morning. Someone was asking earlier in the chat when NEO reports. They are a 5 a.m., 6 a.m. type reporting company. Typically, Chinese ADRs report in the early pre-market. I'm talking about either before 4 o'clock or 4, 5, 6 o'clock. NEO, I believe, fits within that. And I got to tell you, they missed last time around, and so did XPeng. It was Lee who was the winner. I'm not going to sit here and make the bull case for Lee, but NEO did miss last time around. I don't know what analysts are looking for. My blotter is not working, so it's not showing me what's expected here. But point of the matter is, you know, they're guilty until proven otherwise. Exactly. Yeah, you got to show me. Yeah, you got to show me that you guys can produce cars. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue to think that you suck and you can't keep up.
Fair enough.
You can't hang.
Fair enough.
So show me what you can do. And I think, you know, obviously we wait for earnings every time. Let's see what NEO does. NEO obviously is a kind of a premium brand for EVs. They have the proprietary replacing of the battery vehicle or the vehicle battery, where you drive in and it's kind of taken from the bottom of the car, it's replaced, and while the battery is being replaced, you're kind of like ensconced in like luxury and class, where you have like drinks and espressos and food, finger foods and stuff like that, and you can talk to like-minded posh people.
Oh,
right?
The posh.
So that's the look there.
My
for
people.
Our friend Neo. Anyway.
This AMD trade is really starting to work as these markets do make a bounce. So
Yeah,
I'm looking at 120.45 for a profit taker maybe. Haven't sent the order out yet. You know, keeping the market guessing for now. And Carvana once again has bounced off that 2170 price.
Damn.
So yeah, I mean, if you're short this name, I think that you're really sweating right now. It cannot get through 2170. There's only one way to go if it's not going through that price, and that is up. So looking good on Carvana, looking good on that AMD trade. Yeah, you know, everything's looking up for me at the moment as we approach the teal. Maybe I should just get a little piece out here on AMD as we move up. Give me 34s. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, somebody else wants 34s, huh? All right. Well, we will wait for that fill. Yeah, I'm looking for a lot higher. I think 121 is the retracement kind of level on AMD back up to like the 50 period. If we do indeed hold VWAP, this is one of the stronger stocks on the day. Well, maybe not. Tesla's pretty strong. 2% is pretty good for AMD though, although we can go a lot more certainly. Yeah, now only long.
Mm-hmm. Apple just absolutely flew up, and that has single-handedly pulled these futures back up. Apple found a lot of support at 179. A lot of buying took place in and around there, and it caused a very clear reversal candle and a very clear, bullish candle to pop up right next to it for continuation, possibly through 179.50. Now, there's bamboozlement here. Now I'm in this future short. I could have got out when it popped up here into 75, and I was like 15 pennies from my entry. I said, I'm going to give it to 90. Breaks 90, I'm gonzino. Right now, it's right back into the 50s area. If it continues here because of Apple's strength and we continue to come back into that 90, I am out of this Q's trade. I will not allow the last bit here to go against me. This is my last out on it, by the way. Right, so.
Ooh, Upstart going for that 33 again as well. So Upstart remaining strong. Do I have it? Yes, I do. Oh, some size. Somebody trying to get filled on the offer at 70s. Volume pretty light on Upstart, 9 million. Not so strong necessarily on the volume standpoint, but keeps going up. So, I mean, that's maybe good for the short squeeze case. There's no volume. If you are short, good luck covering. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see where this one goes. 33 probably the breakout level if that goes again. Apple is pumping.
Apple's moving, bro.
I don't know.
Here comes 179.50. I think it wants another 180 touch. I think it's poised. It's primed for one, and it's lifting up the markets.
It definitely wants 180.
Yeah. So it's holding 179. That reversal candle was so obvious. It just got bought back up. Apple's pumping, whatever buy program, algo program, it's lifting the markets, and we are moving up here on the Qs and the NQ. And if we touch 90, I'm out. We're back into the 70s. So, you know, I should probably give this to the whole dollar, but I'm not going to because I had a losing trade, and this one has to stay positive for me to remain green on the day. So, comes into 90s. We're real close now. We're moving into 10 pennies here. 179.50 on Apple. Lots of strength. Microsoft also finding a base off yesterday's close. It's curling back up. Are the longs now back in, or is this a short-term curl and some bamboozlement coming into play? We're real close to my out here on the Qs as we come into the low 80s, Max.
Yeah, just canceled my profit taker on AMD. Got it 3 cents higher. So to that bot that tried to front run me, I got a better price in the end. Yeah, but it's bouncing off the teal right now. I only took 10% out. Looking for something bigger. I think honestly, like 120.09, I'm probably out of this one. Not looking for AMD to really fail VWAP at all here. Looking for just a clean hold of a level and kind of blast off. Carvana back above that 22, so I don't even want to watch that because it's just causing me so much stress and angst to watch it. So my stop is in, feeling good about Carvana. No profit takers out there on that one. Not going to get bamboozled. Looking for the longer play on this one, intraday swing kind of idea. Looking to make quite a lot of money on a $5 move here. So we'll see. Hopefully that happens for me. If not, it doesn't, and that's okay. Yeah, AMD kind of struggling with that teal line.
You know, it would be a
we'll
nice
see what
buy.
happens with the market here. What?
A first red day on SoFi. And like, you know what I mean? Like one of those.
So I was thinking about that yesterday on Palantir, first red day. Into the close, it goes like 30 cents off the bottom. And I see this happen, and I'm like, this is like exactly the play that Sharif was talking about. So yeah, maybe that's like a day trading strategy.
It is.
That's something to look at.
Yeah,
but even for us as day traders,
take advantage of swingers.
Take advantage of them trying to enter. If you see like a double bottom at the low of day, like
very good point.
Get involved. You probably, I don't know. I mean,
you'd have to
I
obviously
witnessed it
perfect the
yesterday.
trade, but the idea is there.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's a definite idea and something you could maybe like potentially size up on depending on liquidity. So I like the idea.
No, I like it too. We're kind of slowing down in our ascent here on the NQ and the ES, finding a bit of resistance. Microsoft showing weakness. Amazon is in a state of descent. Well, I don't know, man. It's going down. Okay, I'm done with the words now. I've got nothing. I've got no more. All right,
I mean,
down.
You've given the people enough words today.
Yeah, 124 break on Amazon, guys. 123.69 is where it's at now. Apple still dancing with 179.5. We thought, we got a 180 touch incoming here on Apple, but for the moment, slowing down in the move up. But looks like you're back within that range at in that 22.30-ish area on your Vana position.
Oh, man, wake me up when we're at 45. Like, come on.
Tough. I know, tough to hold, especially when it doesn't resolve as quickly as you would like.
But, like, this is looking really, really quite good for the squeeze action on Carvana. Like, every time we're so high right now, and it can't even break the low here. Like, people are screwed. That's my opinion. They are totally screwed. They need to buy. They need the liquidity, and I'm not about to give it to them. Carvana to the moon.
Let's go,
I'm just waiting for that breakout for sure.
All right, we've got like another 20 seconds, so we'll leave you with a couple of closing thoughts here. 4,300 yet to be retaken on the ES. That's been the level of the week. We've broken above it quickly and then retraced below. It hasn't closed above 4,300 on the week, so we continue to that level continues to evade us. Also, 14.7 was the high on the week. Okay, I got to pay attention quickly here because I could be out of this triple Q's trade. 14.7 was the high on the week for the NQ June contract. We haven't been there lately. We've been dancing with 14.5 on the day. That's been the level. And 180 back in focus here on Apple. Max and I will leave you now, and we're going to send you up to Brendo, who's at the big desk. We'll be back on tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's up there.
Are looking at a positive afternoon here as we get going after 2 p.m. Guys, there we go. Hi, how is everyone? Hope your day is going well. Back to positive territory here for the overall market. You'll have to excuse the wicks, but trying to get back to the upside currently for the SPY, 0.38 right now as we look to some tech, we look to some consumer discretionary names, notably strong. I'll show you in a sec. But mostly tech once again on a bounce, trying to lift what has been a pretty flat day overall, but positive right now to the tune of, as I mentioned, 0.4%.